Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. Happy Wednesday. We're about halfway through the week. Today is September 24th, 2025, and we got a great show ahead for you today. I'm Coach Jay. To my left, got John Doherty, JD, and to my right, John the GOAT Hoagland. You got a problem with me, you're going to have to mess with these two guys first. JD, Hoag, how you guys feeling this morning?
Jay, feeling good, man. Happy hump day, happy Wednesday. Looking forward to whatever the markets offer us today. JD, always good to see you. How you feeling today?
Excellent, my friend. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. We survived that turnaround Tuesday dump yesterday. Let's get back into it today. I like what Hoag said. Happy hump day. Let's get over it. We've got a little change to this gold poll, but go ahead, Jay. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Oh, no, I was just going to say happy hump day. Changing the poll, JD. What is it looking like now?
We only did the 1 minute and the 5 minute today. Pretty tight. 42% for the 1 minute, 58% for the 5 minute. 120 votes. We're gonna let this marinate for a few more minutes. See what the people want, and then we'll give the people what they want.
People look like they want a 5 minute. We kind of changed the poll up a little bit just to see if there was a little bit more balance. The 3 minute and the no trade were kind of taking votes away from the 1 minute, we thought. But maybe this just means we get more votes for the 5 minute. 125 votes in right now. 57% going to the 5 minute. Make sure you get your votes in there as you file in. And we will be taking that gold opening range trade at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Whether that be the 1 minute or the 5 minute trade is, we let the range establish. We're long above the high, short below the low. Gold was pretty balanced last night. It gave some opportunity to shorts. I know Dakota was short during slow markets. Had a pretty nice trade there. Then back above, kind of sitting right at 3,800 right now. We'll take a look at those charts in a minute, but make sure you get your votes in there in that poll. We got no option for a no trade today, JD, but anything on the economic calendar that we need to look out for?
We've got a couple things. Earlier, well, we had a couple numbers out already this morning. We've got the MBA mortgage applications. Came out a little lower than last week. Last week, they were up, the composite index was up 29.7%. This week, week over week, up 0.6%. Purchase index up 0.3%, and refinance index up 0.8%. So a little slowdown on mortgage numbers there. Coming out later this morning, we've got new home sales at 9 o'clock. Crude inventories at 9:30. Building permits also came out earlier this morning. Forgot to mention that one. Later on this afternoon, 12 o'clock Central Time, we've got a 5-year note auction. And then our only talking Fed for the day, Mary Daly, is scheduled to speak at 3:10 p.m. I believe Scott Bessent has found a microphone and a camera earlier this morning. I think he might be talking right now. We'll keep an eye on that, see if any headlines come out. But that is it for the Eco Calendar today. So nothing until about 9 o'clock Central Time. So nothing at the bottom of the hour, nothing to worry about there. So we're clear to take this opening range breakout trade.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Hoag, before we get into any trades or any chart analysis, we got to make sure that we have our checklist ready. Let's run through that checklist, Hoag. Got to prepare for the day.
All right. Yes, we're going to play. We have to do the work, pre-market research. That's what we're here for, all about context, risk management, and patience. We're going to check these charts shortly and check. And then the morning checklist. Are you prepared? You got internet, your computer's good, everything checked. Mindset check. Are you in the right mindset for trading? You going to make good decisions today? Check. Trade entry checklist. Get your pencil, get your piece of paper, write down those trade entries and check. And at the end of the day, of course, do your end of the day work. Check. Review your journal, do your journal, review the trades, and be ready for the next trading day. There is your daily checklist.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. And we now have gold open. It is 7:20 a.m. Central Time. Gold is open. We can close the poll. Looks like we are going to be taking a 5-minute opening range trade. 56% of the vote going to the 5-minute. Last trade in gold here, 38.04. Oh, 38.03 It's jumping around here. 38.0350 last trade in gold, getting a little jumpy on that open, seeing some volume coming in through here. Gold with a 72% long tilt right now. We did see gold make new all-time highs yesterday, 38.2460. Pulling back a little bit here. I'm not surprised that we get stuck around this 3,800. I did hear Hoag mention 5,000. I think that was the first 5,000 call I've heard in gold, Hoag. Maybe not anytime soon, but it looks like we're on the way there for sure. Really strong market over there in gold. While we wait for this trade, JD, I know we have some news that we want to cover. Maybe some traders in the airport might want to hear this one. What do we got, JD?
Yeah, maybe you got stuck earlier this morning. There was some temporary grounded flight from United. So United flights are back in the air after a little ground stop earlier this morning. The Federal Aviation Administration order came after the airline reported a technological issue. United says it was a brief connectivity problem and that normal operations have resumed this morning. This latest ground stop comes a month after a different one tied to United's computer systems. In that case, more than 1,000 flights were delayed or canceled. Travel is back, though, folks. United planes are back in the air. Hope no one got stuck at the airport this morning. For sure.
Yeah.
Nope. United flights are back in the air, and I just pulled up a United Airlines chart, stock chart, trading at $104.13. It is pretty close to its all-time high, $109. So United stock may be cleared for takeoff as well here.
How about that?
We have a. You see what I did there, JD? We have a 1 minute did trigger a short. 1 minute did trigger a short here. Gold trading 37.99.30. We are going to wait for this 5 minute opening range to close. We got about 2.5 minutes on that. But the 1 minute would be short right now, pretty close to a 1-to-1, depending on where your risk was on that break. That tilt did pare back a little bit, 66% here. Looking across the other markets, 68% long tilt in crude oil. The equities are pretty much flat right now, but we'll see that change as the volume comes in. Do we want to go over gold news? Yeah, go ahead, Hoag.
Pretty wiggly this morning. We got a 55 tick opening range so far if we're going for that 5 minute. And it is pretty wiggly here this morning. Lots of eyeballs on this morning.
It's a pretty wide opening range.
Yes, it is. Gold
we scaled down on
just
size.
Under 0.5%.
Do we scale down on size to manage risk? Or do we stick with the 5 lot?
A lot of risk there.
Bigger as we speak.
All right, I'm looking for the 3 lot. I don't want to take more than 500. Yeah, I don't want to take more than $500 worth of risk on this trade. So I'm going to scale
71
down. 71
tick opening range now.
Just anyone take that 1 minute in the chat, and this is why we poll the chat. We're going to go with what you guys vote for. This is why we normally look at a smaller opening range. That 1 minute. Could it be a lower probability trade? I think when we started taking these trades on TopstepTV, we had, we said, hey, it's a low probability, high risk to reward trade. This is what makes it that, right? If you take that 1 minute trade, you're probably pretty close to a 2-to-1. You may be managing your position at this point, right? Where we have a $5 move from the low of that opening range. With this 5 minute, maybe you get more confirmation as time goes on, but you are inherently going to take more risk if your stop goes on the other side of the range. So scaling down might not be such a bad idea here, JD, because that is a pretty big range. We got 20 seconds before it closes.
I'm showing a low of 37.97.80 in the micro. You guys seeing the same thing in the mini?
60 in the mini.
60 in the mini. All right.
Brooksy in the chat saying you thinking it's a chop day on in the cards for gold, and I can say I'm inclined to agree with you, Brooksy.
Yep. High of 38.0470 in the minis.
38.0470. So we've got our stop to enter above 38.0480. All right, we are right smack dab in the middle of that opening range in gold right now. I'll let you know what happens.
Awesome stuff. Thanks,
Right.
JD. Before we get into the charts, JD, I know you have some news on gold prices overnight.
Yes. What is moving gold this morning? Gold prices. Look at that move so far this year. Year to date, up over 40% on gold. I did pull this from the New York Post, resource I don't typically go to, but the article was good, so we're sharing it. All right, gold at new highs. What's moving gold? Well, first, calls for gold. So Deutsche Bank was calling $4,000 an ounce by 2026, and now we're hearing calls for $5,000 an ounce. You heard Hoag say it already this morning. But a couple
Not
macro
financial
issues
advice.
moving gold. Not financial advice. A couple macro pressures fueling demand right now. We've got economic uncertainty, inflation fears, geopolitical tensions, and recent Fed rate cuts, all of which are making gold more attractive as a safe haven asset right now. Central banks are also accumulating gold. Despite these already high prices, central banks around the world are increasing their gold holdings. In a recent survey, 95% of central bankers said they expect global gold reserves to rise this year. So there's also issues with interest rates and the dollar. The Federal Reserve cutting rates, treasury yields are under pressure, which lowers the opportunity cost of holding non-yielding assets like gold, moving out of rates and into gold. In parallel, weakening U.S. dollar further supports gold appeal. Again, that came from the New York Post. So we got the weak dollar pushing gold prices up, yields pushing gold prices up, central banks buying lots of gold, accumulating gold, pushing prices up. A lot of factors in this gold market. A lot of moving parts.
Everybody
And the
loves
trade of the year,
gold.
though. Everybody loves gold.
Mm. Yeah, we started seeing that open interest increasing in gold futures right at the beginning of the year, indicating that there was a lot of longer time frame of strong hands buyers in there, and it hasn't really stopped. It took took about a 3 or 4 month break and some consolidation for a while there, but man, oh man, this move has certainly been uh, printing for all those that are long. Absolutely. I mean, this is an amazing
Mm-hmm.
move.
Trade of the year, Hoag?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you were a buyer of futures, ETFs, solid gold, actual gold, in January, you're really just sitting pretty right now. And it's
Right.
I would say that this is probably the trade of the year, 40% since the beginning of the year. That's just amazing.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, while we wait to get triggered into this trade, Hoag, do we want to go over the gold charts? Where might we be going today?
Yeah, absolutely. So daily, we've kind of gone about halfway from the weekly kickoff. Well, from the open here, halfway to the weekly kickoff high, which is 38.86 already so far. Value continues to move higher, even though we saw a pretty significant pullback from the highs of yesterday. We still didn't close the session gap. What doesn't happen is as important as what does. So we're still seeing the upside auction intact, one-time framing higher on the daily chart after a brief kind of a rest area here. Volume was pretty good yesterday on that pullback off the highs, but still a green candle on the daily chart and value moving higher. Open interest, however, little bit of slowing in open interest, only adding about 300, and that is the estimate. I call that somewhat inert. Kind of thinking that we probably ran into some long liquidation as we started to continue to attract sellers off the highs yesterday. There's going to be a lot more to see here in the 30-minute chart. But Jay, how you feeling about yesterday? Is that an excess high that may hold for a while? I mean, it was the all-time high that was in the extended trading hour session. Again, we'll see that on the 30-minute chart. How you feeling about this upside auction in gold today, Jay?
I wouldn't be surprised at a little bit of balance here, Hoag. We see gold do this, especially when it ends the day, with one of those wicks that we see at the top there. This could be the next balance range, right? We were looking at September 9th for a while, where that was one of the higher volume candles that we had. We can
Mm-hmm.
now shift that over to yesterday. where that
Mhm.
range 38.2460 down to 37.73. That is now the highest volume candle that we've had since August 8th. So the high, that's my new anchor spot. I would not be surprised at a balance. We're sitting right at 50% of it right now,
Mhm.
37.98. So this could be our next accumulation range. Hopefully it's not a 130 days like the last one that we saw. But yeah, I could see us balancing here for now. Big fat round number, 3,800. Would not be surprised to see a stick here. But with that being said, we saw it the last time. That September 9th range, the low of that range was a great spot to buy in hindsight. Uh, every time we got down there, that was 36.63. Every time we got down there, we found some buyers. So 37.73 is that new spot that I'm looking at and looking for opportunities there, Hope.
All right. Um, yeah, you're kind of aligning, I think, with me and with Brooksy, who was talking in the chat earlier about maybe a little bit of range action here today as we get closer and closer to the PCE numbers on Friday. Let's take a look at the 30. All right, here we go. So, I mean, we've been leaving lots of breadcrumbs down below. There's lots of weaknesses in structure and visual targets down below. Of course, there's nothing above because, well, we put in an all-time high yesterday in the extended trading hours session right before the open. That all-time high, 38.2460. We stopped short of it yesterday. We are kind of creating a pretty decent little pennant formation here. If you want to kind of look maybe at this low here and see kind of coming across here, maybe even a little bit of a shorter term off of this low. So we are kind of in an area of balance, and the balance is narrowing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact on this upper trend line. That's a pretty significant number of touches of that upper trend line. But what are we looking at as far as I'm going to take this off of there? It's just distracting me. What are we looking at as far as opportunities for today? Well, overnight inventory is relatively flat. We opened basically right here last night on this 5 o'clock open, and we're basically still trading right in that area. So I'm not looking for any opportunities based off of overnight inventory. It looks like we're going to be opening inside the regular trading hour session range. Now, this blue line right here, gold settles and settled all the way up here at what is this? I'm going to get that up there for us. 38.1570 is actually settlement. So then the market kind of broke afterwards. Now, what kind of volume did we see on this post-close break? We didn't see a lot of good volume, but we did see some pretty decent volume to the downside during the teeth of the day yesterday. That says to me a little bit of long liquidation, and we should see a decrease in open interest because of that. But we didn't see that. Basically, an inert number. So all of the long liquidation that we saw, I believe, was probably met with some buyers coming in. So all of that, all of those longs that liquidated were assumed risk wise by new longs. Longs getting out, selling into new longs. That doesn't change open interest. That just transfers risk, risk transfer. Right. That's what we're looking at in these markets. So again, the market saw some sellers coming in, some risk transfer, some longs getting out, new longs coming in, unable to close the session gap to the Monday high here. So that was Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. What doesn't happen is as important as what does. We've made a couple of attempts to kind of go down and maybe close this gap, and we haven't been able to. So really, just kind of no overnight inventory, no ability to close that gap. I'm really feeling like this market is kind of taking a little bit of a break here. Of course, we're still one time framing higher on the daily chart. We're one time framing lower in a shorter time frame. And I'm going to probably focus a little bit on this trend line. If we can break this trend line and see some momentum to the upside, I still like the longs, of course. But there's a lot of weaknesses in structure down below. Those are only going to become important when they become important. If this market starts to continue to push lower, then we can start to target some of these weaknesses in structure in the gap from Monday to Tuesday. That's 37.8390 down to 37.7640. Then a naked point of control below that, 37.5380, and we can go all day talking about some of the weaknesses in structure that have been left below, and they will only become important when they start to become targeted by traders. So I'm going to be patient today. This blue line, like I was talking about, it's a kind of a late spike. Okay, we know that the market closes at 12:30. It settles, but there's still some pretty decent movement and sometimes some pretty good volume off of that. So I'm kind of looking at it as a late spike base. If we're going to open above it, then I could see the market continuing to rotate to higher value. Maybe even take a look at the high from yesterday, or even all-time high. If we reject and we start to see acceptance below that, then I can see us coming down to maybe start looking at closing this gap from Monday to Tuesday, the session gap from Monday to Tuesday. I do have to try and stay patient again. Looking like we are right near the low of that 5-minute opening range right now. So if we do get short that, I want to see us break below this kind of late spike. It's not technically a late spike, and then we saw the low get put in and the 2 o'clock bar, and buyers came back in strong after that. So looking at this area down here as a potential area for longs, I don't know. There's just a lot to digest on this chart in gold today. Right, continuing the upside move is not a foregone conclusion. Jay, how do you feel about what we're seeing in gold today?
So on the 30-minute chart, Hoag, we have the 20 and the 50 moving average kind of braided around each other, which is telling us that for now the trend is slowing down a little bit. I'm looking at the 130 Central Time 30-minute candle as the range, 37.880, 37.8840 up to 38.1320. That's the range that I have for now, and if we attach a VWAP to that candle, it's a pretty flat line. So does that mean there's a lack of opportunity in gold? Absolutely not, right? Even if this market is range bound, it's usually a $50 range. So there's opportunity, but I think it's really important, if we're looking for some trades, to wait for the extremes, or if we get tagged into this short on the opening range trade, to start to think position management near that low, like you just said, right? We need to see if we don't get that volume to break below 88. I'm thinking position management at that point, and we stay in this range until they're ready to move this, right? We have some catalysts later in the week that can get all these markets moving. But normally when that happens, we have some consolidated days. So that's what I'm expecting in gold today, kind of sitting in the middle of that range right now. But if we do get tagged into this short, 37.88 looks like a pretty good target to the downside.
And I believe we are short now. We get tagged in there, JD?
We certainly did. Only a 3 lot. Because that 5-minute opening range was so wide, we only took 3 on. We're still taking $250 worth of risk. We got a CYA up at 38.0580, and our total risk will be $250 on this trade on a 3 lot.
Right. And notice where the market traded right to, almost to the tick, is the base of the late spike. See if that used to play out. And yeah, there's so many moving averages right in this area on this 30-minute chart. It's like you got VWAP, you got anchored VWAP, you got the 20 session, you got the 50 session. Just looks like a little bit of kerfuffleation is going on here. So I don't know. We'll see how this plays out. I'm going to be patient today. I'm not in any rush. I'm not in any rush to get into anything. And I'm not in a rush to get out of anything here either. So we're going to see how this plays out throughout the day. Be careful in gold today. I'm really going to probably be basing a lot of my opportunities in the day trade for gold today right in this area, this late spike to the downside base. And everything is just sitting right on top of it. All those moving averages and the VWAPs. I don't know. Be patient today in gold. There will be opportunity, maybe based off of initial balance high and low later on today. We'll see how this opening range trade plays out. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Charles Chapman
So,
in the chat says it was a liquidity grab. Just kiss it goodbye. Good morning,
I know.
Charles Chapman. Kiss it
Good
goodbye.
morning.
all right, let's take a look at some news in stocks before we get to this S&P chart. I saw some traders also talking about copper. Copper just spiked up. Speaking of the metals, all the metals have been having a some type of a run. We saw platinum yesterday get pretty close to decade highs. Platinum just had a spike up on some news that I guess copper sales have been down 4% in July, giving back that move a little bit here, but pretty nice spike in copper. We saw that crazy day in copper earlier this year. It's like a 25% sell off after the tariff news, and it really hasn't done much since then. But hearing headlines, Coach Who posted those in the chat from a copper producer saying that sales are down in copper right now. But what do we have on the stocks, JD?
Yes, stocks. Paring back some of the losses made yesterday. We all were here for that intense turnaround Tuesday where the S&P slipped about 6%, 0.6%. NASDAQ was down almost a full 1%, and the Dow fell about 0.2% yesterday too. Up marginally this morning. S&P or the Dow's up about 0.2% this morning. NASDAQ and S&P about 0.1% and 0.3% respectively. A couple of movers overnight. We had Nvidia paring back, getting back some of the gains that they lost. Shares were up at a peak of about 0.7% in pre-market after that rough day yesterday. Chipmaker on Tuesday fell 2.8%, marking its worst day since August 29th. Another big mover this morning, Alibaba's in the news, up 9% pre-market so far this morning. This information is coming from CNBC. Alibaba plans to increase spending on AI models and infrastructure development on top of the 380 billion yuan, that's about $53 billion over the next 3 years. Announced that in February, but they were also speaking earlier this morning at Alibaba's Cloud annual flagship technology conference. So some big news and big moves coming from Alibaba. Some other stocks overnight in Asia. Asia stocks closed a little bit higher. Shanghai Composite up 0.83%, the Nikkei up 0.3%, and the Hang Seng Index up 1.37%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little mixed this morning. We got the FTSE up 0.01%, the DAX up 0.17%, and the CAC down 0.61%. The US dollar index up about a half a point this morning, 0.5%, I should say, 97,769. The VIX down almost 2%, 16.34 last in the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year US Treasury note up just a couple tickies, 4.129% there. No follow through to the downside on this gold trade yet. Real choppy so far, but I'll keep you guys posted.
Thanks, CD. All right.
Thank you.
We ready for some equities charts here.
Let's do it, Hoag.
All right.
That turnaround Tuesday yesterday. What does that make today?
Well, I mean, it was a heck of a call. I mean, if we're looking at candlestick patterns, we have a bearish piercing pattern on the daily chart. That is a reversal pattern, ladies and gentlemen. Never discount the fact that these equities are extremely resilient, and the move has been to the upside. It still remains to the upside. We are, by all rights, still one time framing higher with higher lows and higher highs for the most part, except for yesterday, missing the higher high by one tick. Volume was pretty good yesterday. It usually does come in on down days, stronger than up days. We added 16,000 in open interest. Is that news selling coming in? Are those news shorts that are just waiting to be squeezed back to the upside? I mean, that tends to be the modus operandi of these equities. But again, the one-time framing is intact. This is a reversal pattern, but we could probably go back in the charts and see how many times a reversal pattern like this is ignored in these equities. Although once in a while you do see a decent reversal pattern. You got a bearish engulfing here that did help the market. You get a decent pullback. We do see that those pullbacks are usually bought, of course, but I don't know. What do you think of that today, Jay? You think we're maybe looking for a little bit more of a deeper pullback, or are you looking for range today?
Looking for range, Hogue. There are some levels we'll take a look at on the 30-minute chart when we get there. But looking for more range, we've had two outside range days, or at average range days already to start this week. We have some news coming up later in the week, so I wouldn't be surprised at a little bit of a consolidation day after this pullback. Uh, we have 6,700 that's right below us, which was pretty close to yesterday's low. That held as a support. We found some buyers down there. There's also a 200 moving average down there on the 30-minute chart. We'll take a look at it. But expecting a little bit of a balance, looking at yesterday's range, 50% of it is so far the high of the session, 67.29 and a quarter, or 67.28 and three quarters. Everything's a zone. But looking at 50% of yesterday's range as high of the range, 6,700s as the low, until something changes. Right, volume is pretty flat in the overnight session. I'm not looking to short it for
Mhm.
a long time, Hogue. If I get into a short, it's a see profit, take profit trade, because the excitement that you had about new shorts potentially coming into this market and squeezing us to new all-time highs is sitting in the back of my mind if I take any shorts. Hogue did like the Birdman hand rub, like, oh man, there's a ton of money coming here if everyone keeps shorting this market, and Hogue is buying it. So I am not going to be short for a long time in this market, because if I am, I could just send a Venmo over to Hogue for the losses I'll take.
Ah, well, I mean, nobody knows anything, right? But if you are short, be short for a good time, not for a long time. At least not yet, right? Jay, onto the 30-minute chart now. All right. So there are some, interesting areas, interesting levels as Jay was kind of talking about. So we just basically undid Monday yesterday, kind of creating that bearish reversal pattern on the daily chart. There are some nuances on both sides of these ranges. We have a weak high from Monday. We got to that high within a tick of it yesterday. Exactness is typically weakness. I'm not looking for this high to last for a long time, right? It's just a mechanical level that shorter time frame traders will sell against, and yesterday they did get paid by it. We also have a poor low at the low yesterday. All right. That's all fine and dandy. So we have a kind of a poor or weak high over a couple of days at the highs. We've got the poor low yesterday at the low of the regular trading hour session, and that was 67.0175. What are we doing now? What about now? Well, we opened and we are trading slightly higher than that. I'm not kind of looking at that as anything meaningful or anything to take a trade off of. Maybe there's our shorter time frame traders are a little bit long, but probably one of the biggest nuances that I'm looking at based on the profile from yesterday is the fact that price is in the single prints and in the low volume node between a higher volume node above and a higher volume distribution, you could call it, below. All right, we've talked about this quite a bit. It's a high probability of repair today. Well, for those of you that are kind of hypothesizing possible range bound trade today, the, this nuance is saying you could be right about that. So we've got the upper distribution with an assumed point of control. We're going to kind of call that the IB low from yesterday, 67.4620, and an assumed point of control down below. We're going to look at this volume point of control down here at 67.10 and a quarter as that extreme. Of course, those are not finite numbers. Everything is a zone. But repair indicates, okay, we didn't have a lot of opportunity to facilitate trade in this area, and we're going to get to where those single prints are in just a second. So the market may come back here and just see if there's any business left to do between those two assumed points of control. Again, the upper one, 67.46 quarter, basically the initial balance low from yesterday, and this assumed point of control down here, write it down right up here at 67.10 ish. Now, where are the single prints? 67.31 and 67.21. And we are smack dab right in the middle of them. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to try and stay patient. I'm going to kind of keep the hypothesis that one or both of these high volume nodes from the distributions on the extremes from yesterday is likely to be targeted. We don't know which one first. We don't know if it's actually going to happen. But just because we are in an area where the market could kind of see if there's any business left to do here, I'm going to be patient and look for opportunities at those extremes that we discussed of that kind of low volume node down here, 67.10, and the IB low from yesterday, 67.46 ish area. Nothing is finite in futures trading. Anything can happen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, ACH, anything can happen. Jay, what do you think about equities today?
So looking at the S&P Hoag, that 6710 area you mentioned as the volume point of control is an interesting spot. I'm looking at the 30-minute chart, and the highest volume 30-minute candle outside of the open or the close, which tends to be an anomaly. The open and the close are always going to be high volume, but that 12:30 Central Time candle, 50% of that is 6711. So right in that area.
Okay.
We took a look at it last night, 6712s, but the 200 moving average on the 30-minute got in the way and said, no, we're going to stop here. That's holding as a support so far. So I'm looking at that as, depending on how this volume comes in for the New York session, did we already get a satisfied pullback to the 200 moving average near that point of control where we then see, the first move be to the upside? There are some levels. You mentioned 6731 again. We saw 1,000 lot fill there yesterday, and then another 1,000 fill at 6740. As Powell was speaking yesterday, 6740, 1,000 lot on the offer filled, and we pretty much sold off from that point. So those two prices to the upside, I'm looking to see whether or not those sellers are still there when we get there. But yeah, some interesting stuff going on in the S&P here. That 200 moving average, so far volume is staying above it. I have a VWAP at 67.22, and that 200 moving average is at 67.17. If we don't see follow through and continue follow through to the upside, that 200 moving average can quickly become a level where the market fails under. So, want to see if I'm a buyer. I just want to see them continue to hold that. I don't want to see volume trade below that 200 moving average if price does.
Gotcha. So yeah, I mean, you could be absolutely right. The repair to the lower distribution may have already been taken care of. Perhaps we'll go and take a look at the upper distribution and the high volume node there. Ashish, a poor low is just down here at the bottom. So you can see on this 30-minute chart, this low was 6702. This low was 6701 and the orders and a quarter. The market looked one tick below a previous low. And so, sellers backed off, buyers came in. It's not a strong low, is what it is. It's an unfinished downside auction because there's no excess below that low. There's no buying tail there. Unfortunately, we have the same thing occurring in a longer time frame at the highs. We are within one tick of the all-time high at our session high yesterday. That is also a no excess high, and the indication is that that could be an unfinished upside auction. So now we're in an area where we may just fluff around here, if you'll pardon my French, and be in repair for the day, because we know that we have information coming out on Thursday and particularly on Friday with the PCE numbers. We may just do a whole lot of hedging and positioning for when that comes out. That is the Fed's favorite view of inflation, and it could be a big day on Friday. So we may just kind of see these markets fall into a bit of range then. But hopefully that answers your question, Ashish. Anything else you want to mention about these charts here in the ES, Jay, or should we move on to crude? I know we're getting pretty close to the open.
I think that's it, Hoag. I think we can move on to crude, which JD has some news on. What do we got, JD?
Sure do. It's Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? It's Wednesday. Let's talk inventories. Inventories. We had the API numbers out yesterday. The American Petroleum Institute reported a draw of 3.8 million barrels in the U.S. So crude stocks down again week over week. That's following a prior draw of $3.42 million. We're going to get the EIA, the Energy Information Administration numbers. That's the EIA, the Petroleum Status Report, later on this morning at 9:30 a.m. Central Time. So we'll see how those two reports stack up against each other. A couple of geopolitical factors affecting crude oil today. We got a stalled pipeline export deal in northern Iraq between Iraq, Turkey, and Kurdistan region. It's facing delays due to disagreements between operating companies. Also, more damage to Russian refineries from Ukrainian drone attacks. It's disrupting processing and putting down pressure on fuel exports right now, especially diesel, and it's tightening up supply a little bit. I got this article from oilprice.com. It's my new favorite resource for energy news. Oilprice.com. They do a pretty decent job. All right,
Nice.
this gold trade. Looks like we're starting to megaphone a little bit, or we're going to try and start megaphoning a little bit. I'm not a fan of this trade anymore, but we'll let it play out. We're right back to the middle of the opening range again. Again, we only have a 3-lot on, taking about $250 worth of risk, and we're right in the middle of the opening range right now.
Stuff.
Smack dab.
Smack dab.
Yeah.
Smack dab is a precise location, ladies and gentlemen. Smack dab.
It is an industry term for sure. Smack dab. All right.
For
You ready to
certainly
start
is.
looking at these charts?
Before we get into the charts, we do have that poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking in crude oil? Crude does open up at 8 a.m. Central Time, so make sure you get your votes in there. 55% going to the 5-minute, 54%, and 46% going to the 1-minute. Right now, crude 50-50 on the tilt. We do have inventories out later today. But what are we seeing in the charts, Hoag?
All right. Well, this potential market state change going on here. Technically, I mean, we've been in a kind of a pennant fit pattern. You know, we've been in a medium time frame area of balance as part of a longer time frame balance area. But you know, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points of contact on this trend line, and we're breaking out above it. Weekly kickoff high has been $64 for quite a couple of weeks here now. We did look above it and reject above it last week. We've got last week's high 64.43. What do? We added 3,500 in open interest as the market was kind of continuing to rotate from low to high, high to low, low to high. This is a potential market state change in the medium time frame to short time frame balance realm, if you will. So you know, we're above weekly kickoff high. We've got a little bit of a breakout above this trend line, and this is a pretty solid trend line. There's a lot of points of contact on this. I think the next barrier is of course going to be 64.43, which is last week's high. We have 64.50, which is Jay's number that I left on the 30-minute chart from last week. We'll see if we get anything there. But I think we could probably, see close to $66 if we do see buyers continuing to come into this on this technical breakout. There can always be something fundamentally. It is EIA Petroleum Status Report Day, so something could certainly change all of this. But I'm looking at $64. That weekly kickoff high is somewhat pivotal, which kind of puts me in a situation where I'm long above, short below. Again, this is not financial advice, because if we don't see directional activity away from $64 weekly kickoff high, that's when you can get chopped up by looking at it like that. Long above, short below, long above, short below. If it becomes magnetic, then you're screwed. You can't use it until there's some sort of decision away from it. We're looking for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory based off of information, technical information, and some math and some other things. That's how these weekly kickoff levels are created. So, potential market state change in the medium and short time frame, possible new move to the upside. We've got to hold this 64. We just opened up. Jay, what do you think about the daily?
I would love to say that I could trust the buyers in crude, Hoag, but they make it real hard to do sometimes.
Yes.
I do like the break of that trend line, and we were saying this earlier in the week, right? We get 3 down days, 3 up days. That's kind of been the pattern. This would be the
Mm-hmm.
third up day, but we are getting near the upper extreme of that range here, 64.50s. We did take a look a couple of weeks ago above 65, so it could potentially happen here, but it makes it really hard to trust buyers when you look at a higher time frame chart and you kind of zoom out and see how crude ranges. So if the pattern is the pattern, maybe not today, but I'm looking for a potential opportunity to short crude just to come back into this range. But if we look at how the market has been trading, this looks like a higher potential day to end in the green, right? Where we may not get that pullback today. Of course, anything can happen, but just the way I'm looking at this chart, the way I'm looking at this chart, it's hard to trust the buyers, and it's maybe a little bit early to look for shorts. So today for me may be a hands-off day in crude oil. I know it's been presenting some great trade opportunities on the daily, the low of the day. You can pick out any moving average that you want, whether it's the 20, the 200, but that middle of that range is the low of the range so far. I think really you got to be awake during the London session. We keep saying this, but you got to be awake during the London session to catch great prices in crude. Today is no different. But at this upper extreme, I'd be leaning more to the short side just because of what it's saying. I just don't know if today's the time. Inventories could change that.
Yes, of course. Jay, you were mentioning yesterday the ATR, the average true range in the crude oil, it was right around 147, 148. That's what it is today. Yesterday, we surpassed that by a little over 50 ticks. We're at 120 ticks in the extended trading hour session now, indicating possible more range widening is possible, and that that addition of 3,500 in open interest yesterday. As the market continued to try and push higher. It wasn't very aggressive, but still a pretty decent range yesterday and an increase in open interest. I think that these buyers, if they remain aggressive, we could see another $2 range today, another expansion above the ATR today. But we've got to be able to see, we got to see new buying coming into this thing for this thing to continue. If we're going to remain in short time frame control here, the short time frame traders are the ones buying this. They're always the laggards. They're the last ones in, and that is what could be the kill shot for any continuation of this. Is if this is short time frame traders, momentum traders trying to keep this thing moving to the upside. When they run out of bullets, it could be all over for price action. Here it is. So we've got overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side, maybe.
And crude is open, Hoag. 1 minute, 1 minute looks like it did trigger a short. I know we are taking the 5 minute with 55% of the vote, so we got about a minute and a half here before that 5 minute closes. But what are you seeing on the 30?
Okay, so yeah, again, no real overnight inventory. We're going to be opening with a session gap, and if we can't close the gap, that kind of also tells me that little nuance that we're unable to close the gap is friendly towards continuation to the upside. So again, opening with the gap, can't close the gap. We should be looking for longs. We are above an important inflection level of $64. Jay, we've got your number 64.50 up here. We had last week's high 64.43, which just really put in the overnight high there. This is probably a shorter time frame level for traders to look for shorts, actually. But if there's overnight inventory, is a weaker hands buyers looking for a continuation breakout above anything that's going on here. If we don't see real buying coming in, then this potential continuation move to the upside could be very short-lived. Jay, what do you think?
I agree with you there, Hug. I'm looking at this last 30-minute candle that made that high there, up near the high. I wonder if you see this little bit of a absorption of buyers up there. I see 250 contracts traded in a second in crude oil. 80% of that was positive delta, and the range of that was 64.37 up to 64.41. So if we don't see any follow through that zone, I kind of like just taking the short there with minimal risk, right? We don't have to risk a whole lot. There's 150 offered at 64.50s. Kind of going back to where we were earlier this week, where we saw them at 61.50s, right? We saw 61.50 on the bid. Crude didn't trade trade those. It kind of just ran away from it. So I'm kind of thinking the same thing here. If buyers keep getting absorbed in this upper extreme of this range and they're not convinced enough to take out some of these bigger orders, this may be the high of that range. So curious to see what happens here. I may actually keep an eye on crude after inventories because it could present a decent trade.
Awesome. Yeah, you kind of looking at this 30-minute bar up there towards last week's high as a potential blow off there, huh?
It could be, yeah, it could be. If buyers aren't able to get follow through, like you were saying, we need to convince some more buyers here.
Yeah.
They kind of just showed in that range there that there was a buyer that pushed again almost 90% of a spike in volume was positive delta, which means those are market order buys, whether those are stops going off or someone trying to continue to push this market higher. And they stopped right before a major level 64.50. So curious to see how they're able to kind of trade through this range here.
The plot thickens.
Hey guys, we just got tagged into a trade in crude oil. House account is long 5 micro crude at 64.31. 64.31.
Right.
Let's see if we convince those buyers. We're one of them.
Cool.
Above those 40s, though, I think we do get that push, but we'll see. 64.31, JD?
That is correct. 64.31.
We need new business buyers coming in. That's going to be longer time frame. If the longer time frame is paying attention to this and they are adjusting inventory above weekly kickoff high, this could go. We've been seeing the majority of the activity showing the shorter time frame traders have been in control because shorter time frame levels and targets have been hit and respected. We were showing last 3 weeks, 3 weeks ago, where we unchecked points of control were targeted and really wonderful opportunities for exits and entries. That's one of the things that I look at is the market respecting points of control, and for a couple of weeks there it really was. Now we're looking at a potential market state change. If we do see buyers coming in and we start taking out this 64.43, 64.50 level, 65.24 is a long ago naked point of control that we could easily target to the upside. If we do see new business coming in, again, we need new business coming in. We need buyers bringing in more buyers. Sometimes that's the way it is. We're going to have to see. This is all initiative buying, and that's what we need to see this market continue to the upside. Did we see, an increase in open interest on the upside yesterday? Yes, we did. Were these convicted buyers? These were initiative buyers. We're still seeing initiative buyers, and we need more initiative buyers. Sometimes buying presents more buying.
They're trying it, Hoag. 64.38 last trade here in crude. Got some offers to get through here. 62 offered at 64.39 and another 50 at 40s. See if they can get through here. That order at 64.50 is closer to 200 now. 181 offered there. Something's going on up here.
Buying begets more buying. That's what we need here.
Interesting. For a market that is extremely range bound on a higher time frame, crude has been an interesting market to trade, and we're seeing it again here. House count again long from 64.31 last trade in crude, 64.40s.
We're bringing in buyers here. We got negative delta right at the high, negative 300 in delta. Come on, squeeze.
Squeeze them.
All
right. While we watch this trade work out and invite some new buyers to the crude oil party, JD, before we get into the NASDAQ chart, got some news on the Fed.
We sure do. Here's a good one from Yahoo Finance about unity at the Fed. The Fed's unity is starting to fray. here are a couple of key bullet points. So visible cracks in consensus right after a united rate cut. So even though the Fed recently passed a 25 basis point rate cut with a strong show of unity, only one dissenter in that rate cut, subsequent public remarks from various Fed officials suggest diverging views on the path moving forward. Conflicting signals are starting to come out. Some Fed voices emphasize additional cuts ahead, while others are urging caution because inflation remains above target. This mixed messaging makes it harder for markets to interpret the Fed's next steps. So that market uncertainty, this article suggests that as Fed officials publicly debate, markets may become more volatile. Investors dislike ambiguity and visible disagreement within the central bank, which undermines clarity. So a little dissension among the ranks right now at the Fed. So it's making the outlook of the future a little bit more cloudy right now. Maybe we'll hear more about it today. I got a feeling we will.
Makes everybody
Always so.
nervous.
Yep.
Jittery. Yeah. Itchy trigger fingers all over. Still taking heat on this gold trade. Towards the upper end of the opening range in gold right now. Back to you
Kind of
guys.
just back and forth, stuck here, really not going anywhere in gold for now. Kind of what we expected, but let's see what that volume brings in when the New York session opens. But Hoag, let's take a look at the NASDAQ charts. What are we seeing in the NASDAQ? Anything different than the S&P?
Maybe a little bit. Actually, more of a solid reversal pattern. Lots of wicks on these, but there are those that might say that this is a bearish engulfing pattern. However, we're still one time framing higher. We have higher lows, even highs yesterday for the most part, for close enough in like horseshoes. So we lost 2,400 in open interest yesterday. So yesterday was more looking like a long liquidation more than new shorts coming into the market as it looked in the S&Ps. So a little bit of a difference there. Volume was okay. It wasn't tremendous. It wasn't like when the market really starts to tank, you see all this volume coming in because everybody's trying to jump in on it. It didn't happen necessarily yesterday. But again, we're still in an uptrend here, and that uptrend is intact. We were looking at, I think, B minuses yesterday for the S&Ps and the NASDAQ. I might actually keep it there for now. Yeah, I'm going to keep those at B minuses for the upside auction. Upside auctions need pullbacks. Is this going to be one of them? Jay, what do you think?
This was a healthy pullback, Hoag, at a super psych level 25,000. We talked about this yesterday during the opening call. If we didn't see any volume trade above 25,000 when it came in for the New York session, there's a high likelihood of a pullback. It got pretty close to that daily ATR move, 245 point move to the downside yesterday. And then we bounced, and we'll see where we bounced when we get to the 30-minute chart. But a healthy pullback here for sure, Hoag. Right now, the high of the session today is 50% of yesterday's range. So, do we see a consolidation day waiting for some of the news that we have later in the week? I would not be surprised to see a little bit of a range day today in the NASDAQ as well. Decent enough range to trade. I'm looking at about 120-ish point range. So there's opportunity in it, but I'm not sure how directional we continue to get with some of the news coming out later in the week.
Okay. Take a look at the 30 then. So this is going to be a lot more familiar and much more like the S&Ps, right? All-time high was in the regular trading hours in the NASDAQ. We've got a kind of a weak high here, an even high, and some people would call this a double top, which was good enough to create this push to the downside. Jay, I see where you were taking the lows here, the 200 session moving average.
Yeah, 200 session moving average, and shout out to the other JD in the chat. That's also anchored VWAP from the Fed rate cut. right
Oh,
there
okay.
at that price. So that is the line in the sand right now. 24,788 is the VWAP, and that 200 moving average up at 24,837. But yeah, that moving average, Hogue, I don't know. There's some magic in it.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. So just undid the day before, pretty much, right?
Yep.
We had settlement error. Somehow I missed this 24,827 quarter. 827 quarter. This is going to be close enough for rock and roll. 827. And overnight inventory is a little bit long. There's where we opened. And are we long at all? Not really. I'm not going to be looking for any basing, any trades off of overnight inventory. It's not deep enough. Even if it were, we are kind of holding the overnight VWAP as potential support. But where are we? Based off of the profile from yesterday, we are in a potential repair area. Again, we see the upper distribution of time and volume. We have the low volume node in the single prints, and then we've got another area of volume and time on the lows. We are inside of the single prints, again, indicating possible, opportunities for repair. If we were going to be kind of looking at the assumed points of control for the upper distribution, let's go with this one that's already on the chart here. So that's going to be one of our kind of upper target areas if we're going to go into repair. I'm going to make this a little bit green here. And then what about the lower distribution? We're going to just eyeball probably right around the low of the overnight session, right there, and we're going to put that one right in there. So if we're going to fall into repair, I would probably be looking at these levels of potential targets as well as opportunities for execution where I can limit risk. And we're right in the middle of them. We're in the middle of value. We're in the middle of the range. We're in between two distributions of time and volume. In a repair type of situation, I really want to try and stay patient today. We try and stay patient every day, and sometimes staying patient is the right thing to do, sometimes not so much. But just in the current situation, we do have a low excess low from yesterday. We have a week all-time high. It's been visited 3 times already, kind of like the ghost of Christmas past. You would be visited by 3 ghosts, and that's one of them. But again, where we are right now, just try and stay patient. We know we've got important data coming out the rest of the week. PCE on Friday should be a big one. Look for the right opportunities. Trade what you see, of course. But again, try and stay patient today. That's just my only thought, really, for the repair type of day is look for the extremes of the potential for repair. And again, this is let's just call it 24,810 on the downside, 24,938 on the upside, and where we have our single prints, we're looking at 24,914, pretty much our overnight high, and the low end of the single prints, 24,847, right here, where these found buyers here up against the VWAP. Try and stay patient today, Jay. What are you thinking about this?
I agree with saying patient, Hogue. I'm looking at specifically what kind of sticks out to me is that high volume 30-minute candle from yesterday. In the S&P, it wasn't the highest volume of the day. The closing volume was, but in the NASDAQ, that 12:30 Central Time candle that tested that 200 moving average was the highest volume of the day. About almost 70,000 contracts traded in that half hour. The high of that 24,880 and the low 24,780. So that could be our balance range if we don't see volume trade outside of it. VWAP attached to that candle is pretty much right at 50% of it, 24,835, which is where that 200 moving average is. But I'm agreeing with you, Hogue. Today feels like a patient day. Wait for the extremes of the range for opportunity. And that's what it seems like right now. I know we have fast markets opening up in about 10 minutes. So everything could change depending on how that volume comes in for the New York session. But I think patience is the key today for sure. Speaking of fast
Yeah,
markets,
sorry. We got a little long-winded today, apparently.
yeah, we did. JD, who's on our schedule? It was crude oil. Crude oil took so much time. We normally just breeze by
Yeah,
crude. Yeah, it's range bound, whatever. But interesting stuff going on in crude. JD, who's on the schedule today?
Yeah, I don't want to say anything, but I was about to cut all your mics in a minute. I'm just joking. Anyway, let's take a look at the schedule for today. We got a good one coming up. Fast markets. Andre, Jack, and Hoag will be there, of course. Then we've got Jaron and Dakota. Then Barron's coming on at 10:30. We're gonna have Jaron and Barron, a couple of roommates, trading side by side right here on Topstep TV. Looking forward to that. Morning recap at 11 o'clock with Hoag. Trade with Topstep 11:15. Andre, VWAP, George, and me. Get ready for that one. Group coaching at 12 o'clock Central Time. Me, Hoop, and Hoag. We're going to put a form up in the chat. Make sure you get your questions in for one of the three of us, or for all three of us, or just tell us how much you love us. Call us swell guys, because that's what we are. Also, speaking of swell guys, we're going to put a survey in the chat. Tell us how we're doing. We want your feedback. Hoop, whenever you're ready, throw that link in the chat for that survey. Also, at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, Rising Star, Coach J, OFEC, and Dolby time. That'll be intense. Power hour to close out the day with Andre, Mandy, and Dolby time. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way on this Wednesday. Topstep TV. Let's do it.
So thank you for that, JD. Also pinned to the top of the chat. See top of the chat, Topstep daily levels up there. So make sure you bookmark that as well. House count going into fast markets is long crude oil from 64.31. We are still short gold as well, JD.
Yes, we are. Oh no, we just got tagged out on our gold trade. So realized profit down 265, and we're still long in crude oil. Gold is megaphoning right now.
Yes, it is.
We called it. We called it when we put the trade on. We didn't like it to start. We should have listened to ourselves. Like we did on Monday when we cut that trade. I'm going to start trust on my gut a little more on these opening range breakouts.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I liked any trade in gold, even if it broke to the upside. Well, you lean a little bit more to the long in gold here just because of the higher time frame trend. But I'm expecting a lot of range today, so we'll see what happens. But managed risk on that trade. I got to give a shout out to Kelvin Jones in the chat every morning, reminding everyone that likes are still free for now. That might change in 2026. We might start charging for them, but shout out to Kelvin reminding everyone that likes are still free on the stream. So go ahead, get yours before you sit down at your trading desk. Hit that like button. Tell your friends and family to subscribe as well. We got a great show lined up ahead for you. I see Jaron and Dakota, Jack, Andre in the green room, getting ready to go. So Hoag, do the thing. Send us into fast markets and into the rest of the show.
You got it, Jay. Always a pleasure hanging out with you guys. Jay and JD, always a pleasure hanging out with all of you. I got the top of the chat one time. Shubham, Tom, Bashir, Anastasios, Bruno. That was a kind of a new one. Ali, we got Alex L from Pennsylvania. Omni, Billy Joe. That's kind of a new one. Rich Quas, Nick Nichols. Congratulations on being the early birds here. You win absolutely nothing as always. But we just appreciate all of you being here. We can't do this without all of you, and we love you very much. As always, don't forget, folks, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Trading is as much art as it is a science, and to make sure you pray for peace every day. Folks, we are coming into fast markets. It's going to be an exciting one today in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Wakey traders. Horn helps.
Oh, there we go.
Andre, Sam Altman's looking for $1 trillion AI build out. What the hell are we doing here?
Not doing the AI build out, I'll tell you that, Jack. Thank you for that. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. There he is, lower left-hand corner. Mr. Jared in the house, lower right-hand corner. Mr. Dakota. See Jack in front of that beautiful mountain still. Let's get right into it on this Wednesday. Man, Monday and Tuesday have been absolutely bonkers. Mr. Dakota, what does this Wednesday have in store? Thoughts, my friend?
I don't know yet. We're gonna find out. Maybe a little bit of a pullback after that sell-off yesterday. So buyers stepping in throughout this market.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll
Yes.
see.
Well, we
I know
will see.
Jared over there had one heck of a night last night.
Oh,
Yeah, during slow markets, we tore it up in gold. Me and Baron joined me, and then Jared was in the background trading his live account and did pretty well.
yes,
Heard.
yes. Wow, Jaron, do tell. Tell us about this trade yesterday. Tell us about slow markets yesterday. What went down in gold, Jaron?
Yeah, I got to give my thanks to Dakota and Baron. I was kind of watching the charts a little bit, taking some notes, reviewing, and I tuned into slow markets. Dakota and Baron were looking at gold, and a pretty good short setup presented itself. It aligned with my plan, and so I was able to capitalize on it. So if you guys aren't tuning into slow markets, you are really missing out on that.
Oh, how about that
Good.
plug,
Checks in the
Dakota?
mail.
You got to like
Checks in the mail.
sound
That was
of
good.
sound of that. We got about 4 minutes till the open. Let's take a look at some of these prices. ES 67.26 got an overnight high of 67.28, about 30 points off all-time highs there. NASDAQ, like Dakota mentioned, we did see a sell-off in NASDAQ yesterday. Still trading 24,878. Gold, that Jared and Dakota were talking about last trade in gold, 38.03. Got crude trading $64.38. House account is long 5 micro crude. Take a look at the Dow. Dow did make new all-time highs yesterday. Not quite there yet right now. Trading 46,693. Jack, talk to me about the ES 67.26. What was that level yesterday you're looking at? 30s, I do believe. Was 30s your level? And
30s, but then what ended up playing out is the 6650 SPX. I'd say that's still in
Yeah.
play if we get a little sell-off. That's down a little lower than settlement. Let's call it, it ended up being sort of the low of the day. Around 5706, we just barely went through it, bounced there. Market went down yesterday. I think in response to Powell saying that equity markets were, quote, fairly highly valued.
yes.
I think today the traders are going to take that as fairly, highly valued. So,
Yes.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we retrace. That's what's been happening all year after a down day.
Okay. Well, we'll see what today has in store. Let's take a look at the schedule really quick before the bell. We get the bell in about 2.5 minutes. Anything on tap, of course, everyone's favorite EIA crude oil inventories number. That's in about an hour. We'll get see what that one looks like. Top of the hour, we do have new home sales month over month and total units. We'll see what that does. Remember that number used to be a big one back in the financial crisis, the housing crisis, but not so much these days. Noon Central, we got a 5-year auction, and then 2:10, we have daily speaking. So pretty light right now. We will keep an eye out for those headlines here on Topstep TV. You know what we're going to bring. Jared, I'm throw it to you. Any prices of interest, any levels you're looking at in NQ before this bell rings? What is that? CLC,
Yeah, so
correct? CLC?
That's correct. Yes, I'm looking at the overnight inventory. Obviously, we're kind of sitting in the middle of the sell-off that we had yesterday, and then I've drawn a volume profile from the FOMC lows. I think that was a significant event. Cutting interest rates, and I think that was a significant time of volume. So we're sitting in between a low volume node there and kind of consolidating around the point of control. I think what happens at market open is going to be pretty significant. Either we hold this VWAP and we continue to retrace up, fill some of the low volume that we may have made yesterday. And I think if we can break through VWAP, that we could definitely see lower prices down to the point of control of the higher. So could see 740s if sellers step in, but I'm not going to guess that happens. I'm going to wait, first 15, 20 minutes already being up. I'm not going to force any setups and just wait to see who's in control, see which side, takes control and follow in their footsteps.
Excellent. CLC stands for context, location, confirmation. Those are the three all the check boxes. Before we go for takeoff on those trades. So we'll talk about that here in a little bit. We got 30 seconds till this open. House accounts long 5 micro crude from $64.31 last trade. $64.35. Nothing on the tilt just yet. Remember, we did see those 1,000 lots coming in on the ask in the ES yesterday a few times. Let's see if they do come in again. A little pullback here in gold. We're about to ring this bell in about 10 seconds. Dakota, you have your eye on any prices in the NQ? We're trading 24,883 Jared's looking for something around
Prices,
7.
it's hard for me to say. It's kind of a. I mean, here we go. I'm looking for these 930s to 920s. That was the level of support that we had from yesterday. So I want to see if this support will become resistance. It is Wednesday. There's not a lot of news today. Maybe some Fed speakers, but kind of agree with you, Jaron. Just wait. Let's see what happens with this market.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
Gold going up. Gold pulled back a little bit here on the bell. We did see a pop in the NASDAQ. Got all the way up to call it 24,900. A couple ticks beneath. Right back to 24,880. Dow seeing some buying right now. Gold pulled back. ES seeing some tight ranges on the open in the ES. Jack, you take a look at the 10-year. 10-year saw some. The prices were going up. I'm sorry, prices were going up. Yields going down.
yeah. Look
What
at
do
the
we see
selling
there?
coming in.
Yeah, we can do some selling
Selling coming
in.
in makes sense. 10 years higher. I got that blue
Yep.
line and the white line from where we cut the rates. We jumped up back into the higher part of the range here, trading 4.13 right now. Hasn't been a lot of movement since the initial Powell announcement, but we shall see.
Okay.
I do notice in the ES the resistance last night seemed to be around that 67.30 level that you mentioned.
Yes.
There was some interest both during that big run up the other day. Seems to be the resistance right now if you're playing a breakout.
If you look down on the ladder using your level 2 data on Topstep X on the ES ladder, starting at 67.15 all the way down to 67.10. Every 2 ticks, every half point, you are seeing about 200 lots on the bid. Every other price from 15 down to 10. Interesting how they stagger that. We'll see what the market wants to make of that. Gold dipping beneath 3,800s right now, 37.97 last trade. Dow, the first one to move higher. Saw a little rejection on that push higher in the NASDAQ, pulling back, 35-point pullback. Called 40 now, trading 24,860. 860 last trade there.
I mean, market's
More
holding
buy-
up okay.
Wow.
I mean, even though we had that
Yeah.
sell off here in the Nasdaq, the rest of the market's holding up okay. Tesla's up 1.25, AMD's up 2, Meta's up half, Amazon's up 0.8. So nothing too crazy yet.
There is some pretty significant selling coming in on the CVD. So as that continues to grow, I'm going to watch and see, if there's some follow through, definitely could see a little pullback. So I'm going to be patient, but I am liking that we are, there's a lot of effort of selling and it is starting to move down as well. That is peeking out to me.
Continuing to sell off here. Dow. Big time buying going on the Dow. Big time selling coming in on the NASDAQ ES.
Yeah, there
Wow.
goes Google selling off.
We're down to 24,850 in the NASDAQ. Off that opening bell, we did get all the way up almost to 24,900. We are down about 40, 50, call it 60 points lower in the NASDAQ. More selling coming in. Man, you're really selling this thing down the first 3 minutes of this New York session. Now seeing some serious buying coming in here.
67.20 I have as the HVL in the SPX. So if we don't bounce there, we could see some continuation with some momentum to the downside.
Yeah, right back to settlement here in the Nasdaq.
24,830. 830. We bottomed out there. Dow on that opening, since the opening bell, Dow was up about 100 points. 100 points higher. NASDAQ's down about 60 points, 70 points, call it. ES down about 8 points or so. Gold continues to see some selling here, 36.97 last trade there. Is there more selling coming in here in the NASDAQ? Where do they want to take this thing, fellas? 24,828.
I think they want to take it to 67.05 or thereabouts if they're going to sell it.
All right, 67.05 in the ES. Got about 15 points to go to get there. We did get close to 6,700s yesterday. We got very close to 6,700s yesterday, probably within a point and a half or so. Obviously, buyers did step back in.
Yeah.
But right off
touch settlement and we're bouncing. But
yeah. If we can't get through 67.20 and we stay here for a bit, I kind of want to go long.
I'm with it.
Yeah, I'm still cautious. I'm seeing Google and Apple start to hit lows. Might even break yesterday's low.
Dow, very, very strong. Dow continue to push high here, 46,780. 88, Dow up about 100, 110 points since that New York bell rang about 5 minutes ago. New 5-minute candle opening right now. And see what they want to do with the NASDAQ. A little buying stepping in here, about 20 points off those lows they just printed, trading 24,844 as we bottomed out at 828. NASDAQ, I'm sorry, ES, stuck. We did get to those 67.20, about a tick beneath there. Trading 67.22 right now. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. NASDAQ did see some serious selling coming in here on that open. What was the Dakota Mag 7? How are we looking in the Mag 7? Everything's pretty much...
It's actually pretty bullish. It's not
Okay.
extreme, but leaning green. And you're seeing NASDAQ bounce off the settlement. But yeah, Tesla's up 2%. Amazon's up 1%. Intel's up 1.25%. AMD's up 1%. The only thing that I'm seeing that's red, really, Apple's down 0.15 and Google's down 0.5. So
And
nothing's signaling a big
Broadcom down
sell-off.
0.7. We're including Broadcom in the Mag
Yeah.
7 from now on.
Okay,
Yeah, I noticed that. Broadcom
fair
got
enough.
in the-
Fair
got the
enough. Ever
invite.
since that 30% bounce.
The hateful 8. I don't know. We'll come up with a name with it. Let us know in chat what we should call the 8.
Yeah, what should we
companies.
call it? We're making news. Not the Mag 7. It used to be Fang. It's no longer Fang. That's Mag 7. And we're creating the new one. It's some with the
Yeah,
8s.
quad commas.
Quad commas. That's exactly what it is. NASDAQ. Buyers are trying to take this a little higher. Sellers do continue to step in. They took it all the way up to 24,855, 856.
Yeah.
Sellers smushed it back down
Elite
into the 40s.
Elite 8, good.
Elite 8.
Yeah, there goes Microsoft down into the red now.
We look on the ladder here in the NASDAQ. Still pretty thin on the ladder. Keep an eye out for those orders. We're looking at that level 2 data in on Topstep X. Ooh, more selling coming in the ES. ES just saw some selling there. And we started at 67.15 down to 67.10. We do have 200 lots on the bid, staggered every other price. I'm about 6 points away from that right now. But ES is seeing some more selling coming in here down to the 67.20s, down to the 19s,
Lows-
Jack.
Okay. Yeah,
Good.
let's see. We could accelerate.
There's a tug of war going on here. Oh, Jaron, you were liking this. You're liking this pullback in the NASDAQ. You're going to be patient, right? About 10, 15, 20 minutes. See how this plays out because we continue to see some more selling here in the NASDAQ. New lows on the session, 24,825, Jaron.
I liked that pullback on the second 5-minute candle. It came right back to a low volume node from about the 50s to 55s. I may have wanted to see a little bit more, but that was a nice pullback, and it makes sense that there was some buying going on. Sellers completely absorbed it, and now we've taken out that first 5-minute low. So definitely right now seeing that sellers are maintaining the control. But like we said, it's a long game. It's a long day. You don't have to get too much going in the first 10 minutes. Let the setup. You don't have to force anything, and that's usually when the best trades happen. So
That's right. You also have $500 coming into the live fund trader. Jaron in the house. Yeah, absolutely. Stay patient. Look for those setups. Context, location, confirmation, Jaron. Talk to me about the context of where the NASDAQ is. Obviously lower on the session lows. Is that location as well? Location around the lows. Context is how do we get here?
yeah, I mean, locations definitely. The lower we move, we are coming. And Dakota highlighted this last night as well. If we come down a little bit more, we some kind of internal. I don't want to really call it demand, but some support where we've seen a consolidation move up and got pretty close to it yesterday. So if buyers are going to step in, this is going to be a key area that they could. And it's against my plan to short in demand. That's you don't want to ever be caught being the one to sell to all the buyers. So I want to see how it reacts here, because this definitely could be an area where we see the buyers step in, and maybe we see that. So that's the location right now.
Absolutely. I like that. Oh, nice catch there, Jay. We got what, 900 offered in the NASDAQ. Where's it at, Jay? 900 offered, 846. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. Not seeing it. Must have got filled because we're trading 845s. Did it get filled there? We're trading 24,846. Hold. Wow. The game's pretty close to the market. 24,844. A bit of a rock fight going on between sellers and buyers. ES, you see some selling here.
sellers keep selling these little bounces here in the NASDAQ
I
so
see
far.
1,000 offers. 1,000 in the NASDAQ offer at 859. Yep.
Just 1,000.
1,000 offered. 24,859. 1,000 on the ask.
Just 1,000.
20 points higher.
See if we can
Someone
get
mentioned
that.
this, like if we can sweep the Asia lows, and yes, that would be my like A setup is if we can sweep the lows, come back in. That's right around the level I was talking about, like 67.05 or there around there. That'd be pretty sweet. Not guaranteed to work, but
What are those Asia low
Uh,
prices again, Jack? One more time.
Asia low is 67.11 and
11s.
change.
One more area I would be looking for a bounce and for buyers to step in is about the 24,800s. I drew VWAP from the FOMC lows as well. And for the last week, every time that we've come down and bounced off that VWAP from FOMC, but we've seen buyers step in. So, could look continue.
As I close in on that 1,000 lot, 10 points to go. Let's trade 24,844. Again, we got 1,000. So we got 1,000 on the ES as well.
Yeah, like
Yes.
730 lot. Yeah,
Sure do.
721 and a half.
You keep an eye on that, Jack. Let us know if that does get filled. Again, I got about 1,100 sitting on the offers, about 3.5 points to the upside in the ES. You've got that 1,000 lot, about 20 points away in the NASDAQ, both on the offers, and we're running away from it. ES selling off right now.
Kind of choppy to start. Get that initial sell off, but now it's chop. Right around settlement.
Kind of like when that size came in on the ladders, the market kind of froze for a second. Should we run away from it? Should we go to it? And it does look like ES is going to try to run away. ES is feeling heavy here. 67.17 last trade. 3 points off the New York lows.
We don't have any major news today, right? We have like Fed speaker, but other than that, tomorrow we have that jobless claims number that probably might take.
Yeah.
I would be waiting for it.
Every jobs data point from now until October 29th, the next FOMC meeting, there's going to be a lot of focus and digesting and trying to analyze where we are in this labor market right now.
Friday we got PCE.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, yes.
The Fed's
tomorrow and Friday is going to be big.
Inflation.
So I'm kind of leaning that we might have some a little bit of a choppy day today.
Kind of getting a little flashback of yesterday. A little drop right at open and then chop for the next 2 hours.
But then the sell-off did continue to accelerate. We did see some headlines from the president in regards to the Ukraine-Russia situation that may have accelerated a little bit. We made all-time highs. Could be a reason to just take some profits up there as well. A lot of reasons. We'll see what the market wants to do today. And light Fed speakers, we do have a number at the top of the hour. New home sales. Gold remaining. Okay, here comes some buying in the ES. 67.20.
We have Intel up 4%.
Good for Intel. Alive and well. All right, let's take a look. We got a pin to the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Again, when Hoag gets in here, we'll be referring to them throughout the day, throughout the week, into perpetuity. Yes, those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Don't have room on the screen. Hell, you want to see it right here on your Topstep X. Click on that indicators tab, top of it. Have the Topstep daily levels. Have those overlaid right there on your charts. There's more sound. Yep, more sound coming in. They are hitting the bid in both the ES and the NASDAQ. Those are market orders coming in and selling. And whack. Absolute whack right there, pushing that thing lower. Also, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on X. I want to see some trader station setups. Let's see some cool, unique trader station setups. You trading by the pool, trading on an airplane, you trading in an airport. That's where you're trading all across the globe. Again, hashtag power hour, hashtag fast markets at TopstepTV on X. We did see those sell orders come in.
There's a 20-point tape
Market's
bomb.
like stunned. Market's like stunned.
Yeah.
Like they just took a jab to the nose right there. Dakota. It's like they tried going higher. And they just got just got popped in the nose a little bit. So the buyer's like, all right, we have to wait a little bit. 67.17. ES struggling to catch a bid right now.
Love the analogies, Ray.
It's like it's kind of,
yeah, exactly.
You get popped in the nose right there.
Yeah, just
James L said that drop made me 1K. Nice job. Hang on to it now. Gold continue to grind lower here. 37.94. NASDAQ hanging out around, but 10 points off the lows. 24,830. 7 points off the lows. ES feeling heavy here.
Yeah, just about to hit settlement.
Yes, we are. 67.16. Last trade now. 15 halves print. Let's see what they want to do. Again, we got all those 200 lots stacked on the bid. All the way from 67.15 to 67.10. Every other price. I'm going to try to run away from it a little bit. Again, we got new home sales, top of the hour. See if we get that out of the way and see where we go from there. No real Fed speakers on the schedule. We got daily later on in the afternoon here in the States. We will keep an eye out for those headlines. Keep an eye out on treasuries. But yes, nothing scheduled in the near term future here. All right, we are, General, throw it to you now. We are kind of holding around these lows in the NASDAQ. Struggling to push it lower, but buyers are struggling to take it higher. What are you looking for here? We're about 15 minutes in the New York session. You see this? Is this a potential setup, or are you still remaining patient in terms of where we go from here as we kind of just chop around the lows in the NASDAQ, about 8 points off?
Yeah, this is definitely more of a observe and be patient. It's definitely a tug of war, like you said, going on. It's not seeming to break the lows just yet. However, every time buyers do step in, the aggressive sellers come in and they want to take control. So I think it'll either get to a point where the buyers give up and they're put underwater and all their efforts aren't working, and then we continue to sell off. But for me, for it to make sense risk to reward wise, I would want to see some kind of pullback to the 860s where we have VWAP. There's also a pretty significant stacked imbalance there. The sellers that created the aggressive sell-off, that's where the majority of the volume was. But, if sellers are going to remain in control, it may not pull back there. So either way, I'm going to just be patient. I know more setups are going to show up, and just observe kind of the back and forth going on between buyers and sellers right now.
Definitely. This is where they bait the buyers in the NASDAQ. They say, all right, coast is clear. They've been towing the water to the long side. And so I was like, nope, we're not done. We got more.
And I've seen it too many times where I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'll just hop in shorts, but then maybe we'll come up, sweep out these highs. The initial sellers that were a little impatient get stopped, and then we see the sell off. And I don't want to be a part of the impatient guys. I don't want to join in on that. It's happened too many times.
Been there. Definitely been there before. Yeah, we just printed some new session lows there. 24,820 in the NASDAQ. ES point and a half off the session low, 67.15, half about a point off of that in the ES. Leon, what's up? Leon in the chat says, it's time to sweep Asia lows. You can do it, NASDAQ. All right, you heard from Leon, NASDAQ. Let's see if we can do it. Also, you heard me talking about those levels, right? Pin to the top of the chat or the indicators tab at TopstepX. No one could bring them better to you than Mr. John Hoagland. Hoag, come on in here. Let's get your thoughts on this first 15 minutes. Call it 20 minutes now in the New York session. Hoag's looking a little heavy, pushing lower here, but what are you seeing? I want to get your thoughts on NASDAQ, ES, and gold. Let's go NASDAQ first and then gold. Hoag, good morning, my friend.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see everyone. So, yeah, as we talked about on the opening call, the market's opening in between two high-volume nodes in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We're looking for one or both of those high-volume nodes to be reached today. S&Ps and NASDAQ actually just reached an assumed lower high-volume node here. I've got that right around 24,812. If we do find buyers down here, the market could rotate back to the upper distribution, up around 24,939. However, I'm not looking for buys right now, as the opening range is the dead ass high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Right now, it's got me looking for shorts. We're just sweeping the Asia low, as everybody was kind of talking about. And if we can't get back above those, we could see this market continue to roll lower. Lots of aggressive selling in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ Delta already down negative 3,000.
Wow.
S&P Delta already down 5,500. So we're seeing some very aggressive market order sellers getting into the short side here. As far as gold is concerned, there's a little bit of a change in the personality in gold. We are seeing yesterday we had a failed upside auction that led prices lower. Today, same situation. We're seeing a failed upside auction. That is a little bit of a change, folks. We are in a short time frame trend to the downside, and we are seeing rallies being sold at or and above and below, of course, the initial balance high for 2 days in a row. IB high today in gold 38.0510. IB low 37.9680. Market just took out, that's what it does when it leaves a failed upside auction. It trades to the initial balance low, traded to it yesterday, traded through it, traded to it today, traded through it. We are kind of seeing the 100 session moving average showing a little bit of support for gold right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And just a quick look at the S&Ps. S&Ps have already traded. Yeah, it's all sellers right now. I don't want to buy it.
You're at 66.50 in the SPX right now, so this would be the biggest put support that I have on the 0 dates. But let's see if we can sweep the lows first.
We have a weak low in the S&Ps yesterday. This is an unfinished downside auction. I would like to see us sweep yesterday's lows and then maybe find some buyers for a return back into the range. But again, with the opening range at the high of the day, I'm not looking for longs without some sort of structure or support level.
Yesterday's lows, what do you got at Hoag? Like 01? 67.01, somewhere around there?
Yeah, 01.75.
01.75. All right. Well, we got down to 67.06, Jack. Looking for we got down to 67.06 in the ES. Again, pretty aggressive selling. There is some volume behind this as well. A 3-point pop. Look at the NASDAQ bottomed out at 24,784, right back up to 24,800. Any setups we like here? Jaron, do you like what you're seeing so far in terms of setup? Or are you going to let this see where they want to take this? Dow's turning around as well. But Jaron, what are we thinking here in NASDAQ? Good thing we didn't take those longs up around 24,825. Where do we go from here, Jaron?
Yeah, it did come exactly, kind of where I wanted to see a little pop. I'm still not fully convinced on it. Like Hoag said, I would want to see some more structure, but the VWAP that I drew from FOMC lows would bounced off of every time since the last week. That's exactly where we are now too. Same kind of structure that we built yesterday at the lows, and now we are trying to. Looks like buyers may be stepping in here. It's significant too because I'm looking at Bookmap and I'm looking at a footprint chart. There is a lot of selling coming in too, and so if there's a lot of selling coming in, and then the buyers reclaim above that level, that could be a good indication of a nice little pullback. Maybe not to the highs, but maybe VWAP, little short-term scalp.
Yeah, I was going to give it a shot. Here we go in the chat. Jose Gonzalez says, man, what a blessing to have Mr. Hoag teaching us his knowledge of the markets. Jose, I agree. That being said, click like, click subscribe, click bell. You do agree that we are blessed to have Mr. Hoag teaching us his knowledge of the markets. 182,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for that. Hoag has been around. He's seen some shit too. So I always lean on my man. I have a question and say, what are you seeing here, Hoag? So see that. Hoag, are you tiptoeing to the bearish side in gold, Hoag? Did I hear that? You said I heard a personality change in gold. We've touched that stove a couple times, Hoag, but if you're seeing volume showing that.
Yeah, that's a short time frame.
Sure.
I don't think gold is at risk of seeing any significant pullbacks anytime soon. In the short term, yes, I do like shorts now, but I'm not selling any physical gold. I'll tell you that much.
Nope. Well, that's a keeper.
Well, Andre, it's going to make me a little sick if we bounce exactly here in the ES. Look at my charts real quick. Right now, the low is exactly at that 66.50 SPX, like to the tick. They don't do ticks
or-
in that, but
No, like what corresponds with 6706 in the future. So we might get another test down there. Maybe to dip a toe. But every time we've seen this, the buyers are trying to that negative delta has definitely got me a little caught my attention. Let's say that we've seen these pops come in and sellers just continue to push it lower. We do have a number in about 4 minutes. 4 minutes to do home sales. Oh, we just look at that bounce though, about 30-point bounce in the NASDAQ, back above 24,800, trading 24,815. It's about 30-point pop there. Yes, with about a 5-point pop off those lows recently. Just printed 67.11 last trade. Mr. Nodick says volume is crazy today. There's definitely some volume behind that sell-off in those equities, NASDAQ and the ES. Gold basing around 37.94, $5 off the lows there. Dakota, what was that price you want to see? Paul, you wanted to see 7.9. Dakota, we got to. Oh, you want to see 740s, Dakota? Or was that Jaron? Someone wanted to see a pullback to 740. Never quite got there. When Dakota gets back. If we get another test,
There he is.
what's that? Jaron, you're getting locked in here, Jaron. I can feel it. I can sense it.
Yes, I am getting
Set
locked
up.
in.
Do we have a setup brewing here?
Potentially, definitely a potential setup.
Okay. Stay out of your way. Let us know if you do get
I'm
in.
back. I'm back, man.
Oh,
Allergies been kicking my ass this
good.
morning.
yeah, me too, man. Me too.
And
Let's see if we get this.
is anybody seeing the Head and Shoulders in the S&P and the NASDAQ?
I see it in the chat. I'm not. Are you seeing it? 'Cause I'm
Oh,
not
the
seeing it in
big
the chat.
one.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the big
Show it
guy.
to me.
Yes,
Please. What
Right here.
minute chart? What minute
I
chart are
mean,
you looking at?
you can see it on the 15, but it would probably look better on like
Oh.
a half hour. I mean, that's pretty. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Whoop 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 was right. That was
Pretty
legit for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got to ask the follow-up question. All right, we've identified the head and
Chris Berman,
shoulders.
baby.
What are we looking? Oh yeah, what are we looking for next? All right, we've identified that. What do we do with it? I guess is my question. When
Yeah,
we
we're-
do see that
Where would you guys put the neckline is the question.
neckline,
So we break the neckline, then it's continuation to the downside.
where would the neckline be, Hoag? I see head. I see two shoulders. Neckline is beneath those shoulders, or above the shoulders, beneath the head. Talk to me here. Walk me through a head and shoulders pattern.
Well, here I've got it kind of on the S&Ps here. So this, loosely, you've got, the left shoulder, this low, the head, this low. That's the neckline.
I see.
So we came
Correct.
dangerously close. Dangerously close in the S&Ps. I'll look at the NASDAQ. Let's put it across.
Show me above.
There we go. There.
Oh, look at that.
There.
What's that price then? What's
We
the
were,
price?
we
of
were
the-
looking into the abyss there for just a moment, weren't we?
Oh no.
Yeah, we tested right to it almost.
Pretty much, right? So, I mean, these are everything's a zone. There's nothing finite in futures trading, but if you were to look at it, at it actually, have a break of the neckline, it could be around 24,979, 970, 74, 797. Let's try that again.
790.
70,
Gotcha.
24, 797.
Markets take a bit of a pause here. We got the NASDAQ trying to creep this thing higher. About 30 points off the session lows, 24,814. Anything on the tilt? Tilt, not leaning one way heavy or the other. Again, house count is long 5 micro. Crude from 64.31, about 5 cents in the money right now. As house crude trades at 64.36. We got this number 55 seconds. Do home sales. Month over month expected minus 0.3%, minus 0.3% month over month. And then in about a half hour, EIA, everyone's favorite EIA crude oil inventories number.
Maybe getting a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute here in NASDAQ.
Let's show it to me.
Yep, right there. Right here, we had this nice sell-off.
Mhm.
And now we have this, indecision candle. And in the next 30 seconds, if we could finish above that candle's high, we just broke it. And that's a reversal pattern. It can be. especially the fact that we swept the Asian session lows and we tested yesterday's lows.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
let's see how it plays out.
All right, new home sales, 2 seconds. Expected minus 0.3. And
Here we go.
Anticipation.
Whoa. That's not a real number. Hold on.
All right, I am
seeing,
long.
I'm seeing up 20.5%. Is that right?
Yeah, but the thing is, it's based on small numbers, right? So what's happening there is that the expected units was 0.65 million and it came in at 0.8. So yes, is that a 20% beat? Yes. But it's like sometimes they'll say, this always drove me insane when rates were around zero,
Right.
all right? And they would go like up 10 basis points and they'd be like, oh, the yield rates are up 50%. It's like, no, they're based on small numbers.
Put it in context.
I see it. Yeah. Expected 650,000. Came out 800,000. But still 20 point. We don't see them that way. Okay, yeah.
All right, I'm long.
Let's go.
817.
Knew it.
817, Hoag.
5
micros.
Yep. 817.
Let's see if this 3-bar reversal gets some momentum to the long side.
I was waiting for it.
Need to see us break 25, 26 or 26. 826 is where I want us to break. We got to break through that.
We're just gonna
Here we go. Let's go.
Here we go.
Here we go indeed. ES last trade 67.10. 4
There is
points
some
off the
pretty
lows.
significant market buy orders coming in right now, but it's not looking like it wants to go up. If it does break that high, Dakota, I think you'd be good. I think it'd be good to run at least another 30 points or so, but it definitely needs to take that high and continue with the aggression.
I love this. Hold up.
Hold up. Oh, you better close that ninja link, friend.
Yeah. Let's trade 24,810. 810. I think it's just on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah. 807's last trade in the NASDAQ. About 20 points. All right. See some sound here in the ES. 2 points off the lows. 67. Ooh, buyers step right back in. Back up to 10s. ES, they're just punching each other right now. Going from 67.10 down to 67.08.
So
If we can
just
continue to hold
out
this,
there,
I might.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jack.
Doesn't think we went insane. We on air heard something that we thought might be on air. Oh, it's all good. We weren't just yelling at the ether.
If we hold this level, I might even build a bigger position here.
Oh, we're long 5.
Yeah, 5 micros.
We'll
need to hold
I
these
knew
800.
Why'd you say I knew it? 3-bar reversal setup?
Because he was,
what you saw?
yeah, because he was hawking that 3-bar reversal.
Mm-hmm.
See if we get this.
Talk about it. Got to trade it.
I mean, setup. What's the upside? Well, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for the retest of this zone right here. We're almost there. Look at that.
There it is. Here we go.
Just like I drew it up. Yeah, let's see if I want to see these 40s coming back into play.
40s. Okay, we've got about within 10 points of that. 3-0 last trade. Nothing on the tilt. Yes, grind this thing higher. Closing on overnight VWAP, about 4 points to go. About 7 points off. Yes, much tighter range so far. About 20 points in the first 35 minutes of this New York session. Right now, Dakota long 5 MNQ. 24,817. About 20 points in the money. Let's see how he manages this thing.
Yeah. I'll close one out, right? right there. Closed one out at 37. There's the 40s.
Bar
There's
reversal,
another
indeed.
profit right there.
That was a textbook right there.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and tighten my risk
let
up.
a-
Tighten that risk up.
Gonna let a runner go.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Tighten my stop up. We'll see if we could get any follow through in those 40s. We tagged it. I'm not looking for a home run. Just base it back to where we've been before.
Love it.
You got out of two of them there, Dakota.
Yes. Yep. Got out of two of them right at like 37 and then 40. And then I'll trail it. I'll trail it the way I normally do with my 100 tick chart, and I'll look for these pivots that we make on this 100 tick chart.
Oh.
So maybe we can make another one right here somewhere.
Breadcrumbs.
So that's all we're looking for. All we're looking for. Chat, where does Baron come on? Baron will be joining us in about an hour and a half or so. It's 30 minutes of fast markets. Very much looking forward to that. I haven't seen Baron in a minute, so it'll be good to catch up with him. Jared, of course, trading buddies with Baron, Dakota as well. 4,816, man. How many did you take off, Dakota? 2, you said?
Two. Yep. I'm looking for another pivot to trail my stop loss, and I'm thinking that we might be putting one in here. If we fail this, then I think it'd be easier just to get out.
Yeah.
I already took profits.
And the longs thought they had the tiger by the tail. Longs thought they had the tiger by the tail there. It's marketing. It doesn't never a straight line, is it, Hoag?
Yeah,
Never
I'm out.
No. Sorry, nice trade. Dakota.
I'm out. Profit.
Absolutely. Another setup coming.
Good trade.
Yep, absolutely. Jared, I'm gonna throw it to you now. We're about 36 minutes into the session. Great patience so far. You up $500. What can you context? Give me some context right now. What the context of the first 35 minutes in the NASDAQ? I'm looking to you here, Jared. What's the context of the trading session so far?
Definitely still leaning towards shorts. Context, the first 30 minutes, sellers definitely showed us they were in control. I was really wanting it to come. I mean, wants is a hard word to say when you're trading because the market doesn't have to do anything. We did kind of come right up to this 9 EMA and reject. If we would have came up to the point of control and VWAP at the 848s and saw some kind of failed buying or aggressive selling step in, I definitely would have got in right there. Maybe was a little too patient on that one, but I'm never going to be mad about being too patient. If I don't see something that really sticks out to me, I'm not going to force anything, but definitely did like that it rejected right there. That's what I wanted to see. Just would have wanted to see it come up a little bit more.
Righty. Jack, we got the pop off those 06s up to about 14. Yeah, I call it 67.16. A little bit of a pullback. We get a retest of those 67.06s. A little bit more hesitant to dip a toe to the long side if we do get back down there, or is it a rinse and repeat type trade?
What I was looking for didn't happen yet. If we get down there, we're pretty close at that point. We'll be hitting when you hit the lows of the session, it tends to go through a little bit, search for stops, and then we get to yesterday's low is only a few points below that. I'm looking for some kind of breakdown down there to then buy the 5705, 5706 going the other way. We haven't seen it yet. It just kind of ran away from that 6650 SPX level. We're still not too far from it.
Look out beneath. Gold selling off. Here we go. New lows gold. Gold. This 5-minute bar, we are seeing gold down about $9 in this 5-minute. Bottoming out at 37.89. 37.89. Seeing some downside pressure in gold right now. We saw a huge sell-off in gold yesterday, right before power hour. We're talking about like a $20 sell-off. Let's see if there's any more volume behind this. Again, gold just sold off about $8. Putting new lows.
We are marching to the high end of the range that was established after yields rallied post Powell in the 10-year right now. So let me go to the hour here. You can see the blue line we talk about. This is the time where Powell, this was the level. at Powell, and then we kind of rallied in yields and have kind of been in this range. Don't worry, I'm not bad at drawing purple boxes. This is from a long time ago. I even forget what it is, but seems like it's still kind of important. I will look that up. But if we break out of here, I would think that would be pretty bearish for equities. We break above 4.15.
Or in the yield. Okay.
Yeah.
Jack, one more question. Question from Price Action Pete in the chat. How does Jack correlate the price between SPX and the ES? Just a high level.
Yeah.
Looking
On a high
yeah,
level.
Go ahead.
Well, right now, because I don't like doing math on the fly anymore, I just have it's behind Hoag right now, but I just have the ticker for the ESZ and the SPX here, and just look at the difference between them. But an easier way, if you're actively trading during the day, is right now the spot price of the SPX is 66.55. 66.50 is an important level, so if I see it get down there, I just look at where ES is at. Basically, there's a spread between them that right now is about like it's changing as I speak. 45, 55, like 57 points between them, and that'll narrow over time as we get closer to expiration.
Thank you, Jack. I wonder what that gold move was. Like he's going to get heavy again here. Hers did. We saw the 3-bar. Go ahead, Hoag.
We have the Batman formation.
Let's see it now. Oh boy, it is the Batman formation. No longer a head and shoulders. We broke beneath.
Oh my
the
goodness!
neckline. Look at
I
that.
didn't even see the horns on top. We got the
Yes, right.
head and
Right.
shoulders. We get the double top. This is I'm screenshotting this. I have never seen a more.
That's pretty good.
I've got it on my chart if you want to see it. There it is.
Ah, look at that.
Formation.
That's spot on, man. Where else do you get that? Hoag, Mr. Hoag's wisdom right there. Look at that. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like the Gimp from Pulp Fiction.
You got
It's a very scary Batman.
Yes, it is. All right, ES. Trying to creep higher here. I gotta keep my one eye on gold over there. Gold. Saw that selling come in. Took it down about $9. We saw that $20 sell off yesterday. In the last hour or so.
Started the same way. Failed upside auction.
Yep.
Failed upside auction. 2 days in a row.
All right, Andre, how do you feel about hitting a few news stories real quick?
You read my mind. Come on in. You're always bringing in the good nuggets and tidbits. And I love this intro screen that we run right here. Come on, look at that.
Still looking at that Batman there. Okay. Well, how is sentiment right now, you ask? Well, JP Morgan's trading desk in a client conversations asked what could derail this bullish run. Among responses, an asteroid hitting Earth.
I'm with it. I
There you
second
go.
that. I second that. Absolutely.
Speaking of high sentiment, Tether is raising funds at a $500 billion valuation,
How
making it
much?
$500 billion, making it the most valuable private company in the world alongside OpenAI. Although OpenAI will be raising at $1 trillion shortly. They just announced yesterday, you know,
Incredible.
they got to up the ante every time. You know, first it was the $100 billion investment in OpenAI from NVIDIA yesterday,
Peanuts.
but then they said those are chump numbers.
Yeah. Couch
I'm
change.
Sam Altman. We're building out $1 trillion in AI infrastructure. The numbers are getting very, very big. We are at a record allocation for foreign equity investors in the U.S. right now. This chart goes back to 1955. So foreign-held U.S. equities as a percentage of foreign-held U.S. financial assets, 32% of that foreign money is in the U.S. equity. So the whole world is joining the party. Makes sense. Mag 7 is all based here. We have a very large PE premium compared to other countries in the world, and it has worked out for them so far.
Come on, come on. Welcome aboard.
Lastly, I was scanning Wall Street bets again, and I don't want to get into talking about this, but I thought this was kind of funny. Take it down, won't hurt my baby. 25 years later, read the charts.
Oh, that's the future of Topstep. Oh, there's our traders right there. Wow, I like that.
There you
Oh,
go.
good.
Great setup
Wall
there.
Street, Wall Street bets. Well done, Jack. An asteroid hitting, huh? Yeah, pretty much. I was actually having a similar discussion at dinner yesterday. What can stop this? I said, I don't think anything. That's not financial advice. That's just looking at the daily chart. That just goes
Who are you
up
having dinner
until the
with?
right. My brother.
You know how
actually.
that AI investment
up?
went, right? It'd be like,
No.
Jack, let me send you 100 billion. Then Jack, you send it to Andre, and then Andre sends it right back to me.
Yeah, there's a meme that was shared at dinner showing how that works precisely.
There's a
elephant.
There's a
Yeah,
closed loop going on
Yeah.
between
The elephant.
Oracle, NVIDIA, and OpenAI, where Oracle did the 300 billion doesn't matter anymore. Deal with OpenAI. Oracle buys their chips from NVIDIA. NVIDIA invests 100 billion in OpenAI.
Left pocket to right pocket.
For OpenAI to buy chips from NVIDIA.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
And they all got their stocks pumped.
Yeah,
Well,
look up the elephant meme.
There's nothing necessarily wrong with that, but it is shocking that Oracle got 40% on that. NVIDIA OpenAI is still private, so we don't know, but then NVIDIA added 200 billion in market cap, which used to be the largest company in the world 10 years ago. I don't know.
Well, it's just it's more commas. No more. That's not about zeros. It's about commas now. Take a look here. We're about 45 minutes in. Markets, yes, trying to grind higher here. We got up to these 67. We're trading 67.15. We got up to the 17s or so, and we did see some sellers come back in. NASDAQ also trying to grind this thing higher. We're about 50 points off those lows that we saw. Some pretty aggressive selling the first 20 minutes off the bell. We're trying to creep this thing higher, about 40 points off. Those lows trade 24,833. Gold grinding back higher after that sell. But right back to where we started
NASDAQ
there.
might push through those 50s. This is kind of, I could see NASDAQ hitting 850s. You're looking at the 60s, right, Jaron?
Yes, yeah. I'd say 55 to 60s. If we see some kind of rejection there, I will definitely look to take a short.
Okay.
Off the 660s, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. 55 to 60s. Any kind of failed buying or aggressive selling step in, I'll definitely look to take a short to the downside.
Failed buying, aggressive selling. What's the difference? What in terms of volume? What are they one and the same?
I believe they're both leading to the same thing. One is it's a context. So failed buying would be there's absorption. So limit selling, sellers absorbing the buying. And then that's kind of the first step you want to see for absorption. It's failed buying for selling to absorb. And then you want to see the market sellers step in and actually have some aggression as well. So it's two-sided, but when you can see both align, that's when you get the best confirmation. And I think the best reversals play out.
I like that. Absorptions. Offers keep coming in. Offers keep coming in. Buyers keep trying to take higher. No, offers keep selling. Nope. Keep taking this thing offered. 24,830 last trade. Nothing really on the tilt just yet. Around the hour coming in about 10 minutes or so. Market's pretty well behaved. We yesterday or Monday and Tuesday, we're absolutely just rocking and rolling. Market's in a bit of a digestion phase right now. Of course, that can change in a moment's notice. Just one headline away from that changing. Hoag coming in the bottom of the hour. What are we looking for in terms of initial balance? Right, initial balance high, initial balance low. Obviously, we're not there yet, but in about 10 minutes, we're going to gain some information about the markets, particularly the ES and the NASDAQ. What are you looking for here at the bottom of the hour? What are we establishing?
All right. So initial balance low in the NASDAQ, 24,784 if the low remains. Initial balance high would be 24,899 if it remains. So what we're doing is opening, we talked about repair, right? Yesterday had two distributions of time and volume. We've tested to the lower distribution of time and volume. If we don't see sellers continue to come in, then there's a good probability that we could take out the high of the initial balance and get to the upper distribution and assume the point of control in that upper distribution loosely placed. I'm looking at 24,940 as an assumed point of control up there. Loosely placed, the point of control to the downside here was, let's just call it 24,810, 11, 12, loosely placed. Again, that was pretty much the Asian session low. Well, we're showing you some excess on this low, a little bit of rejection. So if we do come back and rotate inside the initial balance, that's one thing that could happen. I know a lot of people have been looking for a range bound day today that would fit. But if we do see some buying coming in, I could see the market rotating back up to this upper distribution. And again, right around 24,940. Again, we're not quite at the initial balance establishment yet, but it looks like pretty good probability that will be the initial balance, low and high. IB low 24,784.5. IB high 24,899.25.
Thank you, Ho. Gold.
You betcha.
Yeah, so I was watching gold there. Sellers smacked it down again. And something's going on in gold. They proverbial they are not wanting to go higher. There's market orders hitting the bid. We're starting to see the NASDAQ turn around a little bit here.
Yep.
As well. Keep an eye on gold. Gold. Seeing some decent market orders coming on the sell side. Hey, great job, CL Trader. We're closing in on 4.15% in the 10-year, Jack. Not far away.
Yeah. And, I don't think it takes an asteroid to stop this. I would be with high confidence that if this starts rising quite a bit, that would not be good for stocks. Although one thing to consider, though, Powell mentioned this yesterday. It's like I didn't really see I think a lot of people were expecting some buy the rumor, sell the news in stocks following the rate cut. Like we were going to rally all into this rate cut and then sell off some. But I think really where we saw that was it looks like bonds at this point because, if you zoom out, they came in quite a bit, 35 bips. No, this is going back to the end of August, but as rate cuts got more and more likely into like the 90%, they rallied. And then this was more the buy the rumor, sell the news. Then we get the rate cuts. Then we turn around a little bit. So I think we would have to get back into this range up here, like maybe like 4.3%, I think would be a number. Sorry, I'm not sharing my screen.
Yeah.
This is what I meant, Andre. Like we came in ahead of it, so it was kind of like buy the rumor, sell the news. But I think we got to get back up in this area for people to start sweating, because you don't want to cut rates and then see the 10-year yields go up.
5.3, okay, or 4.3, 4.3. You're going the wrong direction. Look how gold.
It's still going the wrong direction, but how far does it have to go before people notice?
Pricing. Okay, gold. I see you there. Gold pushing lower. New session lows there. 37.87. Now into the 86s. Gold on the move to the downside.
I might just play this as a range bound like yesterday. This feels and it looks similar to yesterday. If we get back down to this lower end of the range that we've been in, I'm going to look for longs. It's going to be close to 800. It's a zone. 800 is even. Yeah.
800 is what's the upper end of that range? Looking at the 5-minute Dakota.
830s.
Will you will you only take it to the long side, or will you take it to either way? If we get to the upper end, dip a toe to the short
I'm going
side?
to take it to the long side because
Okay.
that's the direction of settlement.
Okay. I see. I like that. All right. Also, bottom of the hour here in about 5 minutes, the EIA crude oil inventory number. That's always a fun one.
A little slow on that one.
Yeah, let's see if we get up to. I'm looking at the 5 minute in the NASDAQ. 37s, maybe 40s. Look at the 5 minute.
Yeah. And we just bounced off those. Just bounced off like 810, and it's a zone. That's the thing about zones is it could be anywhere around there. So I'm going to look to scale in and around this level, getting in long.
Oh man, this might be the first time we're doing this. This Wednesday. I don't remember doing the tip of the week Monday or Tuesday. We've been rock and roll. So let's bring the tip of the week on a Wednesday. Have we? I don't believe we've brought this. We've brought this in this week. Yeah, learn to adapt. I like this. Have we? We have. Slipped my memory. But anyways, learn to adapt. Embrace market volatility. I love that one. Analyze past mistakes. Reassess goals regularly. Adapting, adapting to the market. 100% adapting. Learn to adapt. Dakota. Learning to adapt. I think you're showing us that right now with these range trades. You're learning to adapt, right? 30-bar reversal, took it for a couple points, and now you're adapting. You're seeing a range setup. So you're embracing what the market is giving you essentially, but it's easier said than done. Of those three, analyze past mistakes, reassess goals regularly. Which one requires the most focus for Dakota in terms of learning to adapt?
I don't know.
None. You just adapt.
I think embrace market volatility is probably one that traders struggle with because we could always take the time to analyze past mistakes and reassess your goals. But when the market changes the volatility, that's the hardest for me as a trader is adjusting to different levels of volatility.
Yeah. Hoag refers to it as grinding gears. You got your gears grinded a little bit when, Hoag nods in approval. Yes. Driving on the Autobahn to driving in a school zone or something like that. Just all gas, no brakes to constantly just riding the Hoag, right? That's the most difficult one for me. Market's just rocking and rolling, and then you're waiting for these big trades, and it's just chop.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's no.
I also find like major changes in market state difficult to adapt to. You're used to buying the dip forever, and it comes to a sell the rally type of situation, and it's just hard to do. It's just hard to make that change, and it does. It kind of grinds your gears, strips your gears a little bit.
Strips your gears. Yep. Gold continue
Tesla's
grind lower.
Tesla's going. Buyers stepped in on Tesla. Tesla's up 3.3%.
Tesla's just like its own thing, though. Like, I don't know how. You understand what I'm saying? Like, it's.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
What are you saying? I don't. What are you saying?
Tesla is like in a peer group of one where, the stock kind of has nothing to do with anything. And so like Nvidia, for instance, I pay quite close attention to, or like Google, Apple, Amazon, obviously Microsoft, like pretty much the rest of them. Tesla has some idiosyncrasies.
I feel you. That makes sense. You might be talking about their boss.
I'm long.
That started
8:15.
Long.
Yep.
It's their boss. It's their investors profile. It's their options. It's its own thing. And good for it.
Crude number 60 seconds inventories. Oh man, they're gonna miss big time on this one. Expected 0.5 million barrel surplus. 0.5 million barrel surplus. They're gonna miss badly on this one. Last week was a 9 million barrel drawdown. So in about 45 seconds, we will get EIA crude oil inventories. Expected 0.5 million barrel surplus. How's the counts long?
Just a little context and preliminary kind of view at what's going on in crude. We kind of broke out to a new potential market state, and we left the opening range to low. We're still long it, and we've been hanging right at the IB high, and we've got a bunch of negative delta up here. So negative 2,600 in delta at the highs. We're seeing a divergence here and some possible longer time frame buying, and this release at 8:30 could change everything, but we're seeing some possible longer time frame buying in a new potential market state.
And not that bad of a miss. It's a drawdown. It's a drawdown. 600,000 barrel drawdown. Expected 500,000 surplus. So not the biggest of misses, but I got surplus to drawdown. Oh, you're saying, okay, we got a positive delta in crude up at these highs?
Negative delta. Negative delta.
Negative.
So we got divergence. Yes.
Okay. Interesting. We'll call that inline. We got that number out of the way. Bottom of the hour is come and gone. We got initial balance in place.
I'm still long.
Yeah, you are. Dakota, 817? What's your upside? What are you working here? 815.
815. Upside, I'm looking for those 30s.
I do like that. I like that. That's adapting right there. Like Jaren's patience. Jaren's still
I'm waiting for the setup. I'm waiting for the setup.
What's the setup? Talk to me. What is the setup? Wait for what setup? A long or a short? Or either or?
Definitely leaning towards shorts. Now, Dakota absolutely nailed it. When you can identify that we're just in this range where it's like buyers aren't really bringing it up, sellers aren't really bringing it down, you do have to adapt and be able to just play the range. I like his long because it is holding this, point of control just of consolidation. But I think we could see some kind of failed breakout to the upside, maybe trap buyers in that get in late. And I think VWAP in this low volume area, we could see some rejection. So, it's being patient, sitting on my hands, waiting for that stuff. And if it doesn't show up, then playing the range. But I think it will play out. It happened a little bit later yesterday, and I'm confident that it'll show up eventually.
Okay, I like to hear that.
Don't force
Crude.
anything.
What's going on, Crude? Crude pulling back a little bit. 25
more
cents.
aggressive.
Yeah. All right, Crude. Down about 25 cents now. 64.23. Got that negative delta. Can you explain trading here? A quick explanation of positive and negative delta. All right, Crude's continuing to sell off here. Let's stick with this crude trade. We'll explain delta here if it does. By that headline right there.
May have just taken this out. I'm not sure where our stop was on that.
Could be the headline here. Iran defies UN sanctions, vows continued oil exports to China.
I'm going to get out of that. I don't like the fact that we got over those 20s and just rejected so far. I don't mind getting back in, but that rejection looks a lot different than what we've been doing.
Yeah, that one felt different, Dakota.
Yeah. Usually it was just slow and was grinding up higher. But yeah, look, good decision. Good decision.
That's intuition right there. That is intuition right there. That's screen time. That's all that is. Just screen time. We turned around 24,796. Some sell volume coming in here in the NASDAQ. See if they want to do these 800s. ES still right around 67.11, but the NASDAQ did turn around. Nice cut there, Dakota. They want to take
ES
this.
Is selling off too.
Yeah, it is.
Huh. Once again, the same play. It's what I wanted to see. Maybe just one of these highs being taken out, but it doesn't always show up like that. So might have to just be patient on this one, because if it were to come back up and take out these highs after we have this candle down, I don't think that's the same situation. I don't think I would look for shorts now.
Aaron, well, I got you. Well, the market started moving. Well, I got you in here in a little bit, Aaron. We'll talk about delta, positive and negative. But when the markets start taking off like that, we got to get back to the markets. Basically, negative delta. This means how aggressive the sellers are coming in. The more negative that number gets, the more aggressive the sellers are coming in. Positive delta, or the more positive that number gets, the more aggressive the buyers are coming in. So you put that, just take that number and put it, see where it is in the market. Are we close to the highs or are we close to the lows?
It's just the net. a difference between the number of offers that are lifted, so people buying through the market, and the number of bids that are hit, people selling through the market. So you think people using market orders are more aggressive. Always the caveat that we use that specifically for the futures day trading, but much more often in financial markets, when you hear delta, that is an options Greek that is describing your exposure, usually of an option.
That is true. The Greeks, but yeah, for futures purposes, we're just looking
Okay,
to
I'm
see.
back in. Back in from
We are
803.
We're still long crude.
Yeah, we are.
Missed us by 3 ticks.
Saw that. 803. 5.
Yep. I said I'd get back in, and I got back in.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling it today, Dakota.
Hey, it's Wednesday, man.
CL trader,
Yes,
that's
sir.
good. Can't show it.
Yes, turn around. One more push, Dakota. One more push, and we get those 30s. One more push.
I know. That was a nice fake out right there. I like it.
Yeah, we got up to 817s. 817s. Like one more push, we can get into the 20s. And if we can get through the 23s, I think 30s
Yeah.
are
I
in
definitely don't
sight.
mind taking one contract off up here at these mid 20s because that's where we had some resistance. Because ranges don't have to be exact, right? I don't mind taking a couple off these upper 20s. And once again, like I'm also watching the major stocks. What we call them, the grade 8, the grade 8s, and they're not really going anywhere. It gave me confidence to just jump back in here a lot easier. I mean, Tesla's up 3%, Intel's up 4.5%. The worst one I see is what, Apple down 0.9. So,
and they're the contrarian mag 8. Also, we got to be careful out there with Elite 8. The NCAA is very, very careful.
Litigious.
We used to run Market Madness or whatever, and it's like you can't use it. They have everything trademarked. So,
You know the word March Madness started in Illinois, IHSA. That's where it all came from. We can talk about that later. And then, yes, Elite 8, the Excellent 8. Can we do Excellent 8?
sure.
Yeah, that's cool. All right, great.
Can't
Come
forget
on,
the hateful
Dakota.
8.
Yeah, I do like the Hateful 8.
all right, yeah,
Come
Zach,
on, one more.
not gonna
push. Yep.
not gonna give it to me yet.
Tale of two ranges: the Europe range and the New York range in the ES.
Thought we had it there. Nothing on the tilt.
Let's see. I'm gonna watch for this to be a pivot. If this is a pivot, I'll move my stop loss up there. Because we made one of this, and this is what got me into it. This is what got me into the trade. The fact that we held. So let's see if we could do something similar.
Now, Dakota, if I can ask, will that be a pivot if it just is left at the low there, or do you got to take out the most recent high to create that pivot?
Question.
I'd like that we take. I would love for us to take out the most recent high to validate it, but no. If we get back up to like these 19s or 20s, then that's enough in my view to say it's a pivot.
Got it. Okay.
On a much smaller view.
Folks have pointed out there's a pretty big squeeze underway in copper. I don't trade it or know about it, but here's a friggin' chart. I moved it to the hourly to make it more dramatic.
Oh, damn. Really? What's
There we
going on
go.
with copper?
Smell that.
Hello.
Wow,
Cucumba.
in the house.
Whoa. Wow.
I mean,
wow.
Let's go back further. This goes back to the beginning of September. So we've had a
Look at copper go. Who's trading copper out there? Shout out to all the copper
more than a
traders.
more than a whole
Yeah,
month
definitely.
move in
caught
3
that move?
hours.
Shoot.
Wow. How does this compare to the moves that we were seeing in April during all the tariff talk?
We went limit up. One of those days.
There's that.
We did, but that's a move right there.
What happened on
man.
July? Is this chart right? What happened on July 30th?
Tariff.
Tariffs.
You said tariff.
Oh, the
Forgot country.
tariffs.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I will not be trading copper.
Aggressive.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
think
good
the
on
juice
that.
is worth the squeeze here. Seems pretty tame, but then that just dwarfed the move I was looking at.
Gold
Imagine
continues-
not having a stop loss or catching it in the right direction. Ooh.
One thing that's catching my eye. Yeah, gold continues to grind. I've seen this trend is grind to the downside here.
Yeah.
It's
Spread is
certainly
short
not-
gold,
out.
long copper.
Short gold, long copper, man. That's the metals. That's a tricky. Yeah.
Oh,
The
we're
ladder
just
here.
not getting any bid coming in these equities, are we?
Not yet.
Every time I think about not
Yeah.
bidding, I zoom out to this 4-hour chart. The ES.
Yeah, right.
Pretty well behaved.
Yeah.
Jared, it's no trade set up just yet. Dakota, you still long from 5?
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
All
So
right.
long from 03.
03, very good. Jared, context here. Context, no trade. We got your trading buddy coming joining us in about 45 minutes or so.
Mhm.
What are we looking for here as we get to the bottom end of this range? If we take a dip beneath the 800s, context, all right? If we get back and test the low 784, what would you be looking for? We're obviously just talking if thens. If this happens, then what? If we make new lows,
Mhm.
what would you be looking for? Follow through or sweep? If we do,
Definitely
it's getting a little heavy here.
Yeah, I would think a follow through. I would think the consolidation. The reason I'm not too confident in these longs is normally when you see some kind of dip into demand or some kind of support, the bounce is a lot stronger and it's a lot quicker and it's more of a aggressive buying, just complete move up. The fact that we continue to make lower highs despite I think some buying coming in, I think it's a sign of buyers being weak. So I think if we take out this low and we do take out some of this support, I think there's not much stopping us from a further flood down to maybe the 740s. And I would love to be a part of that. So either way, if we take out this low and maybe a pullback, or if we come up to VWAP and see some kind of failure, I'll be looking to play shorts. So I have a game plan either situation.
Love it.
One would give me a better fill, but I think the move would present itself either way. So I'm
Love it. Here we go.
I feel like this market is in desperate need for like a 5% pullback. Hopefully nothing panicked or controlled. I think that would be good for the long run.
In a day or over the course of a few days?
No, not in a day. A day would
Okay.
signal
Just
something bad.
5% a day.
Been there before. Those days are amazing.
That would
Those
be
days
more
are
than
amazing. Those days are incredible. Those days were. I
it would
miss
need to
those
get
days.
started now if that was the
Yeah.
case.
What did we see? NASDAQ, we saw 14, 15, 16 handle, 15, 16, 17 handle. Same day.
All in one day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Electric. It was absolutely electric. All right, we took a deep beneath these 800s in the NASDAQ, back right above it. 24,806. ES has found its happy spot, point of chill, as Hoag would call it. 67.12, half last trade there. Dow doing the same, just doing a little dance, chopping around. 46,666. And gold, 37.88. 37.88, about $3 off the lows there. Copper, star of the show today, going straight up. KT trader. Copper doesn't need one.
Intel's up 5 and a third. Intel's up in the market of itself. It's living its best life over there.
Well,
Just going
you're
up.
backed by Sam. When Sam's got your back, all is well. Nice backstop to have. 64.26. How's the count? Still long. 64.31.
Yep.
Take a look at those all-time highs. All-time highs. Down made all-time highs. Just above 47,000. 47,000 055.
There's some
We're-
buyers stepping in.
Yeah. Well, you got those twos?
Yeah, I'm still looking for those 30s. I still think we could get it. I mean, nothing's really happening in these major stocks. Intel's just
Yeah.
pushing higher. Tesla's headed towards the highs. Nvidia's
And we're
plus or
flat on the
minus,
indices
it's
too.
flat. Yeah.
Um,
Something's brewing.
even the Russell's flat. Russell, SPX, NQ are all basically flat.
There's a move coming. Something's coming.
So
Those
tomorrow,
volumes
The
going
calm
in.
before the storm.
100%, Jaron. You saw that selling come in on the open there, and the market buyers did try to take it higher. Just no, not so fast. You're seeing this, all this volume coiling up, right? All this volume coiling up. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Oh, we call between 800s to 830s. A lot of volume getting traded in there for the last hour. And look at the ES. Lower end 67.07 up to 67.16, 10-point range. Last hour, a lot of volume trading there in that range. So once it goes, it will go.
Not really seeing much change in delta over time here. We're still negative 5,100 in the S&Ps, negative 2,700 in the NASDAQ. It's pretty much just evened out, just kind of two-sided trade occurring in this balance here. I agree, though. Something is changing. Something is going to happen.
Goes up like this.
unemployment's tomorrow.
Unemployment. What we got? Claims, initial jobless claims.
Yep.
A lot of emphasis, a lot of focus on those jobs. Jobs. A week ago today, they called that 25 basis point cut a risk management cut. Oh, something came in on the bid there in the ES that was filled. 67.16, 300. It was filled. Coming into
All
the
right,
top of the hour.
let's get to these 30s.
30s. Dakota will be taking those off. Crude might be making another push higher. Okay. Dakota's got 5 long. Crude. We do have the house account long from 64.31 in crude. It is Wednesday. We brought in a tip of the week for the first time this week. But one thing we didn't bring in for the first time this week is the new updates to Topstep X. The people have demanded it. We have delivered. I'm not going to bring that news. Gabe, come on in here. Tell the people what we delivered.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Happy Wednesday. It's going to be a quick in and out here, but we got a new feature. You've been hearing us talk about it on Topstep TV all week long. Topstep X has released auto OCO brackets. So if you are a trader who prefers to have, maybe you want to set up multiple targets within your entries and strategies. You've also heard the position brackets, of course, were what originally launched with Topstep X. But we released auto OCO brackets, giving you the opportunity to attach take profits and stops, different strategies to each individual entry, and then auto OCO ends up canceling the rest on fill. So just another way to give you more control, more freedom to not have to look at the charts so consistently and spend all that time on the screens, and kind of help you automate your exits a little bit better. So in the platform itself, we're going to go over to my charts here. I'm going to show you where to find these auto OCO brackets. So go to that gear wheel as we're so familiar with. You're going to click that switch to auto OCO brackets if you'd like to use these, or obviously just an option for you. We're going to switch over there and we're going to go ahead and add a bracket. You can title this anything you want, but I'm going to go ahead and just put 1-to-1 if that was a strategy that I wanted to use for these brackets. You can do these in ticks or dollars. I'm going to set this to dollars, and then I'm just going to do $200, which is about 10 points in the NQ. And then once I create that strategy, I'm going to go over to the charts, and I just need to click to turn it on in the correct order entry tool. So if I'm a chart trader, I like to right click over my chart. I'm going to go ahead and turn that strategy on in the charts. And then I would simply right click, put my stop order in or my buy order, whether it be a market or a limit, however you want to end up entering. If I do a trade through the dome, if I typically enter my orders to the dome, then I'm going to go ahead and enable that OCO bracket strategy in the dome. Once I'm ready, I'm going to go ahead and just click my entry. So let's say I wanted to just sell at market. And now you'll see here, I have a 10-point target and a 10-point stop on this particular trade. So very simple to operate. You just need to make sure that you're very aware of what tool you're using to enter your orders. If it's the chart, make sure you hit that little OCO bracket, select the strategy to turn it on. If you do it through the dome or through the order panel, just make sure you turn it on prior to entering the order if you'd like those to be attached. You create as many brackets as you want. Trading Combine and XFA traders now have this as a choice. Once again, you don't have to use OCO brackets, but it's available for you to choose. Live funded traders are going to be only able to use the auto OCO brackets now in their platform. That's going to be the update. This market's starting to cook to the upside here. I'm sure Dakota's trade is starting to get nice. So let's take it back to the markets, Dre. Pass it back to you, man.
Thank you, Gabe. A little pop there, Dakota. Did you get out? We got up to 27.
Yeah, I got out of one right at 25. Right at 25. I have 4 left. Still looking for these 30s. I was gonna get there for a second. While Gabe was talking. Get back on here, Gabe. Keep talking.
Gabe.
Mark it up.
Do what you do. Yes, a little
Keep
pop
talking,
there.
Gabe.
These little market orders. It's right back down. Range right now.
So somebody asked earlier, like, what would happen if you're long the Mag 7, the QQQ, and the S&P 500? Well, I mean, you'd be doing very well for like a while now, but you'd also be just increasing a lot of exposure to the Mag 7, right? Because I think more than half of the NASDAQ 100 is now Mag 7 companies, and probably 35% of the S&P 500. And you can see too how they're in such a strong position in the market beyond their business models, is that every passive investor in the world, every dollar they're sending every 2 weeks that goes right into the S&P 500 or the Qs, 40 to 50% of that money is going in the Mag 7 stocks. It's a real strong perpetual bid.
Nice little setup they have there. Here we go. ES.
I like what I just saw right there.
Yeah, ES leading this thing here. 67.18. Just took a peek above overnight VWAP. More strong buying coming in ES. NASDAQ.
Yeah. 30s, here we come.
ES.
I found a pivot. I can move my stop loss. Finally got a pivot. Right there at 8:15. That's what I wanted to see.
Yep. Yeah, 67.18. Right in the middle of the session range right now. 10 points off the highs, about 12 points off the lows. A little bit more buying coming in here in the ES. Slowly lifting these offers. What do we got for Delta in that ES?
We are eating away at the negative delta now. It's negative 3,700 in the ES, negative 2,400 in the NASDAQ.
Hey, what was up with that squeeze yesterday in Power Hour? It was in ES? What were like minus 10,000? And within 10 minutes, we went neutral, correct?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
That was absolutely 100% short covering. And we got to the end of the day, the net delta was negative, 11,000 approximately.
Yeah.
And in 10 minutes, all that buying just scooped all that stuff up. It was kind of amazing. And then the sellers came right back at it right after that.
What happened, right? So we're negative 11,000 in the ES, pushing lower. Then you saw the ES pop higher, and then I'm looking at, Hoag's feeding me these deltas, and Hoag gets back to me. He's like, yeah, we're at basically zero. I had to rub my eyes. I said, really? He goes, yeah, it happened that quick.
Yeah.
So when that deep negative goes to zero, you'll see the market go higher here. Look at gold. Gold continue to grind lower. Lows 37.83.
Yep. Keep coming.
82s.
There'll be good buys there some days soon. There'll be some good buys there in gold. I like this.
It's healthy, right, Hoag?
Absolutely.
We're selling here in gold. All-time highs, gold, 38.24. Out, Dakota?
Yep. Nice little.
Yeah. It's just
win. We didn't get to those 30s. Absolutely. We got to 29.
Yep. My favorite trade you made, Dakota, was cutting that long when they sold it down beneath the 800s. Well done.
Don't forget about the 10% rule.
What are you at on the day, Dakota?
327.
Love it.
320.
Base hit, base hit, base hit. You see in this market, look at that NASDAQ chart. A lot of people say, even Dakota say, I like clean price action. Well, Dakota, I mean, you're adapting right now. Seeing what the market's
Yeah, I mean,
giving
if you don't get it, you just got to change a little bit.
using $350 out of this. Here we go, right back down to 24,800. It's a repeat. Last
Yeah,
hour, top of the hour,
very
5
much.
minutes. Top of the hour in 5 minutes. Here goes the ES 6712.
I want to see how we react down here first.
This one's got Dakota taking a bit of a pause. Is this the time?
Yeah, the speed that we got down there is a little different. That like quite the sell off.
Yeah, I'm noticing the same thing. The buys they're slow and they creep, but then when it sells off, it's just it's quick, it's fast, not much hesitation.
I'm not seeing follow through on major stocks.
Sold.
Yeah, exactly.
But when Gabe was on, we just saw a nice little pop there, right? So
you should try that again.
Yeah, Gabe.
Gabe on? All right.
I'm out. So
you get long. We'll bring Gabe on. Leon fired up in the chat still. Yesterday dump, today dump, tomorrow bloodbath on NQ. I can feel it, says Leon. Oh, Caps, I love it, Leon. Oh, the passion, man. Oh,
He's got a Viking helmet on.
I love it, man. Just all in a bloodbath.
Taking that silver spray paint like the guys in Fury Road. I love it.
A bloodbath.
Oh,
commitment.
Good. Absolutely. 67.12. All right, we're a couple points beneath these 800s in the NQ. Crude, about 12 cents off the highs there. House account still long, fighting the good fight.
Mm-hmm. We got some negative. We got some delta divergence in crude oil. You know, this could be an all-day thing, but if those quiet, sneaky buyers stay in crude oil all day and we keep seeing that delta increasing in negativity with no price action to the downside, we could see a squeeze to the upside today. And it is a possibility because there is a potential market state change in crude oil in play right now. We will see how this plays out.
Thank you, Hoag. Good stuff. We're to the top of the hour, looking for net. I thought ES was taking this thing higher. Nope.
Yeah, this thing could start to break down.
Checking the neckline of the Batman pattern here.
Who's gonna dip a toe? Who's gonna play the range here? Who's gonna play the range? You're the NASDAQ. Lower end of the range right now, 24,790. 6 points off the session lows. ES 6710. 4 points off the lows there. Ooh, hello, Dow. Dow saw a nice sell there.
If we hold this, I'm not opposed to it.
Rinse and repeat.
Just like that.
Rinse and repeat. Yep. Rinse and repeat. Gold. Take a look at gold. Since New York opened right around 3,800, call it. And just grinded lower. $16. Trading 37.84. Crude found some more buying.
Wait, I'm in.
Hell yeah, Dakota.
Playing the range.
Love
Playing
this,
the
man.
range. I love it.
What price, Dakota?
800. 800 quarter.
5?
Yep.
800.25. Absolutely loving this. 60 seconds till the top of the hour. Crude on the push higher. 2 cents off highs there. ES. Turn right back around playing the range. Jaron says, I love it. I love it. Playing that range.
It always makes me nervous when we're down here because
Cheap.
too many times I've seen it sweep these lows and then pop up. I actually had a great trade yesterday after we swept the lows and had a nice bounce before Powell's speech.
You want to get this gold on the
Some of the
grind
best
lower.
trades I've ever taken were taken because they're cheap, and this is a cheap trade.
Yeah.
We're going to put new highs in the session here in crude oil. There it goes.
Yep. Yeah, we did. How about that? 60, 64.60. How's it count long from 64.31?
Starting to squeeze all those shorts, man.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Hoag. Until 50-50 across. All right, top of the hour. Here we go. Top of the hour. We got 30 minutes till the London close. Here goes crude. Here we go.
Yeah,
This
this one's
This is
just
the one.
not-
It's a hold. It's
yeah,
got a hold.
yeah.
It's got a hold.
I'm out. I'm out.
Okay. Didn't like the speed. Look at crude go.
Yeah, yeah. We didn't hold. We didn't hold those 800s. I mean, I'd get back in, but
That initial balance low, just it wants to hold. It's not breaking.
it
It's
does.
not breaking for now.
I mean,
For
that's the
now.
range. Yeah,
Look
that's
at
the
this.
range.
Look, don't do it.
Yeah, that's the that's the range that we're in. Yeah, see.
It's gonna do it. It's gonna do it. There goes crude. All right. With that being said, oh man, I can't wait for this announcement. We have more group coaching, but James, I know him delivers this type of announcement better than James. James, come on in. This is a good one. Be back in 10.
What's up, everybody? Are you a Topstep fanatic? Are you looking to follow Topstep on every single social media account in existence? Well, I've got good news for you. We have a TikTok account. That's right. You're not going to find any videos of Hoag dancing to any viral trends, but what you will find are clips, highlights, and best of reels. Sorry, I see Hoag laughing in the green room. That got me too. You'll see the best of hits, clips, and replays from shows you may have missed. If you're not following us on Instagram because you hate it, if you're not following us on Twitter because you hate it, TikTok is here for you. Click on the link now in chat. Give us a follow. The future of TikTok in the United States is unknown, but for now, we're on it. So give us a follow. Also, later today at 12 p.m. Central, Group Coaching with Hoag is making its return. We've been doing this all week long, and we're not stopping now. Group Coaching with Hoag. Sit down with Hoag, JD, and Coach Hoop as they go through and answer your questions live. That's right. Now is your chance to ask a question to JD, Hoop, or Hoag, and we're going to drop and pin that link in the chat for you to think of your questions, fill it out, and then tune back in here at 12 p.m. Central for Group Coaching with Hoag. We love this segment. We want to keep doing it, so please, we can't do without your questions. Get them in there. 12 p.m. We'll see you then. All right, back to you guys for now.
Back to us for now, indeed. What's up, Hoag?
Thank you, James. Yes, it's group coaching, not group dancing with Hoag.
That's a different
People will
segment.
watch that.
That
Yeah.
is a different. Yeah, that is different. That will be on TikTok. No, I've never been on TikTok. I used to be a heck of a dancer. I'll just leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a nice delta squeeze here in crude oil. Still negative 3,200. If you're thinking about what we're talking about as far as a market state change, on the daily here, we were really kind of range bound in the short time frame, low to high to low to high to low to high. We broke out above weekly kickoff high $64. And we were looking for new buying to come in, and that delta squeeze is probably longer time frame buyers coming into this market. So technically, this is a market state break to the upside in medium and short time frame, not really in the long time frame. But seeing the amount of delta that we're still seeing negative here, I could see 65.24 naked point of control way up there as a potential target. That's pretty aggressive, but we're going to see what happens. We're not going to lenny this thing. And the equities still just hanging around on these lows. Not seeing a bunch of change in delta. No, we got that potential Batman pattern, and we're right at that neckline in the NASDAQ at least.
Just wait and see.
Yeah, we've got gold has put in a low in a pretty interesting level here. Just going to kind of take a look at this real quick. So yeah, failed upside auction yesterday, brought the market lower. Failed auction today, pushed the market lower, but we still have this session gap from Monday to Tuesday. The high of that session gap, as somebody was kind of mentioning as an important level in gold, was 37.8390. 37.84 was the level that was being mentioned in the chat. And that's the top of the gap, which we have yet to be able to fill. We've tested down to it a couple of times. This is the third test. It's still representing an area of potential support. So, yes, that was an interesting level. Whoever that was in the chat, I forget who it was, I apologize, but starting to see at least a little bit of a turnaround here. Let's see if we see any 3-bar reversal. Would you call that a 3-bar reversal, Dakota?
It's hard because look at the trend going down to it. So
Mhm.
technically, yes. Tradable for me, no.
No. Yep. I mean,
When
the
you
trend
see a
is to the
strong
downside.
trend like that and you see the highs of the upper wicks, are you more of a short the pops? Like every pop up, you just want to short that and go with the trend, especially in
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
trend is your friend.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm adding to this position here.
You're long again, huh? Nice.
Yeah, I'm actually adding to it.
Okay.
I want to see us hold this. So this is now a full mini or 10 micros.
Where is your average price?
Lower day. Average price 94.
Nice. Cheap long.
Yeah, that's why I was comfortable adding to it because my CYA, my stop loss is pretty dang tight. And we're just we might just fail this.
Just don't want to get caught in the swipe below.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I'm watching this. I mean, buyers are trying so
They
hard
are.
here at 790. I'm one of them, right? I'm one of them trying to see if we
A
can
little buyer that
build a
could.
position here.
Little
Manage.
buyer that
The opportunity to manage risk at this level is what I like the most.
Yeah. I've always liked the cheap trade.
Because
the
the
ones
RR
where
is
you're wrong, and then if it's out in your favor, that takes up for all the small losses.
Yep.
correct. Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
the risk reward here is 3-1. 3-1.
Would you say, Dakota, that this position is based off of the risk and good trade location based on that risk against the low of the day?
Correct, because like I said, we're not trending yet. We're kind of just chopping. We've been testing these lows. We haven't found those buyers, but I'm not seeing a trending market. This, to me, what I've seen the past hour is not a trend. This is sideways with a little bit. We are drifting a little bit lower, right? A little bit lower, like you said, Jaron. Lower highs, and we're not finding the buyers we were like as much yesterday, but still, technically, we have not broken the low day that we put in the first little bit of the New York session.
Does it almost
So
feel
I'm
like
okay
we've
with
run out of sellers more than we've found buyers?
so
Delta's
far.
not moving.
I mean,
Delta's not moving.
we're not really going anywhere.
No, right? Right.
No.
Yeah. I'm in the no-go zone right now in ES. Got to see something.
Yeah, I agree, Hoag. It almost looks like lack of participation from the sellers at the lows. Like they're exhausted. They're not wanting to sell any lower. It definitely looks like that on the footprint chart as well.
Yeah, it's like nobody cares that it's down here
Yeah.
at the lows. Thanks, Jaron.
Yeah, despite bouncing around like near it, it hasn't really made any put since it established. I'm looking at the ES in the 845 candle where we got to the low of the session. It just hasn't shown any push once it's gotten down to around here.
Yeah.
Yet.
Kind of wood buyers down here.
I'm looking for.
because we could break this and be down 50 points.
Oh,
in a
for
moment.
sure. For
Very
sure.
quick.
You know, it's going to wake up everybody that's kind of yawning right now if that happens. Just wood buyers down here. Wood buyers.
Wood is one step above plastic,
Paper, I guess. Yeah.
which is one step above mud, paper. When Muhammad's in here, we'll have him explain the hierarchy.
Yes.
Buyers,
Muhammad has the
sellers.
strength hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
This might just break lower days and then reverse. That's
That's what I'm hoping.
how many times did that happen, right? We sweep the lower days and we just reverse. It happened last night during slow markets for gold.
Red F, you get your question answered. Just submit it for group coaching. We'll talk about it then.
Here we go.
It's just not moving. Just
Yeah,
laying.
I'm gonna wait. Yeah.
There it goes.
Oh, good
There
thing
it
I cut that.
goes.
All right. Now,
We're pushing.
yeah.
Okay.
We've extended below the initial balance low now in the NASDAQ, and we are kind of semi below the neckline on the Batman pattern. We see some renewed interest in selling down here. This could continue move lower, or Brad F, this could be a failed downside auction. We've got
If this bounces.
Yep. That offers opportunity.
I'm leaning forward. We're coming in right in that 6650 SPX level.
Mhm.
About 2.5 points above it, which is really
Let's
just the low of
watch
the
it.
day right now in the ES.
Man, I'm not seeing the big follow through on the stocks either.
Mm-hmm. There was your sweep.
Yeah, I like it, Hogue. I like this sweep and a pushback into this range.
I got to be honest, I'm leaning towards that as well. There was a lot of selling, and it's all being immediately bought back up. Definitely could be a pop back up. I'm in with you.
You call me insane, but now Nvidia is making a run back to maybe green.
Yeah.
I don't mind this. Like I said, I don't mind putting risk on at this level.
What's your entry level there, Dakota? Jerome, what's yours?
I'm at 787 or 788, 788 and a half. I'm going in light size. It feels good to already be up close to 500 on the day. So this is more just validation. Especially being on a lot. My main goal is winning days. So if I make $150, it's great. If I make 1,000, great. Really just focusing on the good habits every day and, getting to the point where you can get daily payout. That's where I'm at. Get those winning days. Get those winning
Very healthy.
days. That's
Very healthy. Yeah. How many you got on, Jerome?
2 micros. This, size for me, but you know what?
Good,
Rome wasn't built in a day. I don't have to sit here and try to make 20K in a day. I just get my winning days in, and I'm in it for the long run. Treat it as a career, not a money grab, and I think that's very beneficial for me.
That's the right mindset. That's the mindset that this industry needs to move towards more. This is a career, not just a money grab in this prop firm world. That I see too much of that mindset on around the social media.
I agree.
All right. You got 15 minutes to confirm if this is a failed downside auction. We do have to remember that the opening range was the dead ass high. So sellers have been in control all day. If they're gonna turn it over to the buyers, this looks like a good spot. Here they come again, man. Those sellers are relentless.
Yeah.
We need to get Gabe back in here.
That's the only time the market's
Gabe-
going up. Yeah.
Gabe Green.
Yeah, we swept. Now we're getting that continuation lower. I just have to bail on that. I have to bail.
Come on.
How are you managing risk on this, Jaron?
I do have the stop right below the low of day, so it missed me by about 6 points, and so yep, still in for now. Just wanted I figured it could have been a quick sweep the low of day and then continue up higher. So I'm still seeing a lot of failed selling, that like 104 more aggressive sellers at 778, and it's still managing to push up above it. So as long as we stay above that level, I see these as sellers. Obviously, if it breaks that low, then the thesis is wrong, but we won't lose as much base. So,
Right. Haven't taken out the IB low in the S&Ps just yet. IB low is
No,
like
we
67.
came exactly to it. Came exactly to it and could not get even a tick below it.
there we go.
Right back to that 66.50.
It's going to be like time is going to slow down now because we're looking for a confirmation of a setup, and it's just going to take forever.
If you guys can see it, this is what I'm looking at right here. It's just the footprint chart. But 104 more aggressive sellers than aggressive buyers here, and we're managing to stay above it, and then just one seller at the low. So it's like absorption, exhaustion, and now we're seeing a push up. And it makes sense because we are in a level of support too. So that if you see that just anywhere randomly on the chart, it's not as much confirmation, I guess. But us being near the lows of yesterday, that gives further validity to it, I guess.
I like it. Still seeing some buyers coming in here in gold off that test into the gap from Monday to Tuesday's regular trading hour session, and crude oil still piling in negative delta at the highs here, negative 3,800 now. Negative delta already squeezed some of those shorts out to the upside, and we are just trying to see if we're going to put some sort of a base in the equities here and see the buyers return. Could this be one of those days, one of those rare days when it's don't buy the effing dip?
Definitely.
We shall see.
I mean, you got to understand, it's not buy the dip every day.
No.
You got to have a day that dips so you could buy it.
I mean, they may need a 2-day dip.
It's illegal, Hoag.
It's illegal. Depends on
Anti-American.
Mm-hmm. Just patience, wait, watch.
That's it.
Nothing's too crazy still. Nothing too crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Your stop loss is at 74?
We're down
Yes.
a brutal 0.1% from settlement on the ES. 0.18 in the NQ. Blood in the streets.
It seems like we're lower than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, because the thing never goes down.
Down 0.18.
I've noticed. I don't know about you guys, but man, when the market goes lower, it always exhausts me. Even if I don't get the chance to really participate in it, just knowing that the market is down just wears me out. Do you guys feel the same way?
Yeah, there's
No.
more. Well, I think you're not like most people, Dakota. This has been firmly established over the last 2 years. I think that naturally,
Okay.
because the market generally, goes down, you think about the times when it has gone down, and you get probably, involuntary stress hormones built up because unlike the upside, unless Trump tweets, that the bottom could fall out, like something terrible is happening. That's where I have associations with circuit breakers and limit down and stuff like that. Or obviously nowhere near that.
I get
Think of
excited
that.
when it goes down. Don't you
I
get
do too.
excited when you go to the store and what you wanted to buy is on sale?
It's cheap.
Yeah. You're like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
I was willing to buy it at this price. Today it's lower.
Okay, we're starting to see some market buyers come in. I like this.
All right.
It goes down so we can buy it. Yeah.
Here we go. Can we do it? I think we're about to put in new session highs in gold and crude oil too. New session highs coming up.
It is. Euro close, 10 minutes.
Hey, Dre's back.
Hello.
Hey, Dre.
New lows, I see. 24,777. And NASDAQ. Nice cut there, Dakota. What's the setup here, Hoag?
Possible failed downside auction in the NASDAQ.
Sure is. Look at that.
Jaron's already long.
Okay. Good price there, Jaron. Baron, mute that mic, Baron. What price you locked from, Jaron?
I got in at 788.50.
788 and a
Nice.
half. All right. Let's see if we can push this thing.
Yeah, how we reacted to that initial balance low being broke was going to kind of sway me, and what we saw was just a ton of selling going on, but it all was completely bought back up. So yeah, I got to side with the buyers on this one.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll look for those 830s to take profits.
Dakota, you're in as well?
Yeah.
Look at you guys.
I bailed and got back in probably 2 times down here, 3. I'll look at my stats and see after.
Very good. Jack, we got back in the ES, back to those 6706s. Looks like this one is holding 4 now.
It sure is.
Okay. We get the long. We say we'll get long. What would the out be? What would the target be in terms of just in price?
Probably around 17 or 18, or maybe if I'm feeling frisky, higher, 23s.
Hey, Jack, your recently added Broadcom just turned green.
Oh, they were down a decent amount. Like, there's not too much action in the actual stocks today. It's kind of like an indice day.
Yeah, look at this. Wow. Nice work. Look at that. Jaron being patient, waiting.
Patience.
And then
waited a nice little 2 hours for this setup, but it finally showed up.
Love it, man. Absolutely.
Less
Love.
and
How many
more.
long? How many long right now, Jaron?
Micros coming into the day already up. I was like, let's protect the capital that we made and only take A+ setup. So I'm in 2 micros, but my trade's validated. That honestly feels good. And if I just do the good habits every day, that's more important than anything.
Absolutely. Let's trade 24,808. Hoop in the chat saying patience pays. That is a great example of patience. 2 hours.
100%.
2 hours waiting for that setup. Got the setup, Hoag. And might be looking at a failed downside auction. Failed downside auction in the ES, NASDAQ as well.
I'm going to take a couple up here, a couple off. If we could get to these 812s. 812, 813.
812, 813. All right. About 8 points from there. We got a little pullback here in crude. We'll call about 20 cents off the highs. 64.55 last trade.
Still a lot more negative delta coming in here in crude oil. Now it's minus 4,200 in delta. just coming off that high.
Interesting. What was it earlier?
It's been rising all day.
Close 5 minutes.
Only thing I would worry about is if Elvis, who is the buyer, leaves the building, then we'd be in trouble. But right now, I think we're still creating a delta squeeze.
That one buyer that stepped in.
Yeah, could be. I mean, could be a bunch, right?
Oh, Nvidia might turn green too. Direction of settlement. Let's see it. Man, this is
The call
so,
buyers are in the house.
Are
so
they?
similar to yesterday too.
Yeah.
Very similar.
Are we looking for look at the 5 minute? This is an interesting spot right here. Let's see what happens. Again, bottom of the hour coming in. Euro close. We got Baron will be joining us here in not too long. It's gonna be great to see him. It's been a minute, Baron. I miss you. Darren's trading buddy. Yeah. All right. A little bit of a turnaround there. Back beneath the 800s. 50-50 tilt. Pretty much all across the board. Looking for the big movers today. Gold just grinding lower, about $15 lower than when the New York bell rang. We were trading around 3,800s. Currently trading 37.88. Look at the ladder here.
The big loser on the day for me is Netflix, down 1.5. That's in the NASDAQ.
Dow might be making a Dow looking for new lows, a couple points away. 46,580, call it. Oh, buyer step back in 800, 24,800. It's the line in the sand right now. NASDAQ ES 6709. And we tapped on those 6706s. I'm gonna grind this thing lower. Nothing on the head, nothing headlines. Data. We have that 5-year auction at noon central. Besides that, nothing really. We got daily in the afternoon, 2:10 central time.
Yep. Broadcom holding green.
Mag 8. Excellent 8. Grade 8.
Great.
Whatever it is. All right, London close 2.5 minutes here.
I'm going to go ahead and sign out a little bit early for recap prep. Jaron, Dakota, Andre, Jack, always a pleasure.
Later, Hug.
Hoag.
Aaron,
Always.
see you too. We'll see you
in
later,
30.
guys.
All right, we'll get Barrett in here when we're ready to set that up. Take care, Hoag. We'll see Hoag in morning recap after this. What else do we have on the schedule for the day on Top Step TV? Here we go. We have VWAP George joining JD and myself after morning recap. We'll trade with Top Step. Then we got group coaching. Yes, with JD. You got those. There it is. Pin to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for group coaching. JD, Hoag, Hoop, man, right there. Those three together, well over 100 years of experience. Floors, screen, pits, all that. Get those questions in. You're not going to get that anywhere else besides Top Step TV. Then after group coaching, Rising Star OFEC will be joining Jay, Dolby Time, and Power Hour. Yes. Oh, we'd love to see her. Mandy will be joining Dolby and myself in Power, of course, at the buzzer with Jay and Paul. Then Slow Markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time, will be Dakota. Dakota, who will be joining you on Slow Markets on this Wednesday?
It's Wednesday. Wednesdays, Coach Jay and I review trader stats. So if you want your stats to be reviewed, Jay and I, just tune in, submit them. We'll review it and go over. It's always great when we're reviewing trader stats.
Absolutely. Slow Markets. Yeah, speaking of Slow Markets, there he is. I believe he was on. He joined, yes, upper right-hand corner. What is up, my guy? Baron joining us.
How we
What's
doing?
good, my friend? Were you on Slow Markets yesterday?
I was. Me and a Could have called out a nice GC short.
Ooh,
I know
Yeah.
Jaron took that. Jaron popped in there for a little bit, but
He
Love it.
did.
yeah, it was a nice trade last night. I'm
Good
also
job.
in this long. I'm in this NQ long. This is my first time trading NQ in like 2 weeks.
Okay. Talk to me. What price did you get?
I got 24,783.
783. Excellent. Okay. What are we looking for upside target? First of all, what's the risk on this, Baron? I love you coming in here ready to go.
I was initially risking like 110. So now I've brought it up to that low. It's $67 a risk.
Okay.
Just trading 5 micros on that. I'm just looking for this to come back up to like 850s area. See if we push back up to that opening gap from Sunday. That gap is from 848 to 861. So I want to see if we push back up there and then potentially get back in short.
Up to 850. All right. Might be seeing a little bit of downside pressure. ES, Dow definitely the one. If pushing new lows here, ES low reluctant. Got London close has come and gone. Crude making another push higher. So we got Baron and Jaron both long. Baron, how's it been, my man? I missed you. First NASDAQ trade in 2 weeks. How's
Yeah,
it feel?
it's
Good to be back.
it's been going good. It's been going good. Just trying to get back to a level of consistency.
Sure.
Starting to see it. So one day at a time, keep jabbing away.
Keep doing it,
But,
man. I love it. Thanks for coming back on. Gold continue to push lower here. Printed some new lows. Gold grinding lower, trending lower in gold. 37.81 last trade there. Down about $20 since New York has opened. Continue to go here. Jack, look at ES kind of stuck in the mud.
Well, it's stuck at the 6650 SPX. It's coming. It's been a 1.5 of it right now. That's the low of the day currently. Can it break it? It has touched it to the tick twice.
Sure has. What are you looking for to change in options if we were to take a trade in futures? What would if you see this in options, then what?
I think there's pretty relentless call buying at the big round numbers. My one, I don't want to see this flush because you guys are long, but I'd like us to go through, take out yesterday's lows, see if there's a failed breakdown, and then buy it, thinking that there'll be relentless call buying at the 6650 level.
Yesterday low, what, 01? 01
Yeah.
and 3/4. Okay.
So around it's not because it's a big round number, but 6,700 just kind of in the futures corresponds to that. I just want to see some stops get popped. We've been down here twice. There's got to be a decent number of stops below it.
I think, right? All right, getting back
Our
to
stops, Jack. Maybe our stops getting popped.
I don't want to see your stops get popped. I hope it rallies right now. I'll get on the phone with
Yeah,
Trump.
our
have him
stops are
tweet.
getting
I know, I'm joking.
getting kind of
That's where our stops are.
yeah.
Man, buyers are just nowhere.
Where you at?
There's no follow through.
No. We got like 10 minutes of excitement of buyers stepping in, and then they just disappear.
It looked good. I mean, I'd take the trade again.
Are you out, Baron?
I'm up 642. So if this stops me out, I'm still in profit.
Oh, awesome. What are you, Baron? Oh, there we go. There's your stops, new lows.
Yeah,
ES 6704. Here we go. Pushing lower here in the ES. NASDAQ just put some new lows in there. 24,773. Are we still in these trades, Jaron? Baron?
I'm out. Yes, sir. Yeah, once it came back up to this value area and then immediately wicked out and rejected, I figured I didn't move it completely to break even, but I did move it to where it wouldn't tag me out as much. That's exactly what happened. Sellers found again, and now we're seeing a flood to the downside. So
Yeah, it's getting. There's some volatility right there.
Pick offers. Yes,
there is. Baron, I know you're always watching the volume, right? Cumulative delta. What are you seeing in volume in terms of downside pressure? Sellers jumping in, buyers getting exhausted.
I don't have Bookmap open right now.
Okay.
Do not have Bookmap open right now. But yeah, I mean, this, like, we broke IB low, and now we're holding below it. We're hitting some downside extensions. So let's see if we push lower. We are breaking those Asia lows. We're coming below that Batman. That
Saw
Batman structure pattern.
Saw
I
that,
don't know if I
Batman.
called that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would look for NQ. I mean, I'm looking for this to sell down into I'd look for this to sell down into like the 650s area if it's really going to go. The next area of structure that I have marked out is like 650 from like 500 to 650, somewhere in that area. I think we can find buyers. We also have a value area low on our volume profile right at 690.
Okay.
So 700 area, somewhere in there.
You definitely get there. Just new lows here in the NASDAQ just printed 24,767. Now new lows 760.65s. ES closing in on 6,700, about 3 points to go. Yesterday,
Very
lows.
close.
Yeah, 67.01.
Might take a very cheap long if we trade 706.
Catch it to the upside.
Yeah, but it would be very like it would only be on one ES. It would only be like
in
$150 a risk.
Okay. Sharp short. Patrick
He
says
didn't
Andre,
quite
how
take
long?
out. Go ahead.
Sorry, go for it. Go for it, Jack.
he had some
We didn't
nonsense to
quite
say.
take out the lows from
Mine's a
yesterday.
nonsense.
Yeah, go ahead with the nonsense.
I was gonna say, Andre, when how long till you start mixing up me and Jaren's names?
I have not. I love
Ugh.
it. It just rolls off the tongue, man. Baron, Jaren, Baron. But what they call you? Who mixed up your name in the chat that one time? What they call you? It was amazing.
Barton.
Barton. Thank you, Barton.
Barton.
That's so good.
Okay, we're
Barton.
long one ES,
All
trying for very cheap.
We get the sixes, 67.06.
Yeah, and this
Well-
is like a trade that's unlikely to work out, but if it is, it's got a great risk reward.
I still like the longs on NQ too. It's within my 2 attempts, so I might try it here. It's right where I got stopped out last time.
Guys, if we
All
just
right,
keep buying it, one of these
take the
times it
longs.
will work.
Eventually.
Well, what do you mean by work? What do you mean by work? I think would you agree that it's
As in,
trend?
we get more than a 10-minute bounce in this market. Like Baron said, just getting chopped up a little bit. It's all about risk management.
Let me ask you,
I'm
what
gonna try it. Just risking $130.
Cool.
I want to see this come back up to like the
price, Baron?
50s and then sell off from there.
Did you get 80s, Baron?
I got 779. One
Better.
point below the 80s.
Good. 5 MNQ.
Yeah, 5 micros.
24,779. Long there. Let's go long 1 ES 67.06. Dakota, I want to ask you about that. You said for like a 10 point, like or a 10 minute, right? What would lead you to believe that this market could, for what we're seeing, right? Well, what the market's been giving us 10 minutes in terms of a push here. Obviously, that'd be ideal, right? That's what the runner's for. But if if the market's only giving you 15 points in the NASDAQ, if you're going counter trend,
Then you just have to take it. Then you
I
just
know.
have to take it. Yeah.
yeah, it's unless something turns around.
Yeah, we're gonna get tagged
About to get
here,
stuff on there.
probably. That's fine.
We'll see what happens to 60.
Yeah.
A
So
lot of size trade.
$150, and now we'll see like if it gives what I actually wanted, which is to take out the 6,700.
Here's
There's some stops.
Here goes NASDAQ. flirting with some new lows, about 5 points off of that. ES trying to hold the line here. Yeah. ES trying to hold 67.03s, 04s right now. As I trying to hold 770s. Never got those 67.01s. Got stopped out in the ES. We get another push. Volume. It's just meet every buy with a sell. They just sell into every pop. Every single one. This will be the ES looking heavy here, Jack. What are you seeing in terms of price action on the ES? Are you watching strictly the options or?
Oh, I'm obviously watching the futures because that's what we're trading. But yeah, I think there's a clear target the shorts want to take out yesterday's low, and they haven't quite done it yet.
Yeah, try to walk this thing up. See, they try to creep this
option
thing high.
2 is we could, as some people mentioned in chat, if we're feeling frisky, I would just feel dumb having gone the other way. We could sell this 6706 and think it's going to hold, like the support becomes resistance.
Well, Jack, you know what they're going to say. If you get long on the lows, why are you buying into a downtrend and you sell into it? Why are you shorting the lows, Jack? Why are you shorting the lows? They got you.
They got us. Consolidation.
They got us. Well done, Chad. I've noticed you're very, very good at that. Why are we getting long down here? Constantly, clearly we're in a downtrend. Why are you shorting into the lows? I mean, they got us. They got us. We got a couple more minutes here in Can't Wait. Well, you just got to manage the risk, manage the downside. This is the name of the game. Gold use the grind lower. 37.76. 37.76. We got Justin in the chat saying ES definitely going to tag 6,700. Well, we're about 3 points away from there. And looks like we might go get it right now. While we do that, is everyone flat or we have trades on here?
We're still long the MCL.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Baron?
I'm flat. I gave that idea 2 times, got stopped out on both. So that long idea is out the window.
Very good. Sounds good. All right, James, come on in. You know, we're always looking for feedback around here. We've been asking all week. We're going to ask you kindly one more time. James, come on in.
That's right. Hey, everybody. We want your feedback. All right. Please take our 5-minute survey on TopstepTV. Tell us what you like, what should be improved, and what you want to see next. Okay. We're making updates, and your voice is critical. We do this for you. So the link to the survey is going to be pinned in our chat. We appreciate your time and honest feedback. We look through it all, and we are ready to make this show the next great bit for you. So take the survey, give us your feedback. We appreciate you kindly. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you. Absolutely. Goes in. We greatly appreciate it. Don't hold back. Tell us what you like. Tell us what you don't like. Tell us what we can do better. Tell us what you want. Really appreciate it. Here goes gold. Gold continuing to keep the grind lower. New lows gold. Since the New York bell rang, we are now about $25 lower. 37.75. ES trying to hold. Yes.
Come on, do it. Don't.
Yeah, I know. It's just
get through yesterday's low.
Yep. Feels like it wants to get there. Yesterday's low, 67.01. Just holding here, 67.03s. Come on. All right, Baron. Yeah, 2 longs. Still up on the day. Gonna trade a little defensive here.
Yeah,
I like it.
I've switched over to micros.
I like it.
Because I've noticed I'm passing the combines pretty easily. Getting into the XFAs and then using too much size on those. So just switching over to micros. I'm gonna try to pass this combine just using micros.
How close are you? How's the progress? How's the journey going to passing this combine?
This one's a fresh one, so I'm up 444.
Yeah,
444.
and what are you up? What are you up today?
444.
All right.
The
Okay,
fresh
gotcha.
combine.
Cool. All right, let's keep stacking that, man. Keep stacking that, indeed. I think the market's gonna go. Gonna hold here. We got 10 minutes or so in fast markets. Oh, there's Anne Marie. Hello, Anne Marie in the chat. See ya. So, Baron, also we were talking to Jaron yesterday, and it sounds like at the house you guys just talk trading 24/7 in the house out there.
Yeah,
Is that true?
It's
Are
definitely.
you guys in the same room
it's
right now?
definitely No.
Okay.
It's definitely an adjustment because I've lived alone for like 5 years, and then
I like
going to
this.
living with two people, and it's constant trading. It's hard to find like a disconnect. I know Jaren's been playing a lot of 2K, NBA 2K, to
Really?
get away from that. So yeah, just trying to find a balance of like there's a level where it becomes too much, where you're just thinking about trading all the time, and you need to
100%.
disconnect and have something to do.
100%. Jaren's like, no, I can't get enough.
I mean, no, I definitely agree. I think anything that if you just sit there and cram, and I think there's a point where you can overdo it. So if I'm needing to just detune and not think too much, like, yeah, I'll go grab the sticks and I'll play 2K, go work out, go for a walk outside, whatever it is, just to detune. And because I mean, it can be a lot to just. It's already a pretty stressful thing. So it's anything that you can do to limit that is very good, and it's going to help you in the long run.
Love it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we're through yesterday's lows in the ES.
We are 6701, closing on 6700s.
Yeah, this needs to start
Go
picking up
there.
speed.
NASDAQ new lows. NASDAQ new lows 24,747. ES new lows got through yesterday's lows and 6700s print. Bids do step in. Haven't seen the stops get popped just yet. They're accelerating to the downside here.
The
We're hitting
negative
those
gamma
extension levels,
territory.
yeah.
Yep. Justin called it in the chat. Definitely getting to 6700s. Sure did.
Next
Then
up,
some.
New York lows from the 22nd.
Just methodically
That
grinding lower. There we go.
698. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. We're pushing lower here. Nice risk management there. Crude new high, 64.82. Yep.
I mean, I think with this sell-off, like you can, because we had that big jump up from, it was really just Apple and Nvidia the other day. On what day was that? That was on Monday. Where Nvidia jumped up. Apple was also up like 4%. But if you looked at all the other mega caps, they were either pretty much flat or down on the day. Also, if you're looking at like RSP, it's been consolidating at those highs. So no clean breakout like there has been on ES and NQ. So the majority of the market's just not, it's not pushing higher with these prices. So I think this pullback is kind of necessary on NQ. We've been in an uptrend for,
forever.
Right. When did that start? It started September. It's been in an uptrend since started September. This needs to pull back a little bit. I do think we continue higher for the rest of the year, especially if we get continued rate cuts. But I think this pullback is healthy.
Absolutely. Like that analysis there, Baron. Continue to sell off here. 24,735. I believe we were talking about those 730, 740s when the bell rang. Well, we're right there in the NASDAQ. Jared, I think this is your price. You're kind of keeping an eye out. Continue to push lower here.
Yeah, this is right at the point of control on the volume profile from FOMC lows. I really wanted the shorts. I wanted to see it pull back up to VWAP at least, but yeah, it never gave me that entry. Still could have probably got in once we broke through that initial balance and kind of retraced, but already being up, I didn't want to force any setup that wasn't there, so took a small, observed it, and to trade another day.
Absolutely.
Nice.
Continue to sell off here. All right, beneath those 6,700s in the ES, by about 3 points. NASDAQ, 24,728. When that bell rang in New York, we got all the way up to, got up to 24,900. Down about 170 points 2 hours later, 2.5 hours later, call it.
This is hitting that downside level of it's the negative 0.5 extension on NQ. I'd look for potential to get a long in here. The other downside targets are there's a lower percentage for those to hit based off past. I mean, this sample size is 61 from Edgeful. The 0.7 only hits about 37% of the time. So I'd look for a potential bounce here on NQ. I mean, this could keep ripping lower, but I'd be open to potentially finding a bounce in this area.
We're going to try right here. It might be a little short covering, but we're talking about a 6-point bounce here. Bottom out 24,728. Look at the ES. Bottom out 66.95. Ooh, sellers Mets. NASDAQ's got some sellers jumping back in. All right, Jack. Well, we got the lows taken out. That big.
If we could reclaim yesterday's low, I would think of taking the long, kind of similar to what I did before. Otherwise, the downside, like low, like I don't know, 66, 80,
like
66, 77 or something.
Good stuff. Good job, market. Market needed this. 24,721. New lows. 66.94. Man, when it sells off, it
Down like an elevator.
There we go. New lows, new lows.
I did see there was someone bought like $1 million of VIX calls.
Old move.
They're printing right now. What were those offers? What were those offers in ES yesterday? Starting at what? 41,000 on the offer. 15,000 on the offer. 31,000 on the offer. Nice right now. Continue to sell off a couple more minutes here in fast markets. We got Baron, we got Jaron, we got Dakota, we got Jack. We got new lows in the ES, NASDAQ, and YM, and gold, for that matter. Hell, Monday, all four of those markets made new all-time highs same day. And now they are selling off. Continue to put some downside pressure here.
We did see a lot of volume come in on that 11:45 candle, and it looks like there's continuation to the downside. So I wouldn't look for longs on this. When you have that much volume come in, and when I see that much volume come in, it's either going to continue lower with the volume tapering off, or it's going to reverse. And right now you're seeing that first scenario where you're continuing to sell off with lower volume.
Sell off with lower volume. Well, let me ask this question. When you see that conviction, we see continued volume to the downside. It was tricky. I know you got volume on your side. I know the hesitation just to dive in, cannonball in, and just sell into it and try to catch the move. It's tricky. How would you trigger a short? I guess that's my question. How do you get in short with a?
How would I trigger short? I would look for this on the 15-minute. Just look at the 8 EMA. See if we come and tap into that level again. See if we get a retrace somewhere in there. So I get good trade location on that, and I'm following the trend. You can see we've held this 8 EMA since open. NASDAQ's been below it. You're also below that VWAP. So pretty simple trading system is you look for shorts if you're below VWAP and your 8 EMA on a 15-minute or higher, or you look for longs if you're in that reverse scenario.
Do that there's a 900 lot on the bid down there, 66.90 on the ES. Good. Nice eye. And Marie, 90 seconds. Dakota, where do we go from here? We might
keep seeing this thing go down.
Like yesterday, right? Yesterday was just range, then sell off. Range and sell off. Jaron, are you going to lock it up, or are you going to continue to trade this thing? You're up money on the live.
I lock it. Secure the winning day.
Let's see it. Let's go.
Nice.
Let's do it. One of the favorite features on
Bang.
Top Step X. Did you do it? There you go. Done for the day, Jaron. Well done. Love seeing that. Absolutely love seeing that. Yes, thousand. Yep, thousand to the downside there. Good job, Duncan. Good job, Anne Marie. Baron, more room to the downside here, perhaps. Jack will maybe hold for that. But Baron, it's good to see you again. Love following your journey. Always for the transparency. I like how you're adjusting. This thing is not easy. Baron, did you miss me? Be honest. Did you miss me?
You know,
Mystery.
I did miss messing with you
I
quite a
loved
bit.
you. I missed.
I saw the good morning when Jaron was giving his analysis. It looked like he was running laps around you. Looked like you had the
There you are.
you had the
There you
loading
are.
symbol in your brain. You're like,
Love
what
it.
do I even say here?
That's my guy. Good to have you back. Dakota, good stuff. Jared, as always, nice trading day. Jack, we'll see what the rest of the trading day has in store for us. With that being said, morning recap coming up next. And after that, VWAP George joining JD and myself. Markets are making new lows in all the equities. Gold's making new lows as well. Is there any end in sight? We'll find out. Stay tuned. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. Two, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. Three, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. Four would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right. Welcome to the morning recap. A very interesting morning. Lots to talk about on the recap this morning. Seeing some markets kind of changing personality, seeing some moves to the downside in the equities. How far will they go? We're going to take a look. We're seeing also a little personality change in crude oil, which was our first opening range trade we took today. So what are we looking at? We were looking at the market kind of putting in a short time frame trend to the downside. Lower highs, lower lows. That is continuing. And this is why it is so important to put the stop a little bit outside of your opening range. We'll show you a little bit about that, and it worked very nicely for us in crude oil, which is still continuing to pay us on the longs. But here's what happens when you put your stop a little bit too close, and there's a reason why I think maybe today the stop was a little bit too close. All right, as far as context is concerned, yes, we have a downtrend. We talked this morning about the opening range and during the opening call about when weaknesses in structure will become important, and they are starting to become important because the market is heading towards them. We're seeing a pretty decent pullback in gold here. Nothing I don't think to worry about necessarily as far as a big market state change is concerned. I've been wrong before. Here's the 5-minute chart. Here's our opening range. This was a huge opening range. Okay, the opening range, the 5-minute opening range, let me double check here, was like 70 some ticks. Yeah, it was a very, very big opening range, and it did get us short to begin with. Okay, it did end up taking us, getting us stopped out, but the original position was short just 3 micro gold because the opening range was pretty large. It was like 70, 80 ticks. So that's a pretty big opening range. So we sized down a little bit. Short 37.97 half. Our stop got hit at 38.0580. Okay, just about right about there. Okay. And for a loss of about $265. Okay, no big deal. But how often does this happen when you have a big opening range, and your stop might be a little bit too tight? There it was, right there, and that just took us out at the dead ass high of the day, just about pretty much. So unfortunately, that was our exit on that opening range trade today in gold. And look at gold continuing to move to the downside. Now there was some talk about the gap, the gap close from Monday, the gap session gap from Monday to Tuesday. We did kind of close some of it out, and that was the lows here. There was some question as to whether this was going to be an important level, and yes, it ended up being an important level. Now we've closed that gap. As far as potential targets to the downside, the next target I see, weakness in structure down below, is a naked point of control down here at 37.5380. I don't know if price is going to go that far today, but we certainly seem to have these markets on the run and longs on the run. Bears were controlling these markets today, except for crude oil. Now, take a look here. Here's the crude oil opening range trade. We're still long it right now. And, you know, what were we looking at? We were looking at a potential market state break change, right? We were very range bound. We were now above the weekly kickoff high. We're looking to see if we can bring new buyers up here. And so far, it is looking very much like we have bought new buyers, and not weak hands buyers, strong hands buyers. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and then we'll take a look at the opening range trade. So we did open with a session gap. Okay, we did take that session gap. We haven't been able to close that session gap, so we're still looking for longs, and we are still in a long. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. Here is, again, why we do put the stop as considerably on the other side of the opening range trade. Now, we got long 5 micro crude, 64.31 on the breakout of the 5-minute opening range breakout. Okay, and again, thank you all very much for getting your votes in for the time frame of the opening range. It wasn't very big, so we were able to put our stop a little further away, which actually helped us stay in this trade. Now, the market we saw was kind of showing negative delta all along these highs. The 9:30 EIA petroleum status report came out, and there was a big push to the downside, and some very aggressive sellers came into this market, but stopped short of our stop, which was set at 64.06. Nicely done, right? So it stopped short of those. The buyers came back in. We've now taken out the initial balance high. We are still seeing negative delta, approximately 4,900 to the negative, and price keeps moving in the opposite direction. What does that mean? Well, the delta is the more aggressive traders using market orders to sell bids. You would think that price would move that in that direction. Price should be moving lower. But when price moves in the opposite direction, that is a clue or a hint or a nuance or the possibility telling you that there may be stronger hands buyers in the market. So we're seeing, relatively consistent new highs. We're seeing little pullbacks. That's all fine. As long as our buyers, our strong hands buyers, stay in the market, they can continue to get the short time frame traders too short. And at the end of the day, we may see that nice short squeeze at the end of the day today. We've already seen the short squeeze a couple of times already on the breakout above the initial balance here on this 955 bar. We saw some of the delta decrease in negativity. That's some of those buyers saying, you know what, we're out. Well, they're still coming in. The sellers are still aggressively hitting bids as price moves higher. Watch what happens today. I could easily see the squeeze reaching us up to 65.24, which is a naked point of control from whoa long ago. So let's take a look at the S&Ps. And we had, a little fun with the Batman pattern here, but this is a head and shoulders pattern. All right. We were kind of looking for the market to find some buyers, perhaps around Monday's low, Tuesday's low. We did not see too much buying going there. The other thing that's remarkable about this day is the opening range is the dead ass high. This on Monday, the opening range was the dead ass low. We rallied and trended higher all day long. The opening range is the dead ass high. We are trending and continuing this push to the downside. Now, this Batman pattern is a head and shoulders pattern. The way you measure the potential for a target on a head and shoulders pattern is you take from the high of the head to the neckline, and then you take from the neckline down. That could take us back to levels we were back in the 17th of September. We do see that we have some kind of naked points of control down there. I got to make sure and get those put back on here. I just put them back on. I don't know why. I may have, instead of locking them in, I may have put them in the garbage can. But I mean, these are all potential targets. And if we are going to kind of reach the target for the head and shoulders pattern, again, from the head to the neckline, that same measurement down, we can be back down into the 6650 area, at some point in the near future, if this head and shoulders pattern plays out the way it is suggested that they can. Of course, there's nothing finite in futures trading. The house did take a long, kind of looking at a potential sweep of the initial balance low, which was 6706, and then maybe a move back into the initial balance for a value area specials. For a failed downside auction. That, however, did not play. Took a few MES on it, lost about $150 in the house count, no big deal. And now again, we have broken the neckline. Yeah, that target is pretty substantial, but that is, generally the target or an assumed target when you have a successful head and shoulders pattern playing out. NASDAQ. So everybody was looking for longs today, and it's just such a habit to do so. We were talking about how sometimes market states and increases in volatility can strip your gears, and it certainly can. So we've been BTFD for so long, it's difficult to let go of that. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Let's take a look. Opening range, that ass high. We were looking at a potential repair day, so that's why I was kind of not disliking the idea of looking for potential longs as long as we held yesterday's low and the neckline on the head and shoulders. Well, we've broken that. Now we did take some trades to the long side. Dakota was actually successful in taking longs in a market that seemed to be continuing to push lower. There were a few trades, some good, some bad. I don't want to go too in the weeds on those. Probably one of the best trades Dakota took. You got long 5 MNQ 24,803. You got out of one of them up at like 24,820. Got out of the rest on the way back down, and that was probably one of the best longs that he took. Everybody started looking for longs when we started to see a potential failed downside auction below the initial balance low. The S&P had not done that yet. The S&P had not tested below the initial balance at this time. And there was some kind of price action that said, you know what, this may actually work out. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Everybody pretty much scratched those trades, and now we're seeing the continuation of the head and shoulders. Where is a potential target? So you measure the top of the head to the neckline, and then from the neckline down, we could go back and kind of fill this session gap that goes from the 17th to the 18th of September. It is a perfectly possible profit target if you are short on this breakout of the head and shoulders pattern. All right, a lot to unpack on that. And so why don't we just go ahead and take a look at the quotable quote. Let's see what we've got there. All right. Context is everything, folks. If a man knows not which port he sails, no wind is favorable. If you don't have context in the market, if you don't have some sort of lens with which to view market state and a place to begin your hypothesis, it's going to be very difficult for you to find any consistency at all in your trading. So if you're going to sail, know which port you sail from, and then you can find your wind and hopefully find success in trading. That is it for the morning recap. We've got some exciting stuff going on here. I see VWAP George looking at me in the green room here. We got Andre, JD, and VWAP George coming in for Trade with Topstep. Folks, this is Topstep TV. Lots of great stuff yet to come today. Let's go.
That's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Man, perfect timing. VWAP George in the house, JD as well. This is Trade with Topstep. Let's get right into it. New lows, new lows, new lows. VWAP George, we are pushing lower. Thoughts on this Wednesday trade? Started off slow, and we are accelerating to the downside, George.
I didn't expect it. I always kind of have a bullish bias, so it kind of bit me a little bit. But I've been trading a little smaller and trying to watch how many trades I have per day. So the losses are, I'm down $200, which isn't as significant as the previous weeks. So I'm happy with that so far.
Manageable. That's manageable. Yeah.
It is. JD, how about this move to the downside? We're talking the green room. It doesn't look like we are done. We just bottomed out in the NASDAQ, 24,627, about a 20-point pop there. We take a look at the ES, 3 points off the low, 66.81. JD, we are rocking and rolling to the downside.
We sure are.
Alive and well. How about this?
This is what you call an account killer kind of day. Buy the friggin' dip. Just ain't working. It's been the mantra for months, and I know people get stuck in their ways, and it's hard to deviate from it, But it's just not working today, guys. New low after new low after new low.
Yeah. So, all right, let's take a look at some of the other prices here. We got gold also pushing lower, down about $25 since the New York bell rang. Last trade 37.73, about a buck off the lows there. House account is still long in the crude trade from, what are we long from there, JD? Last trade
We are long.
64.73.
We're along from 64.31. Just had a
31,
little
thank
dip in crude, and we're kind of rebounding off that dip. Possibly flagging. Might have a little bear flag playing out here on the 5-minute chart. We'll see. Maybe we'll bust out back above.
Yep, right before
See a
we
little
got on,
rebound.
there's a little rebound. Right before we got on air, there was 1,000 lot sitting on the offer in the ES at 66.85. That was filled 1,000 times on the offer. So let's see if they know something or follow the paper. Looks like a new 5-minute just opened up. George, any prices of interest you got your eye on here in the NASDAQ? We're trading 24,646.
Yeah, I was looking at the MES and kind of the same thing. You really have to look left. It looks like September 15th around 1 p.m. the 66.77 level. It's approaching that, and again, I didn't expect that today. If we look at the NASDAQ, I'll go to the MNQ. It's kind of the same thing. Having to look left quite a bit, and it's what right here, right now, 26,641. Yeah. I mean, that'd do it. Even down at 24,600. I mean, those are both kind of levels. It's hard to, with that neckline breaking. And I'm not used to watching head and shoulders, but that looked pretty legit. I mean, that's why it's a thing, So it's real hard to get long. So where do we sell? Well, now you're talking. Do I have an anchored VWAP anywhere? Do I have any other levels that it broke that, this was support? Maybe this would be resistance now at around, 7,400, big fat red level, or excuse me, 24,700. I mean, that might be, if we get a pullback up there, maybe we head short there, something like that. But I don't know what to do right now until it gets to one of those levels. So we're just kind of waiting.
If you're stuck on the long side, if you can't get that out of your brain, wait for a little structure. Wait for some signals. Don't just try and buy the falling knife here. Buying new lows ain't working right now. We're just a couple ticks off the lows again in the ES.
Yes, we are. Gold new lows as well. Gold down about $30 since the New York bell rang. And we got Dow continue to make new lows. Keep in mind, I said it earlier on Fast Markets. On Monday, NASDAQ, ES, Gold, and Dow all made new all-time highs on Monday. All four of those are making new lows today in the session. So let's see where they want us to go. ES trying to hold 66.80s, about 2 points off the lows there. Gold new lows. NASDAQ holding 24,648, about 20 points off the lows there. Just looking for that conviction. JD.
You know what's frustrating? What's frustrating is I've been on here a few times, and I see the same setup every time I'm on, and I didn't take it. And I didn't take it last time I was on either. But you have a break of IB low. And this works on MES. I saw the same setup. MNQ, same setup. Gold, same setup. Where you break the IB low, price comes up, gets close to this 25% of the IB, VWAP's right there. Use that as your stop loss and head down. I mean, it seriously, it's there not every day, but I'd say 2 or 3 times a week. Did I take it? No. And it's so frustrating because you see it, hindsight, right?
Right.
And I mean, again, I'll go over to gold real quick. It's the same thing. Breaks IB low, comes up, hits that 25%. There's my anchored VWAP from New York Open. Heads down.
Mm-hmm.
What's that price, George?
Yeah,
what's the price in the ES for that? Let's see if we get that set up. Let's trade 66.83. What are you seeing in there in the ES for potential setup there? Good. 5 points here.
Yeah, so we have this IB, got the high.
What's that price?
This is the low. The high is 67.28 and a half. The low is 67.05. Right?
Yep.
It breaks IB at 10:14 Central. Comes up. Tags that 25%. Where's my anchored VWAP? Right there. Put stop here.
Where's here, George? Hit me with those prices for those
Yeah,
listening on the radio.
Put the stop at like 67.15. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then it breaks IB low again. And continues.
Well,
again, it's not every day, but it's a really good setup. And it's a really good VWAP play because it gives you confirmation on at least there's price there, right? So
they're trying to walk this thing higher right now, JD, in the ES, about 7 points off those lows we just printed. 66.85 is just a little short covering, or new longs trying to step in here. And
we'll see. We got a little double bottom here. Looking at a 5 minute chart. Got back-to-back candles, low tick, 66.78. That is our low of day. We did bounce off it, come back down, print it again, and bounced off a second time. So decent buying off that little... I don't think this is weak buying volume right here, this last green candle. We'll see how this one closes, but this could be our opportunity to get in short. Maybe around the 9 EMA, up at 66.88. Potentially. We'll see how it goes. I'm not expecting to see. I'm not looking to see. I'm not looking for a V shape recovery today.
You'll treasure map
this move. I mean, all roads, right?
Well,
yes,
yeah.
all roads. We do have VWAP George on. Okay,
yes,
let's do it.
I did put an anchored VWAP at that 25%. That's a significant level right there. You saw some support and resistance. So also you have a little bit of support at the 66.90s. That turned into resistance. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart, by the way. And so you have this anchored VWAP right there at 66.91. So if you're looking for shorts, maybe there, tight stop, 66.700, 701, big round number, something like that.
Yep. I'm just going to keep walking this thing up here. We got 71% long on the tilt in the NASDAQ. As we're about 50 points off the lows, trying to walk this thing up. Average price, 24,698. Still taking some heat. Keep an eye on the ES, 66.87 last trade. JD, you're looking at the 88s based on the... Now going into the 89s.
Got a 9 session EMA right there. 66.88. We're on top of it right now.
What's the volume look like?
Kind of ripping right through it. Got a few more minutes till this 5 minute candle closes, but looks like some strong buying coming in.
Believe that. I'm going to take a look at anything on the news headlines. Nope, we do have a 5-year auction at the top of the hour. Anytime before that, but they are trying to walk this thing up. He says, no, it's going to be a V shape. I don't think so either. A little profit taking.
I mean, after a move like that, it's not what you want to see after a move like that.
No, because
right now everyone's looking for that opportunity to get in short right now. See a little more fall through the downside.
72% long in the ES right now, trading 66.90, up about 12 points off of those lows. And NASDAQ continue to grind this thing higher, 66.88, 233, 5 minute candles, all green.
Look at the longs average price in the ES, 66.90. Call it 66.91 right here.
You know what that means?
Average long price right here.
Yeah, I'm liking this short actually. If it calms down a little bit,
feeling that.
Still popping. There's a structure
kinda
too
want-
on the downside. If you were looking
Yeah, I
to buy
kind of want to
dips.
wake up.
Hmm.
Let's see.
You say structure, JD. What do you mean by that? You're seeing some structure. You're seeing volume coming back in. You're seeing price continue to grind. We see structure in the ES.
Structure, a bottom forming, not just arbitrarily buying new lows, but you see some structure of base building before getting into a long position. So we are building that right now.
This 5 minute is pretty strong green candle. Take a look at crude, $64.75 a barrel. Right now, did we just find the bottom in the ES, NASDAQ, and the YM? I'll tell you what we did. Gold continued to grind lower.
We ripped right through those 88s in the ES, which would have been a potential short area if we saw some sellers stepping in, but we did not see any sellers stepping
Short
in there.
5
so.
MES from 66.90 bounced right off
As
that
I'm
anchored
saying it.
VWAP that I put.
Anchored VWAP, all right.
Try and get
here, George.
Let's do 10 points out of this. I'm risking 6.5.
Got it.
Looking for 80s to the downside. Gotcha.
So I'm going to adjust that. That's a, yeah. Let's go 70, or excuse me, 81.
81s, I like it. Entry
Wow.
66.
Nice timing. Good snipe. What was your price again, George? 66.90?
Correct.
I like it.
Yes, 688 last.
Do we get follow through? That's the only question. You know, those buyers weren't no joke, but you know, there's a lot of buyers that are having a bad day too. You know what I mean?
Exactly, George. Those buyers, you think that's the first time they got long down there? They tried getting long today, so it might take a little bit of profits. They might be a little spooked when they do see a little bit of a red candle. So they may test the entry price as well. Again, we have that tilt did level off to the long side. It's now back to 64% long. NASDAQ did pump all the way up to 24,009. I'm sorry, 690s. See if we turn this thing around.
Of course it did.
Gee, if we get these, like they just short covered, could be back up to the 90s. We want to see the momentum. George has the wrist. JD, what's the only thing you can control about a trade? I love this. I love saying it on repeat. The only thing you can control about a trade is
your risk, your downside risk. It's the only thing you have any control over.
Kelvin Jones, where is my VWAP? His session VWAP doesn't align with mine. It's not a session VWAP. It's from the swing high at the 25% of the IB. I decided to put that there because it was support and resistance, so I thought it was significant. So I put a anchored VWAP there, and that's kind of what I'm playing off of.
We're going to test the entry price again, 66.92 last trade. In NASDAQ above 700s now, about a 70 point rebound. 24,703. See if we can hold this thing. 70% long ES and the NASDAQ right now. Is it the same average price?
For context, guys, when you're in a trade, the only thing you really have control over is your downside risk. Yes, you have control over your entry, where you might be wanting to exit a trade. When you are in a trade, though, all you have control over is your downside risk. Keep that in mind.
Thank you, chat.
Just clarifying some chatter in the chat.
Yep, you're not wrong. Love it. Always, adding to the conversation. You are right. Entry and exit. Entry and exit. Absolutely. It's 5 minutes. We got the bottom.
Going to zero.
We're all in trouble. If we're going to zero, George, we got bigger problems than worrying about entries.
Yes, we do.
Exits.
Yes, we do.
Except for oil. Oil went negative. All right, 66.90. Kind of stalling right here. Okay, this is interesting. The longs that are in here.
Checking on the checking on that crude trade. We're barcoding now. We are barcoding in crude. Again, there's a 5-minute chart. We're long from 64.31 from the opening range breakout. We took that 5-minute breakout, and we are ranging for the time being. Looked like we had a little flagging pattern here, but didn't quite follow through to the upside on it yet. Just pull that out. We've gone sideways in crude.
Yes, I see that bull flag. We do have that delta as well. One of it's growing. It was negative delta. Hoag was talking about in the morning recap about fast markets. I wonder if there's another squeeze coming in here. But on the hour,
right before we started this segment, or right before he went into the morning recap, we are at negative 4,500 delta in crude oil.
Okay. Interesting. All right, new 5-minute just opened here. Let's take a look at the range. The range today in the NASDAQ. Right after that New York bell, we did top out, call it 24,900. Sold off about 300 points, give or take, down to 24,627. ES popped on that opening bell as New York bell, call it 67.28. And we sold off about 50 points, 50.6678. We're getting the movement today. Did start off slow, right? Patience. In the market, we saw that coiling, right? All that volume, all that volume building up in that range, right around 24,800. From 800s to 830s in the NASDAQ. We'll probably sit in that range for about 45 minutes to an hour or so. All that volume building up. And once we get out of that thing, we saw the acceleration after that to the downside. So
that was the same range we were trading Friday with Dolby time. I mean, it's the exact same range. 800s to 830.
Yep. Right. NASDAQ trying to figure out what to do here. JD.
Yeah, they're really protecting this.
66.90.
Really protecting this 91.90 zone in the ES right now. Seeing sellers keep stepping in here. See what they do.
Yeah, I switched it to a 5-minute just to check out this wick from that candle there.
Yeah, you see that?
Look at this guy.
JD says, no way. Is that going to be a V shape? The old Michael Patak treasure map up and to the right.
I've been wrong before, Andre.
Same here. Absolutely. But it looks like we're going to sell this thing. But we have seen it. Hell, this year we've seen, just when you think you've seen it all, new things come in. With that being said, we got group coaching coming up after this. You got 150 years of trading experience. Should get those questions. And also pinned to the top of the chat, TopstepTV survey. Link to that. Please fill that out if you'd be so kind. Full transparency around here. Let us know what you like, what you don't like, what we can do better. What more you'd like to see. Again, pin to the top of the chat, TopstepTV survey.
I mean, George, speaking of transparency, what's that?
Did you fill out the survey?
I mean, I filled out so many surveys. I'm kind of biased though. I'm a homer. I'm like part of the family almost, that type of deal. So.
We appreciate it.
But speaking of transparency, if on this particular combine, I've over traded and all that. If you look at my days of the week, 20 trades is fine. Look, 6 trades today, whatever. And then you got 41, all that stuff, right? And then you have, and then you got a bot, which is 1 trade, 4 trades, 5 trades. And so it's you don't need to make a bot. You just have to have the discipline to trade like one, kind of, And so I'm really trying to get better. And I love this trade. I don't, you'd rather win, but I like this trade a lot. I'm not going to go on tilt if I lose this. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I've been having in the back of my head is just
how many different bot programs are you running right now?
Basically, opening range breakouts, stuff like that. And so I wouldn't have taken the short this morning, but that's what and real small size. Obviously it's really hard it's hard to trust those things,
Yeah.
even if you back test for a year, you know? So, yeah, I mean, it's doing okay. It's not there yet. I have to tweak some things, but again, it has the discipline because it's trading how I want it to, you know, and it's
Yeah.
it's pretty easy to like to tell someone how to trade and this stuff. It's really hard to do it. It's really hard to do it, and day in and day out too, because emotions get involved. You have a really good setup, it doesn't go your way. You know, maybe you take another one, then another one, and then you're to the point where you're like, you know what? I'm either going to win this trade or I'm blowing the effing account. That's all there is to it.
George,
You know?
now, George,
And that's not the right way to do it at all, right?
No.
And it's like you have to I don't know, get sick of losing, I guess. You know, people can talk to you till they're blue in the face. You can have these coaches that have been in the game for 50 years tell you exactly what to do. Talk to KJ on X. He'll tell you exactly what he does. You're still gonna mess it up because you don't have the same experience. You know, it just takes time. That's all.
100%. Well, they're gonna make us sweat this short. They're gonna make us sweat it. In the ES.
Oh, George, people are asking. You're using Topstep API, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, 100%.
There you go. VWAP George, API George.
API George. I like that.
What do you like better, VWAP or API?
Let's stick with the VWAP. Nick Dolby in the chat. Very Travis Kelsey of you.
Ooh, shots fired.
I love it, man.
Saw him and Coach going at it the other day.
Yeah.
It's just the passion. Just like our chat. We got the passion. Absolutely. We got 3,000 people watching us right now. And Trade with Topstep. We got VWAP George. We got JD in the house. Please click subscribe. Please click thumbs up. Please click the bell. And be so kind, fill out the survey into the top of the chat. Tilt, nothing really showing. Of course, we're just going to chop sideways here. As tell me more shorts are coming here. 66.90 last trade in the ES. What's going on in the NASDAQ? 24,690. Nothing really on the ladder. This isn't interesting. What time is group coaching with Hoag and Hoag, JD, and Hoop? That is right after this, top of the hour. Yeah, and
Same time every day,
100
guys.
years. 100 years of experience. Brought to you on Topstep TV. Should get those questions in as well.
So the volume on that last 5-minute candle in the ES.
Yeah.
Some very unimpressive selling.
You know, at least there's a fight. It didn't just like smoke me like the NASDAQ would, you know?
True. It can be a little disheartening when you're on the wrong side of the NASDAQ. It happens so fast. I get it.
JD, to your point, if that is the bottom right there and then, it's just an interesting time for them. Just, all right, we're putting in the lows. That's it. And that's all. Low in the ES 66.78. And they just covered this thing.
Who decided that was the price?
Exactly.
That level.
Stop here. There we go. Dolby Time got the link in the chat for group coaching. Get those questions in. And George Short 5 MES was 66.90. And they're gonna make this sweat a little bit.
Yeah.
All right.
Still right there.
All right, Golden Zone Traders in the chat saying it is the bottom, guys. Long's back in the game. I'm gonna definitely give it a
Golden Zone
shot.
has made the call.
Okay.
Go back to lunch, sir.
The low is in. Buy it, forget it, see you later.
Each F trader says, you guys don't know why that was the low. Check the option market. Thank you for that. Will do. I appreciate that. Hopefully you were able to take that long down there.
Still right here, right on top of George's entry.
All right, let's let the trade breathe a little bit. Got a few, we got 10, 20 minutes left here in Trade with Topstep. Gabe, if you want, let's hit with some news clip, and we get caught up on what we may have missed as these markets continue to sell off. Gabe, if we're good to go, bring in the news clip. Oh, it's not ready just yet. Oh, here we go. Thank you.
When it comes to the IRS, the check will no longer be in the mail. The IRS has announced that it is phasing out paper tax refund checks for individual taxpayers beginning on September 30th. The change is a result of an executive order which mandates that all federal payments must transition to electronic methods. Officials say that the change is designed to protect taxpayers as well as expediting the refund process. The IRS says that taxpayers should continue to file their returns as they normally would. The IRS says during the 2025 tax filing season, 93% of refunds to individual income tax filers were issued through direct deposit.
Welcome to the 21st century. Electronic
Taxes.
payments. I love it.
There's gonna be a lot of angry boomers out there.
Yes,
Asking where their checks are.
Checking the snail mail. Absolutely like
Checking
it.
the mailbox every day.
Uh-huh. All right, chapter 6691, of course. Just going to stall out here. About 13 points off the lows in the ES. Anything on the ladder?
Oh, it was really petered out.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah.
Screeching halt.
Yeah.
That's the markets. Just go, go, go. Continue to sell off. And where do they take it from here? That's the question. Overnight VWAP in ES 6707, about 16 points from where we're trading right now. NASDAQ trading 24,700, about 90 points away from overnight VWAP. Even on gold. Gold, interesting day. Grinding lower throughout. Again, trading 3,800s. When that New York session bell rang and just grinded lower $30, bottom out 37.70. And cannot find a bid for now. JD, so when you see something like this in the ES, right? We had that number, we're looking at those 90s right here. The longer we hang out here do we lose the conviction perhaps to take that? I know you like to get those trades. You like to see the turnaround or the move quickly. So I was just hands off for now.
For now, yeah. I mean, we could be looking at a couple different scenarios. This could just be a simple flagging pattern, simple bull flag or bear flag, and we continue to rotate lower, another leg lower. We could see some more buyers stepping in here. Volume is really petered out. Volume and volatility have petered out in the ES. These 5-minute ranges getting smaller, volume's drying up. So it's waiting for some more information at the market before making its next move. So right now we're sort of at a minor inflection point, you could say. Do we continue to pop, or do we make a second leg lower? So there's a couple different ways to play it. Right now, with the conviction of the sellers earlier, I want to say this is just a flagging pattern, and we'll likely rotate back lower.
Oh, Brandon
And
in the
again,
chat saying new all-time highs. Brandon's calling for new
Today.
all-time highs. Hey,
Calling it.
I mean, that would keep it
Reverse
interesting.
button.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all-time highs. We got some work to do. About 300 points or so to go in the NASDAQ. I mean, it's not a question. In the ES, 60 points or so to get to those all-time highs. We got a lot of work to do right now with VWAP, George, and JD.
Looking at
Still ticking
September
higher.
18th,
Watching
you have
JD.
you have all these dip downs, and big fights,
Mhm.
like to try, that's where we're at right now. But we dipped down below it, and that's kind of what gave me a little bit more conviction to go short here, where it dipped down below it, now it has to retest these. Maybe it's resistance,
Yep. You've been in this trade. How long have you been in this trade? 20 minutes now? 25 minutes?
Yeah, too long.
We're still within just a couple of ticks of your entry price,
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Gold new lows. You see seller come in there and the seller. There you go. Again, you saw someone come in and hit the bid again in the ES.
That anchored VWAP's doing its job, though. I'll keep it there for now,
Yep.
George, for those that are asking, why do we call you VWAP George? Why is that your moniker here on Topstep TV? All roads?
All roads lead to VWAP. I was in chat, Michael Patak was on talk with Andre. Andre saw it in the chat, and I quoted myself, so I was being funny, and it kind of stuck. So all roads lead to VWAP, and
now
there it goes.
JD's throwing out there API George. We'll see. I like it. Pretty much love. Hey, JD, for the Crude trade, what's our upside target? I don't think I've asked yet. 8 cents off.
We haven't really set one. We typically don't set upside targets. We just we hold these until market generated information tells us it's time to be out of this trade. That hasn't happened yet. $242 on this. Approaching the highs again. We've been barcoding for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, what happened? Yes,
45 minutes until regular trading hour. Hour and 45 minutes until regular trading hours close. So we got plenty of time to hang out in this trade. Yesterday we held it for the auto liquidator and we sold it within 10 ticks of the high. So maybe we'll get some action like that again today. But eventually we will start trailing the stop up, locking in some more profits, or locking in some profits, I should say. I'd like to see another leg higher before we move the stop to right around this swing low here.
What price would that be? We're long from 13.
Yeah, right around 64.60. So I'd probably put in a stop around 52 or 53. If we make another leg higher, I'd like to see some more buyers stepping in there.
They hit the bid there pretty good. Where'd that trader go in the chat that said, look at the options? And I'm not being, not being a smart aleck here. What did you see? What did the options say that told us that would be the low, temporary lows? And if we do get back down there and test it, what's the setup? Who was it? HT? Who's that in the chat that said that? So here what the if-thens are.
Go find it. Yeah.
Yeah. New lows, gold. New lows, gold. What is behind that? What's behind the sell-off in gold? I guess Hoag was talking about it in open interest, I do believe. Talking about HF.
And I can't believe we got tagged out. I can't believe we got tagged out of our short off the opening range breakout this morning.
I mean, I know. What price was it?
Disappointing.
Right there, too.
We were short, yeah. We were short right around 37.99. That was a nice trade.
Incredible. Yeah, incredible. That's what traders do.
I'm going to start trading gold for sure.
I mean,
because it's M&Q, or I like the ES and everything, but I'm starting to look at gold a little more, and I like that if there's nothing going on in NQ, or it's not going the direction that I want, I can look at gold and see what it's doing. Not necessarily just jump into a trade, but I kind of like how it's been moving so far since I've been looking at it,
Gold has been the star of the year, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Gold's been a amazing market right now.
It's
continue making new lows here, 37.67. We got here.
So, George, after a half hour in this trade, how are you feeling about it?
It's the longest trade I've had in a year.
Half hour, I mean, I'm sitting right on top, literally right on top of your entry price.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna let it go. Either I win or I lose. If it comes back down, I made this. Yeah. I mean, there's some support here probably, but maybe I'll take a contract or two off. But other than that, I'm not moving my stop. It's there. Well, it's not.
Good call.
I've accepted it.
What is your average hold time when you're in a trade? Are you holding for long periods of time?
No. Usually, if it depends on the setup, and that's one of the problems I have is, I'm trying to get, I was trying to get to the end of the internet and
How'd that go?
take every single strategy I could. Depending on what the market conditions are, I can do this or this, and you end up taking too many trades, and it's silly. It's but with a particular VWAP trade, like my main setup, it's usually 5 minutes, something like that. It can go longer depending on if I have the balls enough to leave a runner. Usually, I just cut it, But it's like, don't do what I do what I say type deal. You should leave a runner,
Yeah. But you'll never just kill a trade because you've been in it for 2 hours and it hasn't done anything. You'll keep letting it ride out.
Yeah. And so it's like you know what to do. It's just doing it. That's the hard part.
It is.
Yeah.
And you have to have practice doing it correctly in order to get good at it. So I've had a lot of practice doing it incorrectly. So that's saying something,
Gold not done. New lows. It's the question for this. Like JD's saying, telling me that the lows are in. The lows are in on the day in the ES and the NASDAQ. Not going to test these again. That's the question I'm
We've
asking.
gone range bound.
5. We are. Just like that. It's wild.
Just like that. George. So now, do you play the range or do you play the breakout? That's the question. Dolby, what are you going to do? Is Dolby playing the range or playing the breakout?
We're going to test the lows again.
Here we go.
Keeping that
breaking out.
Not financial advice, but I think we may test the lows. We got gold not done. Gold not done. 37.64 ES, trading 66.87. 9 points off the lows there. Dow has rolled over.
A lot of conflicting sentiment in the chat. It seems to be 50-50. Is the low in? We don't have to put a poll in, but give us a yes or no. Is the low in the equities?
Low in.
We got people saying yes, people saying no. Let's get everybody involved.
It might be, but I hope it tries to get there.
Healthy debate. Healthy. Come on, man. What kind of question is that? What we're talking about. It's trading. No, there you go. RTR. Finally, someone says no. No. Yes. Wait, the lows are in? No way.
MOC high. FOMC high. How about that?
Hope so. Not the low.
Maybe.
I like the.
Andrew says maybe.
Okay,
Yeah, maybe.
well,
Yeah, that's what I was.
Joe Black.
It's possible.
Wow. Yes. Yeah, 100% Donald Keys. 100%. Okay. Well, it could be right. Could be right. Gold definitely not done making lows. Gold now 37.64. Is there live coaching with Mr.
Andre,
Hoag? Yes, indeed. Yeah.
Is Joe Black Cutler?
Yes. Yes.
Is Joe Black Cutler?
You talking about Jay Cutler?
Yeah, don't care.
Yes.
Don't care. That was a
Don't
bull
care.
and bear.
Did he play for the Bears?
Oh, he sure did. That was an old establishment. Bull and bear. Those that were in Chicago.
Right.
Yep. All right, take a look here. We got a couple more minutes. VWAP, George. You are working downside 81s, correct? That's the bid you're working?
Yes.
Right,
yeah, 66.81. In at 66.90. Stop at 66.96.
Like it. I like it a lot. We got, again, group coaching coming up after this. JD, Hoop, and Hoag. 5-year auction at the top of the hour. We do have, who's scheduled to speak? We got Daily scheduled to speak at 2:10 Central Time this afternoon. Yeah, we got that 5-year. And chat. Some people in chat say 100% the lows are in. Other people say no, there's more room to the downside. JD, well, keep that to ourselves.
Yeah, I'd call it 50-50. Chat's 50-50 on this.
I would call it 50-50. Might be grinding here. 66.88. George took that short. Donald Key says, okay, Andre, 99% chance. There's a slight chance we go to 66.70. I'm just messing. I got you. Oh, part of Robert's Titans. I'd like to see that. Well done. George, you're going to hang in this trade. You're going to keep us posted on how this plays out. And
Absolutely.
I love it. As always, love having VWAP, George. JD, we're going to, looks like we got another bell-to-bell crude trade going right now. They took this trade, opening range trade at, what times you guys take it during opening call?
Right. I would say 8:07 or 8:08 a.m. Central Time. We're looking at the 5-minute opening range. Took a few minutes to get a fill.
4 hours later.
So it's been, roughly 4 hours.
Well,
Just
I'll ask
under
you
4
that
hours.
question. JD, you were asking George, you ever get sick of doing these trades for so long? Well, I guess when you're in the money, it's a lot easier. But we're seeing that play out right now with the crude trade. Let's see if we can get up to 65 evens, maybe. And we can ask Hoag. Hoag have some levels up there on the other side of that. Again, we got JD, we got Hoop, we got Hoag coming up with group coaching. We have VWAP. George is short from 66.90. Let's see if we can go get those 81s. George, as always, great to see you. Keep us posted in the chat how this trade plays out. I want to see who's right and who's wrong as to whether the lows are in for the day. With that being said, 5-year auction coming up, as well as group coaching. Topstep TV, let's go. More GD on the other side of this. Come on.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your express funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is that time of day. It's the noon hour, 12:03 p.m. Central Time, which means it's time for group coaching. Sitting in the middle there, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, we got Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP. Actually, they're both VIP coaches. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Hope everybody got a chance to grab yourself a ham sandwich, glass of milk, whatever it is you got to do to get through your lunch hour. We've got your questions. We're going to answer them in just a minute. But Hoag, Hoop, what's going on with you guys this afternoon? Hoag, anything new? We haven't seen you in a couple of hours.
No, I just had a ham sandwich. That's about it. But always look forward to group coaching. I always love these sessions. Great to be with you guys.
Perfect. Hoop, you are in the market right now. You're trading gold. You're picking bottoms. How's it working out so far?
It's great. You know how gold loves to swipe lows and then rally. Well, I'm in near the lows. We'll see if we don't swipe it again. There's actually a fair amount of, I've just said 3 micros, but if I was watching, I know us 3 here, we watch the ladder a lot. I won't bring the D word in. And right down near the lows, there was 190 contracts filled right at as Hoag would say, near the dead ass low. So there was some fair amount of volume coming in right there. So we'll see if it holds. It hasn't held. It's blown through. You can see my zones today. Zone 1, yep. See ya. Zone 2, see ya. Zone 3 with the 200-day EMA, that's like kind of the last bastion of, it could get really ugly. So we'll see, the metals are moving.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
Everything's kind of moving. Well, I guess it's gone a little flat. I'm looking at a 1-minute chart in the S&P now. It's gone a bit sideways. We're ranging for the time being. Yes, George knows what it's called. We'll just stick with the ladder, though. I've said my piece on it.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Where are we going to...
I'm not going down that rabbit hole.
Steve? We're
Steve.
Call it a Steve.
Steve.
Oh, the Steve, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's talk through, while we're all here together, talk through this crude oil opening range trade. What kind of target should we be looking at? Got an hour and a half left until crude oil officially settles for the day. We're on the highs of the day right now. Let me pull up the letter for crude.
So we have a potential market state break, right? And a potential market state break that is seeing continuation is one that you certainly want to join. Our stop placement, JD, was absolutely perfect. That's why we always move our stop outside or further away from the other extreme of the opening range. And honestly, JD, if we got stopped out on this, I was going to suggest getting back into it because, we're seeing negative delta, okay? The delta is negative. We opened here. That began the delta. So we started seeing delta. Well, probably about 3,000 negative at the high here. The EIA petroleum status report came out, shuffled us around a little bit, and then the buyers continued to come back in. So we've broken above the initial balance. We've broken above J's level here, that 64.50 level, and we're seeing the market continuing to put in or hang at new highs. Just going to put in a new all-time high right now. And we're seeing delta negative 6,200 right now. That is the deepest negative delta that we've seen all day, and it's right on the highs.
Squeeze play is on. What does that mean? That means all those shorts got to cover eventually, right? So the squeeze is on in crude oil, it looks like.
Yeah.
All right.
JD, that goes back to that report you had, right? That everybody in the world was short, right?
Yep.
Are they all getting squeezed now, JD? That's the question.
Is that the question? We had a lot of big banks, a lot of big-time analysts out there calling for $55 oil just a couple weeks ago. And, we're $10 away from that right now. It doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon. Oil's been strong. We had some weak inventory numbers out yesterday. I didn't even see what did crude inventories come out today? Let me refresh this.
There's a little draw. I think it wasn't it?
Bad.
So the API numbers showed a huge draw. I think 3.8 million barrels. The EIA numbers were a lot more conservative, 0.6 million barrels. 0.6 million barrel draw week over week.
Draw.
So who's right, API or EIA? I don't know.
Used to be API, to be honest with you, but not that was years ago.
New highs.
They're all wrong.
Yeah.
Here we go. Random is saying, I told y'all. What did Random tell us? I'm going to go back and look at your chat history, Random, and I'm going to see what you might have told us. I love
So
doing
you just
this.
have a
It's
crude.
one of my favorites.
He has a crude bull horns on, probably. I told you.
He says, "By now, I swear." Just waiting on gold. Were you talking about Random? Were you talking about gold in your last message? You can answer. Oh yeah, you could see where our stop was here in crude. Down here, missed this by 3 ticks. Haven't touched that stop since we put it in. Right after we put this trade on. 3 little tickies, and I only moved it that wide because
yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, you know, the only reason I really moved it that wide was because the opening range was not that wide. We were only taking about $75 worth of risk on this trade, so I expanded it to $125 just in case. And
perfect.
That's why we're still in it, you know? It's that one simple thing, you know?
Yep, and that's perfect too. You know, the small opening range lets you expand that risk a little bit, and that's what saved us.
100%.
Although I would have been screaming to say, "Get back in it, get back in it, get back in it,
get back in." Fair enough.
Yeah, because all this negative delta. I mean, it's squeezing higher, it's squeezing shorts. As long as Elvis, who is the longer time frame buyer that is present in this market right now, is present, this thing is just going to keep grinding higher.
Yep.
If you're looking for targets, I've got a naked point of control from Ye so long ago at 65.24. And I mean, we're 30 ticks from that now. And above that, I mean, we've got 66.26. We got another 100 points before we're going to see any visual targets above that. I'm not saying it's going there. Those are just the next targets that I would be looking for that I already have on the charts.
Yep, those are good targets. Are we going to hit that today? I don't know. It's a little far off. 65.24 is doable. 66 might be a stretch, but here we are at 64.90 at the moment. So we're ticking up. Ticking up.
We could have just held the long from yesterday. We'd really be in clover.
Yep.
Oh, just added to it, right?
I thought about it. I thought about rebuying it on the
I mean, reopen.
right on the 5 o'clock reopen. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It crossed my mind because we got out on the auto liquidator. The auto liquidator took us out of that trade right just a couple ticks from the high, 10 ticks from the high, I think. And yeah, I was sitting in this chair staring at these screens, watching the reopen at 5 o'clock, and I had my finger on the trigger, but I didn't do it. Didn't think I should, but I wanted to real bad.
JD, I got to talk to you about your work-life balance, pal. You're still sitting there at 5 o'clock.
I have no work-life balance, Hoag. I sit in this chair for nearly 16 hours a day. I'm in this room.
Until bowling starts.
Until
bowling starts, then he gets a breather.
Well, that's what you get for loving what you do. We're not actually working here, are we?
No. Hell no.
This is the fun part of the day. Yeah. For us and you guys.
So is there just we were joking around about, like I said, limit up in crude oil, and we all joke about the negative aspect of what crude did. You know, like Manfred got into it about that. I'm sorry, when I say Manfred, I just get a smile on my face. So the front month crude does have a circuit breaker now. I did not realize it. I haven't looked at that in a long time. So October, which is still on the board, even though it's front month, $6.26 is the dynamic circuit breaker. So there is a limit, a circuit breaker on crude now. There wasn't back then in COVID.
No, that must be new.
I'm just wondering, Hoag, that, you know, yeah. Yep.
Ooh, all right, guys. It's almost 12:15. We've been here we've just been talking. We talked through the crude trade. Let's talk market structure, guys. Healthy market structure. This question comes from Gavin. This is relevant to any trading day. What is healthy market structure? I would say you could have healthy market structure on the downside or upside. What I like to see is if we're in a strong, healthy uptrend, I like to see higher highs, higher lows, and I like to see increasing volume on the way up. That shows me a healthy market structure. You could throw in open interest. Hoag talks about open interest every single day. When you're making higher moves and you're building open interest and you're building volume, that means you are in a healthy uptrend. But Hoag, let's start with you today. Let's talk about healthy market structure. What are you looking for? What are you trying to see when you talk about structure?
Well, pretty much the same things you were just talking about, JD. And you can look at healthy market structure in just about any time frame. I mean, this is the daily in gold. In the beginning of the year, we started seeing higher highs, higher lows. Volume is okay, but we kept seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. Higher highs, higher lows, higher open interest means money is still coming in that direction, and that is a healthy upside auction. When you're talking about a healthy, what was it? A healthy market or a healthy market structure?
Healthy market structure.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for relatively consistent higher highs and higher lows, healthy pullbacks, hopefully on lower volume with reductions in open interest. You want some profit taking once in a while, so that those that have taken profits are going to have to turn buyer and continue the push to the upside. So again, this can be in any market and any market state. You could take a look at crude oil right now, and you could look at, where did we open? Yeah, let's look at this on a 30. Let's see what this looks like. All right. So off these lows, which was a dead ass low, which was the opening range was the dead low. We rallied. We pulled back. We didn't take out that low. We put in a new high. We actually left a gap there. We opened yesterday, leaving the opening range at the dead low. Buyers are still in control. This is a healthy upside auction. The market continues to push higher, pulls back, doesn't take out the previous low. Overnight, pulls back a little bit, doesn't take out the previous session low, and the market starts to rally even before we open. We open the market today above an important inflection level in the form of the weekly kickoff high, 6,400. And again, the market leaves the opening range at the dead ass low, and we're seeing negative delta, which would indicate that it's longer time frame buyers pushing the market higher today. They just keep putting the bids in at higher levels, putting the bids in at higher levels, putting the bids in at higher levels. And the shorter time frame traders that are most likely going to be using the market orders to get into these positions are selling into those bids that are never exhausted. So they get in, they get short, they say, you know what, this isn't working, they go the other direction. The longer time frame brings those bids higher, they attract sellers again, the market order sellers are hitting the bids that are never exhausted, and then they run the other way. This is a classic short squeeze, and it's all been kind of foretold because of Delta. But in a downside auction, it's the same. You want to see increasing open interest at lower levels, relatively consistent lower lows, relatively consistent lower highs. And you could say actually that a range bound market can be healthy as well, because a range bound market, I'm just going to go back to the daily here in crude oil. I mean, excuse me, in gold. I want gold. So here's the daily in gold. This move to the upside needed time to digest. Okay, this was a pretty substantial move. So we get into an area of range, and ranges tend to narrow and rotate back and forth until a new continuation or reversal comes in. So this was actually healthy market structure for those that like to trade ranges. If this were a 5-minute chart, well, you've got the extreme here, you've got the extreme here, you got the next extreme here. If you sell here, then you're going to rotate, somewhere near this low. Now you're starting to see the narrowing of this range. So now we get up here with this trend line, and we sell it there, and we get to this trend line, and we buy it, sell it. I mean, this can be a different strategy, but it's healthy overall, because it's just evening inventory for the next move, which in gold happen to be to the upside. And we're still in an uptrend here. We're getting a little bit of a pullback now, but that again is something that markets need. It can't go one direction the whole way. Once everybody's already in and the last person has bought it, there's only one thing for it to do, and it's to pull back, even out the inventory, and then look for the next move after that. But
they're
healthy,
just plowing
healthy
into
structure
crude right now, man.
Yep.
They just hit 160 lot on the offer at 65 even, another hundreds. Yeah, they're plowing into this one, Hope. Good call.
Yeah.
They're just plowing in here.
We're almost at 7,000 negative delta in the
there was just a couple hundred just got hammered. Yeah, you could see it on the ladder.
Yeah, this is a strong breakout and a potential
like
market
bull.
stage.
Yeah.
Yes. Strong like bull. Yep.
Yeah.
So hopefully that helps.
For sure.
Market structure.
Yeah, that was a great walkthrough. Thanks, Hoag. Hope you guys were all paying attention to that one. We should probably clip that. What is healthy market structure? Oop, you got anything to add to that? Do you agree? Do you disagree?
It's hard. It's hard to, when the maestro's going to work and breaking down a market, man. It's you look like the kindergartner bringing up the apple to the teacher. No, he's the best at it. Like I said, it's just years of being around Hoag. It's just nobody quite breaks down a market, especially when it gets into longer time frames and kind of more of the. We can all look at 1 minute and 3 minute and 5 minutes, but when you really look at, especially like crude, because it's such a plotting market, when it starts to just trust me, from a guy who would just get in there and try and short this years ago, when that market starts to just put its bullhorns on, forget it. It'll just drain everybody in the world out. And that's what it's doing right now. So
yeah, it is.
No, he's the best at breaking them down.
Well, thanks, Hoops. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.
Nice job, guys. All right, before we get into our next question, we got a little news break for all you Jaguar lovers out there. If you ordered a car from Jaguar, you might be waiting a little bit. So, automaker Jaguar and Land Rover says it won't be able to get production operations back up and running until the 1st of October at the earliest. The luxury brand still is dealing with a cyber attack earlier this month that disabled a number of the company's production systems. Production was originally announced to restart Wednesday, but the company says it needs more time to resume operations. Jaguar Land Rover is Britain's largest car maker. The incident is the latest in a string of cyber and ransomware attacks. European businesses targeted include hospitals, charities, and most recently airports in Brussels, Berlin, Dublin, and London. I picked this because it was a sort of a follow-up to what we talked to this morning with United. United was having some tech problems today. United Airlines was having some tech issues today and kept their planes landed for quite a few hours earlier this morning. I think they planes started taking off again right before we went on for the opening call.
XJ7.
Would you just call it Jag, Hoag?
I had one. I had a Jag. I love that car. It was.
Did you like it? Cool looking car. The old ones.
Smooth. Yep. It was an 06 XJ8.
Okay.
And it was fast and solid and quiet and sweet, and the stereo was awesome, and the seats were so.
What was the tune-up on that bad boy, Hoag, when you brought it in? $1,200. $1,200 to open the hood.
Well, Volvo isn't much less than that right now. So,
yeah,
that's true.
Yeah.
I was looking at Volvos a couple months ago.
I did peel one off up there. I only have two left. So.
All right. Oop is in the money on the gold. All right, here's another question. Hoag, you mentioned you wanted to get to this one. It was posed by a trader in the chat named Tom. Tom from the chat wrote, "Hey, Hoag." He addressed it to Hoag. Probably a silly question, but if we are trading the Mag 7 and the NASDAQ futures, the QQQ, etc., how do they correlate together if they're traded separately by retail traders and big banks. In other words, if people are buying the Mag 7, but people are also selling the QQQ, how do they work together if one affects the other? Love you, Hoag. Love Topstep, and I truly appreciate all you guys do for us. I have learned so much from you all. All right, Hoag. So the market cap of the Mag 7 is what percent of the NASDAQ, would you say? Jack would know off the top of his head.
What is it, about 14%?
Something like that. Yeah.
Right?
It's huge, yeah.
Wow.
So those 7 stocks alone can push the broader markets in any direction.
Let's see, well, that's just NVIDIA. It's much more than that.
Oh, yeah, it's like 40%. Yeah. NVIDIA is, Jackson there says something like 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah, NVIDIA alone is around 12 or 14%, something like that. But you have so much volume being pumped into those stocks, it will move the broader markets. That's where your correlations come into play. But Hoag, do you got a take on that? This question was directed to you.
So there's Jack. He says the Mag 7 is about 50% now, right? Of the NASDAQ. So they are very highly correlated. So if I'm thinking about stocks, and if I'm actually invested in or trading Mag 7 stocks, and I do have a couple of them, those don't really I'm not trying to hedge against them. If I'm taking a position in a futures contract that's opposite those, it really doesn't have anything to do with me trying to hedge any of the stocks that I'm holding. First of all, I'm not holding enough of that stock for an even hedge using futures. And so I think it's just two different styles of trading. Anything that I'm looking at in stocks or like an ETF, I'm more long term in those. I'm not necessarily day trading those. If I'm trading stock indices, that's more of a day trading thing. So I'm going to be trading really what I'm seeing in market generated information from the products that I'm trading. I'm not smart enough to work those hedges. I don't work at a bank, and I'm not a hedge fund guy. So I just do what I can, the best that I can. Tom, I see you early in the chat, and thanks again for chiming in early. So I can't say for other people how retail traders are working these the actual stocks against a stock index or a QQQ or anything like that. I would imagine most of them are not. Most people, retail traders, are probably more invest in stocks and trade futures or trade ETFs. And it's really going to have very little bearing on my investments as to what happens in the futures. Of course, what happens in the stocks will affect the futures. So I do kind of keep an eye on them. And are they going to affect my decision? Maybe at some point, if I see a major, state break in one of the stocks that's a big part of an index that I'm trading. So I don't know. It's a really good question, and I know you kind of felt like you said it at the beginning. It's a silly question, and it's not a silly question. But as an individual trader and an individual investor, like I said, I'm not smart enough to be able to do the arbitrage or to hedge or anything like that. I'm not trading the stocks big enough to use futures as a hedge. So I don't know how much that's going to help you, Tom, but I keep my investments and my day trading separate, sort of. Yeah. Of course, I'm going to be watching to see if the Mag 7 is lower on the day, higher on the day. What's going on structurally in those stocks? Will it have an effect? Yes, it will, if there is a reason for it too. That's the best I can answer. Tom, I hope that helps. What do you guys think?
Oop.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of traders use it. I know like Jack and Dakota use it as kind of I don't want to say a lean, but if they're deciding to get into a specific spot, if NVIDIA is down 2%, 3%, I think once again, I think it's always, a little dangerous as a day trader, and I'm guilty of it. I'm guilty of it as anybody, of taking too many too many different looks at stuff, but they're definitely, because of their makeup of the NASDAQ, you got to be aware of them, 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people are saying that Mag 7 is as much as 60%.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jack posted a chart there. Let me see what it looks like.
Delta in crude oil is now negative 7,300 right now. It just keeps getting deeper.
Right.
They keep getting shorter.
So Jack posted a link in the chat. If you scroll up just a little bit, it's the market cap weight of each individual stock in the NASDAQ 100. So Nvidia is at the top, 13.39%. Microsoft, 11.73%. Apple, 11.59%. Apple, 7.3%. Meta, 5.89%. Broadcom is making a comeback, 4.97%. I shouldn't call it a comeback. They never left, right? And Alphabet, 4.83%. Tesla, 4.5%. Alphabet, 4.5%. So your top 10 stocks account for quite a bit. Netflix still top 10, 1.58%.
50. Yeah, just short of 60% of them, looks like.
Yep.
The top 7. Mag, top
7
now.
I like the Elite 8.
Yep.
Yes,
Huge.
there's 2 alphabet stocks that make up Google. Class A, Class C. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah.
That is huge, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let's check back in on the markets real quick. I'm going to refresh my platform real fast. We're still up about $300 on this crude oil trade. The tilt is growing to the long side. 76% long in the ES, 72% long in the NASDAQ, 58% long in crude, and 52% long in gold. Tilt built into the long side now. I said I wasn't really looking for a V-shaped recovery in the ES, but I mean, if you're looking at that
Starting to look like
15-minute
a little
chart,
bit, isn't it? Yeah.
it really is looking at that 15-minute chart.
Isn't that
Always
the
buy
great
the dip.
question? Exhaustion. What's it? Obviously, it's the thing they talk a lot about, like in Discord and stuff. The keys to find exhaustion. Man, didn't feel like they were going to run out anytime soon, and then all of a sudden it stops, and then here we go.
Yep,
we rallied 20 handles from the bottom. Yep.
And that is a question. You want to talk about that? I'll send this one over to you, Hoop. Leslie B says, hello. I hope you are having a fabulous day. When people talk about buying or selling, absorption or exhaustion, what is it about the volume on the chart that might indicate one or the other? I look forward to your Delta Squeeze dance on TikTok. Hope you're just talking about it. Take it away. Absorption versus exhaustion. What are you looking for? You're looking for volume spikes? You're looking for volume dips? Are you looking at volatility?
I think a little bit of, probably to me, and this, once again, volume was such a fluid thing in the pit because you saw it in front of you, orders and, big things getting filled. Now, I guess that's why we probably still watch the ladder, because we can you can't see it on a chart, but you can see it there. Or some people I know reference Bookmap.
Sure.
The volume spikes, and Jay's really good at breaking this down and looking for retracements off those volume spikes. More often than not, I guess the biggest thing, like if we look at ES from this morning, I guess you'd have to start and sit there. Let's go on a 30-minute. I mean, you basically could see as we start to break down, now all of a sudden the volume starts to die out. I guess that was maybe a little bit of a sign that we're kind of running out of steam down here. You saw a little wick on the 30-minute off the bottom. I think, Hoag, there's a lot of different ways to look at, absorption or exhaustion. I think Delta is a really good one. But I think volume, for just keeping it pretty, simple. I think it just depends on what time frame you're looking at too, right, Hoag? How far are you looking out? Are you looking at,
right,
like here on a 5-minute? you can see that this move, the sell volume just kept picking up all the way down. And then it just kind of flattened out down here. And then we bounced off here. The only thing that would start to concern me now, like if I'm looking at a 5-minute, is that we're rallying and this volume isn't great, right? Is this just,
right?
Come up to this 50-day and roll over? So that's kind of how I use it, especially on short time. I mean, you same way, Hope?
Yeah. I mean, what you're looking at right there would have a tendency to look like a bear flag because it's opposite the current market state and losing volume at higher levels. But as far as like exhaustion, so exhaustion can occur in multiple time frames, right? So we just finished rollover in the S&Ps. Looking at the big up move on the 22nd. Okay. Now, is that right? 22nd? Yes. Okay. On that day, that's when all the expired contracts settled in cash. Right. I'm gotta look at what it was in the front month here. Okay. So this was it. So the market opens, leaves the opening range, the low of the day, and rallies the entire day. We lost open interest in the front month that day. That is short covering. When the buyers bring price higher and higher, they end up squeezing the shorts. And when those shorts get out, that can be a sign of exhaustion in one direction, because all of the longs that are available to push price are probably in. Those longs that are pushing price have now squeezed the shorts to have to get out. So you have initiative buying, that's new longs, getting the other side too short. And when the shorts capitulate, that can be, one of the one of the exhaustions, right? So when you get a big move to the upside and you get that big last move to the upside and it looks like, wow, this thing's going to the moon, be careful with that. Watch the open interest on that day, because if it loses open interest, that can be exhaustion. The last buyer is in, the last short has been squeezed out. With the last buyer in and no more shorts, all of those buyers, especially the last buyer in, might be the first one that are gonna light the fuse in the opposite direction. Absorption is what we're seeing in the crude oil today. So we've got the opening range at the dead ass low. We had one pushback on the number that came out, but other than that, and actually in all of this, really, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, possible 9. Green bars on a 30-minute chart, -1, one pullback. Okay. But we are seeing volume actually kind of holding up pretty well. This is a pretty good increase in volume. It's the middle of the day. It's lunch. We're coming into the end of the day of the session, the regular trading hour session in crude oil, but we're seeing negative delta of 7,600 right now. So since the open, 7,600 contracts more have been sold to the bid. Aggressive selling should usually push price lower. Just logically thinking, more aggressive sellers, price should go lower, but price is going in the opposite direction. This is absorption. This is a new position being placed in longer time frames. Are they right? We don't know. Are they hedged against other things? Yes, they more than likely are. Okay, but when in this CL contract, we are seeing absorption. We're seeing aggressive selling being absorbed by bigger, stronger buyers. And delta is one way that you're going to be able to see that. So, until we get Delta on Topstep X, we'll be letting you know when we see these divergences. I don't want to short crude oil today. Didn't at all today, because we've been seeing negative Delta all day.
I've got the crude up.
Be in front of those guys for 30 years. Yeah, being in front of those guys before, Hoag, all I know is get out of the way.
Oh yeah,
don't fight them because it will bleed. It'll bleed you. Yeah,
find a way to join them.
Yep, the laggard buyers.
Way to join them.
Yep.
5 more ticks to new highs in crude for the day too. Go ahead, Hoag.
Yep. And those laggard buyers, I mean, they can push price longer than you might think they would be able to. But I mean, in crude oil, I'm thinking these are new longer time frame longs. We'll see when open interest tomorrow morning. Watch the opening call, folks, because if we have a big jump in open interest in crude oil tomorrow, then we were right about a new accumulation of longs coming in longer time frames. Maybe finally the adults are back in the room in crude oil now.
Hoag, where's your delta on them right now?
In crude, negative 7,500.
Wow. It just keeps growing. It's getting bigger and
bigger.
Yeah.
Keep an eye, Hoag, on the and D and I always talk about this 10-4, I'll call it my time on the left coast. 10:45, near 11, going into the last quote half hour of the close.
Right.
You can see a reversal. I wouldn't tell anybody and their brother to fade it, but you might on a day like today, no way in hell. But it wouldn't surprise me if you get a little bit of it. If you're looking for a pullback if you're going to get it, it'll be in the next half hour before it goes into the NYMEX close.
Yeah, there you go.
So just keep an eye on that. Just especially when it gets very directional. I don't have all my. Once again, I've kind of put. I'll be honest, I put crude in the back burner a little bit, but now it's got my attention today.
Everybody did.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Crude's hit 2 days in a row. 2 days in a row in the opening range breakouts. Crude has hit.
Yep. It's because it heard us call it, the 4-letter word the other day, JD. At least I called it that, JD. I didn't pull you into it, so.
I didn't know scumbag was a 4-letter word. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Crude wasn't very good to us for a while.
No, it
We're already
wasn't.
past the ATR for the day.
Yeah.
Daily ATR is like 154 ticks. We're at 180 ticks. Right bottom of the session of the extended trading hour session range to the high. So we're getting a little bit extended, but man, that delta is pretty deep. I think it's.
Yeah,
I'd like to see the data. I'm sure somebody out there has Edgeful up. Maybe you could look up when crude oil does extend the range beyond the average true range. How wide does it typically get? There's got to be a stat out there for that, right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we got a couple more questions. Before we do that, though, we were talking just a little while ago about a cyber attack on Jaguar. Last week, we were talking about phone call attacks, text message, phishing scams, and now the Secret Service has traced a surge of swatting threats against American government officials back to a 35-mile area around New York City. Check this out, with the UN in town.
Oh boy.
This is the largest seizure of these type of devices that the Secret Service has ever seen.
Special Agent Matt McCool says agents seized more than 100,000 SIM cards and 300 servers that could cripple cell towers and inhibit emergency responses in the New York region.
The apartment is empty. There's no furniture, there's no person, there's no nothing. There's just servers, a storage area. There's shelves and shelves of servers with SIM cards, an empty office.
Officials briefed on the investigation say the electronic safe houses essentially surrounded New York City's cellular network infrastructure. The electronic maze was powerful enough to send an encrypted and anonymous text to every human being in the United States within 12 minutes.
It could have flooded the cellular systems with volume, basically a denial of service attack that would have made other calls not able to get through. And when you try to trace that back to who's behind it, with 100,000 SIM cards. That's 100,000 different phone numbers you're trying to sort through to figure out, well, which ones do we block? It would have been a stunning attack.
There isn't any specific information indicating the network was a threat to this week's UN General Assembly meeting, and no arrests have been announced.
Foreign governments and criminals located in the United States are using this network to run their organizations. That includes cartels, that includes human traffickers, that includes terrorists.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Yikes.
Pretty wild, huh?
Feel real safe right now.
A network capable of texting every single phone in America in less than 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Jeez.
Sifting through 100,000 different phone numbers to trace a text. It's incredible.
Who needs
Very
an
sophisticated.
Who needs an air tag? Who needs an air tag? Right.
It's like trying to find a picture on your phone. Takes me 12 minutes to find one.
Yeah, right.
Keep scrolling back, Hoag. Yep.
Keep scrolling back. Keep scrolling. All right. Who do you want to hit next?
Just terrible.
RTR11. Let's look at line 193 there, Hoag. This is a good one. Hoop and Hoag. I'm currently in 150K XFA, which I've been trading since August 15th. I've traded the balance up to 108,000, and I've taken a 10K payout so far. Recently, though, I've been struggling with tilt. On Monday, I lost 26 grand, and on Tuesday, I managed to recover 31,000 in a single 10-hour trade. Back in July, I also lost an account that I had built up to 100 grand due to tilt. I'd really appreciate any advice you might have on managing these swings and maintaining discipline. I don't know, guys. Does it sound like this trader might be trading a little too big? $26,000 days, losing days, $31,000 winning days. I'm not here to judge, but it sounds like, I don't know. Size might be.
Why don't you?
Oh,
what are you
thinking?
I guess you got two guys here that probably can assimilate to this one a little bit because on what we used to do, we would take on leverage, not always by our choice, but when you're trying to build an account, you got to have the DLL. You just have to respect it. We talked about respecting rollover. Respecting that DLL and living with it. You just have to. And if you make 26 grand in a day, or 25 grand a day, there's no way you should be losing. I wouldn't even say a third of that. So respecting the DLL is probably the biggest thing I would tell anybody. I think early in my career, I was, probably, once again, back when I first did it, that you're done. DLL, count's gone. Much different world now, which is, but you do see it a lot where over leverage, as great as it can be when you're right, if you don't control it, when it starts to snowball on the way down, it'll eat you up. And to build a count up to 100K, and once again, we're not here to judge. We're just, these are, I think, Hoag as coaches and whatever, I think, I don't never claim to have the Holy Grail, but I just do know we try and share knowledge because we've been through a lot of this, and at least I've seen a fair amount of traders in my day go through this. It's just you have to set that DLL, and Hoag, the other one that I always hear what you say is if you have like 3 losers in a row, go take a walk, man. Just get away from it. Those are probably the two things that I think, prop traders really need to do, because just think it, it was our money on the floor, or if it's just one of those things where you have to respect like how much is enough, right? And that's kind of how I look at it.
So I'm gonna tell it like it is here. RTR, what the F are you losing a quarter of an account worth $100,000 in one day. How the hell does that even happen? Obviously, tilt. You should probably contact risk management and tell them to put a $5,000 daily loss limit on that. Now, you lost 26K in one day. You're still on tilt the next day, and you recover it with a 31,000 winning day the next day, apparently, or that day, or whatever. If you did not follow your strategy to recover that, now you've really instilled a really bad habit. The next time you lose, have a big loss, you're gonna do whatever it takes just to try and get it back instead of trading your strategy. Tilt, RTR, recognize when you are tilting and step away. It's simple. Take your hand off the mouse, get out of your chair, and go walk away. And you can't trade again until you've let go of whatever venom you've created in your veins by taking trades. And if those trades were in your strategy and in your process, then you have no reason to feel tilts. Not every trade is going to be a good trade. Okay? So it's very difficult to kind of to see in your question here what your mindset was like. You say you're kind of dealing with tilt, and the best way to deal with it is not to deal with it. When you find you are in tilt, if you're not centered, you got to walk away and find a way to get yourself back to center. And I know it's not easy. You're down, let's say $6,000, and you're like, dang, I got to get that money back. I'm tilted. So you just start doing things to try and make the money back. I know, I've done it. Hoop's done it. JD's done it. We've all done it. But the best thing that you can do is learn to walk away. Let's think about if you only lost $6,000 on Monday, and then on Tuesday you managed to and then on Tuesday you had that big 31K winner, you'd be that much further ahead. So RTR, take a look at your trade reports. In your trade reports, if you're honest and you really think about things, you might find a number of losing trades or consistent losing trades where your tilt starts to come in. And then when you get to those, then you got to give yourself that mind check. You got to say, okay, I know by looking at my trade reports that I have 3 consecutive losing trades. That has a tendency to put me into tilt. So I'm going to make a rule, and I'm going to walk away and do whatever it takes to try and get rid of that venom. That tilt is venom. You are angry. You are either angry at yourself, angry at the markets, or angry at anything that you can be freaking angry at because it feels good. It feels good to get pissed off sometimes, right? Well, it's not going to help you when you're trading. You've got to find your way back to center somehow. If it's doing 100 push-ups, a bunch of sit-ups, walking away, walking the dog, having a ham sandwich and a glass of milk, whatever it is that's going to bring you back to center, you got to find your way back to center before you can sit back down to trade. And if you're going to sit down and trade, and you're down, you're tilted, you feel like you've gotten rid of the tilt, give yourself one more trade. If that's a winner, that buys you another trade. If that's a winner, that buys you another trade. Your first loss after getting rid of tilt, if it's a loss, it's going to be that much quicker to get you back into tilt. You might want to consider just walking away and coming back the next day. If you get back to center, you take that first loss, and then you can say, you know what, I'm just not seeing it today. Whatever it is, walk away. But if you ever put yourself in a situation where you've lost a quarter of an account worth $100,000, really starts doing some self-searching and think about the last time you were able to dig out of that in one day, and it was this situation, right? You lost 26, you made 31. Were you really in your strategy when you made the 31K? Were you centered on that day, the next day when you started trading? Or was this just a YOLO, I got to get that money back, and you just happened to get lucky?
Yep.
If it wasn't in strategy, you're instilling bad habits, and I can tell you from experience, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to go well. So RTR, love you. Get your head on straight. You obviously are a good trader. You've put up some tremendous profits, and I'm very proud and happy for you. But you've lost $100,000 before due to tilting. You gotta get your head wrapped around that tilt. You gotta be able to kind of walk away. All right, that's enough. I'm not gonna say anything else. Love you, RTR. Let's get this down.
You know, maybe consider taking a payout too. Put that $5,000 in your hand. Feel it. It becomes real then.
Like that.
It's not just a number on your screen anymore. When it becomes real, it's a different ball game. You start thinking about it differently too. That might help you improve your trading just a little bit. Also, any little thing that helps. Every little bit counts, I should say.
Take 50 grand out. You still got 50 in it, and size down and get back to business.
There you go.
Guess that rally ran out of steam like we thought, huh? There wasn't much volume behind it.
It sure did. It looks like this 15-minute bull flag is playing out in the ES right now. Let's just draw it in there. We've got to break out to the downside. Breaking back down. Here we go.
Right back off 67 even in ES. Perfect, right?
Sorry,
George doesn't like.
If I got upset.
George, what happened in the ES? Oh, yeah, you got out of your trade, and now it's running in your direction. I don't like you anymore. I feel your pain. I've had these conversations with crude oil after hours myself, Mr. George.
You piece of blankety blank.
Crude knows when I'm mad at it.
Oh, he
no
does.
doubt about it.
RTR, if you're in the chat, just say hey and like get mad, but it just hurts me to see those kind of losses, and it concerns me that you might create a bad habit on the next day. If you're around.
You nailed it 100% too. In no scenario should you be risking 25% of your account in a day, especially when you've built it up to $100,000. With $100,000 in your account, you definitely can afford yourself more than 4 trading days worth of risk. That is quite a bit of risk to take on. I don't know what you're trying to do. What are you trying to build up to? You lost $100,000 in an account also. I mean, so yeah.
There he is. He's in there.
It hurts. It hurts.
He's in there.
It hurts. It hurts me reading through this. Yeah.
Tough love.
All right, RTR. He's here. Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks for chiming
Get in there.
You got this.
Take a payout. Pay yourself. Go have some fun.
Yes.
Take a day off of trading. Yeah. All right, guys. We need to step aside. Coming up next, we've got Rising Star. OFEC T is back. Coach Jay and Dolby Time are going to be trading it up with OFEC in just a couple minutes. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mandy, the Salt Lake City Sniper, and Dolby. All right, guys. Group coaching is done for the day. Thank you all for submitting your questions. We did not get to all of them, so we've got a few left over for tomorrow. Can't wait. But Hoop Hogue, always appreciate your time. I will catch you all in just a little bit. All right, folks. Rising Star coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's get it.
Aaron, where are your next travels? Where do your next travels take you?
I'm going to be in Europe for a decent amount of time, so I'm trying to find somewhere to get set up in Europe.
How do you determine what country, what city is next?
I don't know, just wherever I feel like going, I'm like, that seems like a pretty cool place. Let's go take it off the list.
Can you give us 4 options for the chat, and the chat decides? Will you really do this?
We're doing it. We got Switzerland, Italy, Norway. I want to see more. Or someone can pick one more for me.
Estonia?
Take down the poll. 600 votes, and your trades will be going to Switzerland. Absolutely stunning country.
I owe everyone who voted for Switzerland.
I'm long one.
Mandy, you're in?
I'm looking for like a 1-to-1. I want to push here up and pass.
Whoa, big seller out. Yeah, ES just got smacked about 10 points there. I know, man. We're tiptoeing.
I was so ready to short this.
Someone hit the bid. Absolutely smoked it. We are not done in the ES. Slippage is going to essentially be inevitable.
You gotta have a stop when the market is making moves like this. You're blinking, your broker is calling you. Hello?
Wow,
Kidney or liver? How are we going to settle that?
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Welcome back to Topstep TV. We got a rising star. You've seen him here before. Dolby Time, welcome to the show.
What's up?
He is not actually our rising star, but Dolby is his star has risen and it is up there in the skies. But Ofek joining us here. Ofek, how you doing today? Welcome back to the show.
I'm good. It's good to be back to the show, and let's talk trading.
Let's talk
Ready.
trading for sure. We got OFEC in 5 brand new XFAs as of a week. Been in this XFA. No trades today, but OFEC in the green room says we're going to put something on. OFEC, we already know your strategy. I remember it. You look for fair value gaps, inverted fair value gaps. Tell us what you're looking at in the charts right now. We got the NASDAQ trading 24,705, S&P 66,8575. What are you looking at right now, OFEC?
So you can see that Thursday creates our high of the week, and today, Wednesday, go big down to the downside and create a big displacement to the downside. So for this session, PM session, I want to see us back to premium of this range. If you can see premium of this range, I want to see us getting back this range, and I think I'm gonna take a long with my setup.
What's the
I
price
see
range
NASDAQ.
that you're
I see
looking at?
NASDAQ. Yes.
What's the prices of that range you're looking at for all the radio listeners at home?
I want to see us getting back to 24,800 at least.
24. Okay, cool.
24.8. Nice. And you're looking at pretty much the high of the regular trading hour range down to that low that we made, right? So right around 50% of that range is what you're looking at. Higher your range is somewhere near 24,900s. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, OFEC, if you get into a trade, let us know. Last trade here, 24,710s in the NASDAQ. Dolby, OFEC is talking ranges. I know you were looking at 4-hour ranges the last time we were on. Where are you seeing a range right now in the markets?
There have been some really good ranges this morning. I think this one on the 5-minute was very good. That was right around like 9:30. It was an excellent range. And then we had a nice 5-minute range as well at around 11:30. As far as like bigger time frame ranges, let's look at the 30-minute had a very nice range, right around 900. So you had a big round number plus range. And I think that was kind of like the big move because once we broke those 875s, it was pretty much over. So that was a 30-minute range break. So that was pretty excellent. And then I think another huge range that we had was yesterday. We had that big 4-hour range up top. Then we had range under range. So support became resistance. And then it just sold off from there. Couldn't even get back up to like the midway point. So we've had some really good ranges today and some clean price action. I think it's been a really good day to trade the NASDAQ overall. I think the direction probably threw a lot of people off, though. I don't think people were ready to short. But structure was good.
I was ready to short. My one trade of the day in my XFA was a short from 24,881. I was not ready for 200 points to the downside, though. I took my 40 points. I took my 40 points and locked it up. But what a move that was to the downside. OFEC, what gets you into a trade here? I know you're looking for a long. Are you looking for a specific price action? Are you looking? I see that zone you have marked down there on your charts looks like near 690s. Are you looking for a tag back into that zone before you get into it? What is confirmation for you on a trade?
I want to see us pull back to those gap on my cloud, and then I want to try to take along something like this. You can see to the level I said before, something like this.
So that gap starts, the high of that gap price wise is around 670. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So looking for a little bit of a pullback. NASDAQ trading about 30 points above that right now, 24,706 last trade. S&P 66,8550. Gold is making new lows on the day. It looks like they broke that market. 37,6250 last trade in gold. 51% long tilt, but gold is continuing to sell off. We tagged those 3,800s earlier this morning, and we are down about 40 points from there. Crude oil got all the way up to 65. Hoag was talking about that during the opening call. Last trade in crude, 64.87. No real tilt to talk about. Everything is pretty much 50-50 across the board.
There's a question in chat from Zero. Might sound dumb. No dumb questions, by the way. But is trading range like trading individual candles? For a range trade, you're looking for like a collection of candlesticks that are all relatively close together. So zero, I'm going to hone in on this sort of box of 5-minute candles. So if you're looking for a range, at least in my opinion, you should be able to like draw a line kind of through the middle and have it hit pretty much every candlestick. So looking for at least 3 candlesticks that you can draw a pretty tight box around. That's what would be considered a range. And then you're just looking to go long bottoms and then short tops, theoretically.
I want to
No dumb
long the.
No dumb
Yeah,
question. I don't know, 800s or 700s? Oof.
Yeah,
I want to
OFAC
long
chat,
this.
700 is a tough spot. It feels like it could, it could hold here. What was the low of the day today? 627s was that low. I don't hate the longs. It just feels, if we look at, the low of the move, low of the day to this most recent swing high up to 760s, feels like we're right at 50% of that range right now. I don't know what time frame that shows up on. I'm looking at it on a 3-minute chart. We got about 130 point range, and we're sitting 700 is almost dead even with that middle of that range. So a little bit of a pullback, OFEC. I think I'm with you on that. See a push higher, maybe into the close. We got some negative delta on the day in the NASDAQ, negative 5,400. So market sellers came in, and they've been pretty happy so far. See what happens into the end of the day.
And they've done a good job of maintaining lower highs as well. We had a really nice set of lower highs within the range before we broke down at around like 930 Central. So it was a really good range, but you just kind of tell we just could not make higher highs within that range, even managed to make a lower low. And it feels like we keep on just seeing a lot of lower highs here, which are not bullish in my opinion.
Are getting that pullback here. 693 last trade in the NASDAQ. So OFEC, if we do get into into that gap there, do you risk lower days on something like this, or?
No, I think I'm gonna risk 1 mini 17 point stop loss, something like
Got you.
this.
Okay.
Right around
so
what,
other side of that gap.
Ask again.
Right. What's the price that you're looking to engage in the market, or what's the range?
24,668. It's my limit.
Okay, cool.
Order.
NASDAQ moves too fast, OFAC. So if you get filled, I have to know what level you're looking at, or else by the time you get filled, it's like in a totally different area.
I'll put my limit right now.
Perfect.
All right.
So that means
trusting.
We can get in.
24,
we can also look for longs.
Trusting the levels here, has a limit order at 668 in the NASDAQ. Last trade 24,686. In the NASDAQ, S&P sold off just a little bit there, 66.83. Saw some volume, about 1,000 contracts traded in a second here in the S&P on that little flush. Let's see if we get down to OFEX level. Chat, let us know in the chat or if you guys are in any trades. Bubby Prime asks, where am I seeing delta information? For me, all of my volume analysis comes from Quantower, which you can connect your Topstep X account to, logging in with the Project X connection in Quantower. That's where I'm getting all my delta information.
668.
668. Last trade 690 in the NASDAQ. OFEC, while we wait for this order to potentially get filled here, you're in 5 XFAs. Are you copy trading this one across the 5? And how has trading been going for you over the last week or so, we'll call it?
Yeah, I copied this trade across all the 5. I have multiple accounts, but in Topstep I have only 5 accounts, And it's been great. It's been great.
Nice.
The market is very tough, all-time high, And we play slowly, risk management, all the things you have to do to get a great, to become a great trader. All those things.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
So now
somebody asked me a question the other day. During At the Buzzer. Is this a market that you can scale up in? What's your opinion on that? We were talking February, March, April. everyone was saying scale down. You know, the markets, the ranges are pretty crazy. Everyone should be trading micros. Do you feel like this is an environment where traders can scale up, or does it depend on their accounts? That was my answer.
It's depend on their accounts, I think.
Yeah.
Only the accounts. Same risk. It doesn't matter what the time you trade. Same risk. It depends on the accounts. And I think NASDAQ don't want to get me filled.
Not yet.
What do we get down there? We got down to 83s, trading back up near 700. That selling that got absorbed down there in the S&P 6682. We're seeing a nice little bounce off of that. I didn't see anything similar in the NASDAQ, but they look like they're kind of following each other. Dolby, there's a range. I'm looking at maybe on a 3-minute chart. Looking to the left, there was a range from about 11:30 Central until about 12. Kind of dipped into that. Yeah. I think what OFEC was looking for, which I agree with, a little sweep below that range and then pop back up. Looks like we just started in that demand area.
Have a divergence right now.
I still think
divergence.
It could happen for sure.
Oh,
it
yeah,
is.
You can ES sweeping the slows and NASDAQ doesn't. Let's see.
Yeah.
Slows.
And as long as we're doing lower highs, I'm super fine with trying to find ways to get long lower. I don't know what happened at like this 24,650, 640s area where it decided to turn around. But I'm not really getting those vibes right now until we can make some higher highs anywhere.
This trade could be a good trade.
That could be a great trade.
I love the idea. I really do like the idea. Especially, I mean, we're talking about the equities, right? Buy the dip is the trade more often than it isn't. And we've gotten 2 days of a pretty nice dip. I think some people might call it a little bit more than a dip, but
I think I'm getting in this trade, man. Yeah.
Thinking of getting in?
Yeah, I'm getting in.
Okay.
Let's put the stop.
Oh, OFEC is in, Dolby. 710s, 24/710. Yep, long from 710s.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get our long up to this level.
We can change our order around to start our campaign at 700s.
Okay. House bidding 700s. Last trade in the NASDAQ 24/710, kind of right near OFEC's entry, right here. OFEC, what made you move that order up?
Just a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Manage your trade, man.
Leaderboard's down right now, Ronald. It's not public. We're working on it.
Okay, so I see the divergence between ES and NASDAQ. You can see this lows.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So I want to see us inverting the fair value gap. Okay, right here to, get the retest I want to see to this level. So I want to try this. If I fail and get stop loss, I want to see a lower price to get in. So we'll try this.
Gotcha. So seeing the pullback in the S&P, a little bit of a divergence. The NASDAQ necessarily not getting it, but maybe one following the other. The S&P got that pullback already, so getting in on the NASDAQ trade. Risk going in the same spot. OFEC long from 710.25. House has some bids in at 700s. Let's see here.
I'm going to lower those bids, Jay.
All right. Gold made a low of the day, 37.6110, and it is continuing to sell here. Wow, what a move in gold.
What do we think what is the reason? Is the dollar popping off right now?
So I checked this morning, and the dollar looked like it had a little bit of a bounce, a little recovery. I can pull up a DXY chart on trading.
It's up 0.68%. Is that a lot in? It's a pretty strong
high of the
candlestick.
range. Yeah, if you look at a daily candle in the dollar, it does look pretty strong. What a move that is in gold. Anyone catch that gold short? I saw, who was it? Was it Brad Sims in the chat that said each of these gold micros is up $200. I don't know how many micros you're in, but that is a strong case for trading micros. Up $200, get in on the short and just let the market do its job.
Gold's provided so much opportunity. Ofek, have you traded any gold? Have you dabbled into that bull market?
Nah, I'm not trading gold.
You're one market kind of guy?
Only NQ.
Only NQ. Have you tried to trade it before and just bad experience? Because I think who is it? Coach Robert says that all the time. He says he will never trade gold, just never traded it.
No.
There we go. Why
Just,
trade something else when the NASDAQ works?
Love in NQ and don't replace it.
I'm a master of one.
You well.
Learn all of its
Again, we got
intricacies.
OFEC long here from 710s. Last trade in the NASDAQ 24/7/12. S&P 6688. There's some size in the S&P books up at 6,700. It's about between 6,700 and a quarter and 6,701. There are about 2,000 contracts offered. Couple 800 lots up there. So let's see if we go fill those at some point today. That'd be really nice for this trade. Seeing some size here in the NASDAQ as well, up at 729, 24/7/39. We have 300 contracts offered in the NASDAQ. Let's see if those act like magnets, kind of pulling us higher. We've seen some size on the books all day. Early on, the market kind of ran away from those, but as we get later in the day, let's see if we fill those.
Man, that's like slow. It is slow. What's up?
Yeah, it is. We didn't get tagged into anything there, right?
No. We're starting our bids at 675.
675. Got you.
Kind of see if we're going to sweep this range that we were talking about, and then the last buy is going to be the high of the lowest candle, which is 655.
Got you.
So we'll see if we can still can't make higher highs. Not quite yet.
Where are the buyers?
I don't know.
You know they're lurking somewhere.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. They have to.
Those buyers are lurking.
Cause I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out where they are. Let's go to a big time frame and we'll start trying to figure it out. 24,300. That seems decent. 24. Yeah. That would be kind of the high of the range that we broke out of on the daily. It'd be like approximately support becomes resistance on just a really big time frame. Yeah,
looking at these daily candles, yeah, I'd see on a higher time frame maybe 25,550.
Yeah, I mean, I went to a weekly. I mean, we were in a really nice weekly range between 23,000 evens and let's say like 24,100s. And breaking out of that was incredibly strong. So we could easily, I think, maybe come back to those 300s, and we would still be like in an incredible uptrend.
Right.
So there might be a little bit more pain in the future before buyers really step in, because like you look to the left here, and there's not a whole lot. You got like one weekly candlestick you're looking at for reference. Coming back down to 300s would be pretty easy.
24,697.5 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 6684 in the S&P. Gold made a new low of the day, 37.60.5, and crude oil is kind of hanging out near these 65s. Hoag was talking about a market structure shift potentially in crude oil, and we're kind of getting that today. I'm really curious to see tomorrow, because crude has been going range to range, 62s up to 64s, and we're extending that today. We had 3 down days, 3 up days. I'm curious to see how this plays out tomorrow. If we do, there's a pretty nice trend line from the highs of around $69 in crude that we broke on a daily. Curious to see if we get some continuation there, because that market has a lot of room to the upside if it wants to break out of that range.
And it has room to the downside too. If it wants to go negative, you do both.
Right. It could break out of that range, have a pretty strong move up to 70, or fall right back into the range and be the crude oil that we know it is.
Yeah, right. Crude is rude. That was my saying. I don't have anything quickly for NASDAQ.
Dolby, you want to buy the dip? See?
Yeah. I dip, you dip. We all hit our daily
can
loss
show?
limit. Those are the rules.
Can
I don't know. No one knows. No one knows, OPEC. No one knows. We will see. I think it's a good value. I think it's a value trade. I mean, we were all wicks down there in the 30-minute. Maybe buyers just, they just need the price to come down again. Not a lot of volume traded.
I think it's looking good.
Sound. Yeah, it looks. We just can't make any higher highs. That's what's weird.
But you need my stop loss to get there.
Oh. Well, initially you were bullish around like the 680s. I'm just bullish the first version of yourself, OFEC, in a different timeline, alternate universe.
If I get a stop, I'm looking for to your price.
Just hop back in at 680s. I think that was your first idea.
Let's see.
No management on this one, OFEC. How do you look at position size? So right now you're in 1 mini. Is that max allocation for a trade like this? No thoughts of adding to it or anything like that? Maybe even scaling out of it a little bit? Just one trade,
no,
1 mini. Take the risk.
1 minute. Just grab the stop loss.
Yep.
See,
take the stop and always reassess.
Do you find it hard to trade one contract?
I trade one contract on mini, and if I trade in MNQ, so I trade 5 contracts to scale.
5. Okay.
It depends the day, Depends the day, depends the session.
You don't get like anxious trading one contract because you can't take a partial?
I don't like partials.
Don't like partials, okay.
Yeah.
That's a strong opinion.
Like
that might be a hot take, OFEC.
Yeah, I'm not a partial trader. Yeah.
All in, all out. All in, all out. All gas, no brakes.
Right.
I like that. I like OFEC's, just resolve. Pretty chill. It's just like, okay, you know what? I'm in a trade. I don't need to do more than what I've already done. It's a one lot. If it stops me out, it stops me out. And I could always reassess and get back in from there. It's 24,696 last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.84 in the S&P. Go ahead, OFEC.
So let's see. Yes, going to that. I think I'm gonna get stop here. I think, and then I want to see price Dolby looking for.
Dolby, are you going to prove that the stop is a better entry? Right now, OFEC, your stop is around 680, 690?
689.
689, got you. Risking about 20 points here. Not too bad. That's managed risk. Let's see here. Gold, new lows again. 37, 60, 10. Gold, you know what, Gold? I hope you are setting up for a great buy eventually.
Is gold not cool anymore?
I think it is. I think they just needed to take some profits. We got above 3,800 in gold. It's not a real profit unless it hits your bank account. So we may be seeing some profit taking here, but
maybe some altitude.
I think they're just setting up for the next leg
for gold.
Right. That is a huge move, though. Gold is down percentage-wise. Let's take a look at what that is. We are down almost 1.5% in gold.
Wow. That's substantial.
Yeah. Pretty big pullback there. One of our biggest percentage movers on the day, gold down 1.43%, platinum down 1.8%, and lean hogs down 3% today. Huge
That's
move
good.
over there.
We need to see these prices come down on food, man. I think I paid almost $11 for a pound of ground beef.
Wow.
Those are organic ground beef. $11.
Oh yeah.
Bro.
Yep.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Man.
Come on.
Yeah,
Might as
food
well just go
prices
get tacos.
would be great coming down. I tell a little cooking story. Dolby, I was making dinner last night, just making some pasta, and I tried to be quick about it, and was straining the pasta without a strainer, without a lid.
Yeah, where'd your pasta end up?
Entire pot in the sink.
A whole thing in the sink. Oh, what'd you do? Did you rinse it, or you just get Grubhub or something?
I had to toss it. I had to toss it out, man. I couldn't eat it, but it hurt. It hurt because that was also it was like 9 o'clock at night. There's a grocery store near me that's 24/7. But at that point, I didn't want to get back out of the house to go buy some more, so I just made do with what we had. Buy a strainer.
Like, yeah, it's like, well, I guess I started fasting tonight.
Right. Exactly. OFAC, this trade's holding up, man. 700s are holding here. Sellers not really able to push below it. S&P holding for now as well. Got OFAC long from 710s. House has some bids lower in the NASDAQ. Maybe we don't get down there. Let's see.
And Q1 was stopped. They want Dolby orders.
No,
Right.
no way. They're coming in. OFAC, they're going to come and save you. They're going to come in and save you. The 692's held, which is kind of interesting. That's like the midpoint of the last sort of maybe 2 5-minute consolidations ago at around 10:45, 11 o'clock. I've been loving the midpoints of ranges. They've been very, very interesting to look at.
I told you, if Dolby enter long, the markets go up.
Nope. It's actually the opposite, OFAC. The curse of the streamer.
So Dolby, be the bid that you want to see in this market. If you start buying it with that live account, we could push the market higher.
There's
I like a
something
target
to be said
of
about that, Jay. Be the change you want to
Yep.
see in the market. If you want it to go up, throw some money in there.
Right.
Be the change you
We
want to
keep
see in
saying
the
somebody
world.
has to buy it. Somebody
Yeah.
has to buy it.
Why not? Why not you?
I'm gonna be somebody today.
I'm gonna be
24/7.
somebody. That's right.
24/705's last trade in the NASDAQ, 6686 last trade over there in the. Let's see what we got here.
Jay is on lockout, no? Coach Jay, you're lockout?
Yeah, I'm in lockout. I took one trade today, man. I'm trading in 2 XFAs. Like I said, I'm trying to get on my OFAC vibe here and get to 5 XFAs. I'm in 2 right now. So took a short in one of them that was in a little bit of a drawdown. Took a short for 24,881. In hindsight, I should still be holding that trade right now. But we took the profits and locked it up. But yeah, locked out for now on both of those with some decent profit on the day. So I'm not going to complain about that.
How many trades do you typically take, Jay? Let's say you're not doing TV. It's no pressure.
Yeah.
Like, what's a typical trading session look like for how many trades you're taking?
It really depends on the price action. So today, if today I kind of came in with the expectation that we were. Say it again, Opec.
2 trades, 1 trade, 3 trades. How many?
Oh yeah. So for me, it really depends, right? If I'm seeing a couple opportunities in different markets today, I'll call it 2 trades. 1 trade in the NASDAQ, 1 trade in gold, right? Because I saw setups in both. If I expected today to be a trend day in the NASDAQ, I didn't, right? So in the NASDAQ on that 1 XFA, I was done after 9 minutes because I expected a range day. I got 50 points and then said, okay, well, I'm expecting range, so I'm just going to lock it up. If I expected trend, I probably would have scaled in and out of that trade a couple of times. So it could be anywhere from like today's 3 executions. It could be 30 executions of a trade, depending on what I expect out of the markets. But yeah, today was a take your money and lock it up day. In hindsight, I was wrong, but hey.
OFAC, you're like a 1 to 2 a day, right?
Yeah, something like that. 2 trades today.
2 trades, yeah. There was
But I have this live session with you. So if I have a live session with Topstep, I have a live session with my community.
Nice.
Also, so it's gonna be like something like 4 trades in a day because of that.
4. Yeah, I think I was like a 3 and out sort of guy. After like 3 losing trades, I was like, yeah, I'm not feeling it. Shouldn't be here in the first place. Enzo the Picker had a question for you, OFAC. How many combines do you suggest trading 1ES, and what's the best combine size? Okay, so what's the best trading combine size, OFAC? What do you say?
I think the 50K.
I agree.
That's my opinion. 50K.
Jay? 50K?
You don't
50K
need
guy?
You don't need more than 50K. I think it's my opinion.
I agree. Jay, 50K?
I do love the 50K. The 50K, or I think we've had a guest on that said get 150K and trade it like a 50K. right? Where
Ooh,
you
I
get
like
the
that.
extra drawdown, and then you don't size up, right? Because a lot of times what a trader will do is, oh, I got a 150K, so I'm going to trade max leverage because I have that drawdown. If you could trade that with micros,
I got 150K, so I trade the 10 minutes.
right,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
I trade 10 minis because I have the room. It's like it's not that much room, not that much room. But
That's a lot.
How much stop?
Nice.
4.5 stop loss, something like this. Yeah.
yeah, for 150K it's 4,500, which sounds like a lot, but it if you
It's
over
not a
leverage,
lot.
that goes by real quick.
Oh,
Yeah,
just watch the reversal challenge. That
If you
leverage
take
adds up
five,
real fast.
if you take 5 accounts, this is something else. You can buy, you can combine all these accounts and trade micro. Size the setup, get a good risk management. Something like 150K, 5 micros. You can trade like this, 2 trades in a day. Great risk management, in my opinion.
absolutely.
You could really have a wide stop too. Take advantage of some big moves. Definitely like a different type of trading, not nearly as active, but man, it'd be fun. It'd be very low stress. Like micros on a 150K account, you could have like a 40, 50 point stop loss. That'd be awesome.
Yes, we could. 24,706 last trade here. OFEC is in this trade long from 710s. Let's go to some news real quick, Gabe, on home sales, and we'll come right back to the charts.
Many Americans are getting settled into new neighborhoods. Sales of newly built single-family homes unexpectedly surged by nearly 21% last month, according to government data. That's the highest level new home sales have hit since January of 2022. It also far exceeded most predictions from economists. Analysts say that this recent sales boom may have been boosted by lower mortgage rates and aggressive efforts from home builders. But some economists say that August's strong showing could be a one-month anomaly.
That number, Jack was talking about that earlier this morning. It seems off, right? Andre read the number. He's like, wait, home sales are up 20%, but it's based on a weird expectation or the weird forecast number. So it sounds like a lot more than it is. But yeah, home sales up. That is good. It's a good thing. This trade is holding up, man. This trade is holding up. I have to say, I do
Yes.
like this. We're kind of at the upper extreme of this little intermediate range that we're at here. But if we see some buyers step in, we got about 24 minutes until power hour. Ton of negative delta. If they unravel that position, OFEC, I think we're in a good spot here. 24,712s last trade in the NASDAQ, 6688 in the S&P. Gold bouncing off its lows a little bit, and crude oil kind of testing around these $65 level. Is this a trade that you leave on? We end this segment. Is this something that you just leave on, let it work for the rest of the day?
Let's see, man. I don't know. I want to see break even first, and then and
Got
then let go.
Jay, you're looking for that capital V bounce, aren't you?
A little bit here, Adobe. I'm looking for a move. I see New York session VWAP up at 757 in the NASDAQ. I see some orders in the S&P up at 6,700 where VWAP is there as well. So it looks like a good target. Of course, anything can and will happen in the markets, but
yep.
I like what this looks like for now. Of course, it could change.
We make a
Liking
higher
what I'm
high.
seeing here. Liking what I'm seeing.
Higher high. We get over 720s. 720s. We get a break for OPEC.
Break even, we have a. If we get the break even, we got the TP as well.
Break even is what, 730 ish for you?
730, yeah.
So talk to us about what I'm seeing on your charts there, OFEC. If we hit that 730, that's where you go to break even and not before it?
Yeah, not before.
Okay, that's 1-to-1 on your risk. Got you. I like that.
Because we have fair value gap to the downside here, and then if we can get to this level, we inverse this 3-minute gap. So I don't want to see price getting down from this inverse. You understand?
Yeah, looking pretty good. You got that inverted fair value gap there. This is a we're looking at a 3-minute chart.
Yeah, 3-minute chart. I want to see close above this level. If I can get, if I get my tap to 730, I'm getting to break even.
Got you. OFEC
And
long
then
from
you
710
just-
last trade 719. Go ahead, Dolby.
I mean, with one lot, you go to break even. What becomes your take profit at that point? Do you move it from the bottom up, or do you have like a take profit further up, and then you stair step it to stop up?
Just go to break and then let the trade run. You know.
Okay. Okay.
Not something complicated.
No active
This is-
position management. Let's say.
Yeah, this is how I work.
Yeah.
Let it work.
Let the market do the hard
trade-
part, going up and down.
Yeah, and the trade will be something like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 83 risk to reward. It's good.
Okay, nice.
Almost
I gotta
4 to
say,
1.
Jay, it seems like if you just have a plan when you're trading, it becomes a lot easier to make money. It sounds kind of stupid to say because it's so obvious, but like,
No, it's
you
obvious.
you see so many
Yeah.
traders with different strategies, and as long as their execution and they're disciplined, it's like it just works, right? You can make it work.
Yep.
Discipline's good. You have a system set up, whatever it is. It can be totally different between a bunch of different people, but the results are the same as long as the discipline is the same across.
That's the thing I love about this show. I mean, maybe
Mhm.
this is I'm a homer because I'm on the show every day, but we see people with different strategies, and if they do it consistently, it works over
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Right, where you could look at the market completely different, but if you and I think for a newer viewer or a newer trader, you're going to get a lot of different opinions, right? You're going to see people talk about the markets in different ways, come up with different strategies. If you like the way somebody trades, don't try to follow their decisions, right? Don't try to follow each trade, but try to follow the way they come to decision making. Ofec's been on this show a couple of times, and I knew exactly coming on exactly what he was going to look at right now 4 times, right? So as soon as OFEC comes on, I said he's looking for fair value gaps and inverted fair value gaps. No guessing about what he's doing, and we're seeing that play out now. Does the trade work or not? Does it win or not? There's going to be a percentage of the times where they don't, but the strategy has not changed. And that's really, I think, what you should be getting from anyone that you're watching on Topstep TV here. Same approach.
Consistency.
Same
Electra in
approach.
chat says, I love Topstep TV. We love that you're here, Electra. Thank you. Jax Posner, I cannot say that. Cannot say that.
Right. 24,717 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6689 quarter in the S&P. I see that fair value gap that you're looking at there, OFEC, close above 25 in the NASDAQ looks really good here for this. Kind of testing that right now.
Let me tap
Stevie.
this level. I want to break even.
Yeah.
Yeah, but as soon as you go break even, you get tagged, and then it runs 1,000 points in your favor. Every
If
time.
you say. If you say so, Dobby.
I've lived it so many times.
Get us to break even.
Break even
Get us to
is
break even.
special relationship with break even. Hello, Gus.
Very good. Very good. I think.
What I like about your break even is that you're not going break even just because you're green, right? You had a ton of opportunities to go break even just because the trade was in the green. But you have it at a level.
Yeah, I want
Right.
to see price to go to some level. So I don't want to see if the NQ getting here, we have a potential to go to the downside. So I need a reason to have a break even, not because I green. This is not a reason. I want to see some
Right.
level in the chart.
Sure. OFEC, you were talking about your community a little bit earlier. Tell us a little bit about it. Are you running a Discord, YouTube? How's it looking over there? How many traders do you have?
I have a Discord. I have a YouTube. I have something like 1,000 students in my community.
Oh,
Something
nice.
like that. Yeah. This is a big community. I think to go worldwide, even worldwide, in the next in 2026, try to get a worldwide, try to show all of the people in the world what I do, what is my strategy. Because in TopstepTV, I only show one of my strategy. I have something like 3 models. Okay, in TopstepTV,
Nice.
I trade only one model. So,
Do you trade other assets outside of futures, right? In a personal account, do you trade stocks as well, options, or is it all futures?
I'm investing in crypto.
Okay.
Something like Ethereum, Bitcoin, XRP.
Got you.
But day trade only futures. Only futures and only.
We've seen Dakota switch a little bit. He's trading a lot more futures.
Yep. Cleanest
Dakota
asset
trade
class.
right now, I see.
Also trades
Dakota
options.
and-
I think that's his home
Dakota
base.
and-
is options.
What's up with Dakota? He got XFA again?
Yeah, he's back in an XFA. Trading really well right now. I think I don't know what happened today, but he's been green pretty much every day this month. Doing what we said, right? Trading micros, trading smaller. He's posting about it on his Instagram and Twitter. Killing it in his personal account. Yeah, trading pretty well right now, which is good to see.
Great trader.
Yeah, man.
I think it was range trading today. A little bit.
It's a great trade we have going on here. Again, just making. I'm looking at this 3-minute chart as well, making higher lows, continuing to kind of push up. This delta has not changed really in the NASDAQ. Continue to stay negative. So as we get closer to power hour, we may start to see that squeeze if we get closer to power hour with this negative delta, or it may not be a squeeze because we are still near the lows of the range, but unraveling that position, right? If I'm short, holding on to it all day. Maybe haven't had a reason to really get out if I'm short from 880s. I'm saying that to myself
Jay,
as somebody who was short from 880s. Yeah, go ahead, Ophir.
This is a great level to go break even, I think.
All right, there we go. OFEC going break even now. We broke above that fair value gap. 725s in the NASDAQ. Nice trade so far. 15 points in the profit. I see another fair value gap up at starting at 730s. On the
I got my
730
reaction.
up.
You can see I got this reaction from this little gap, so I don't want to see price go down from this gap. I want to see this protected low. This is the protected low, and trade to the upside. Let's see what I get.
Nice. I like that you have a target that you're looking for to qualify going to break even. And it's not just like some impulse or like fear-based sort of break-even strategy. I think that's cool. That makes a lot of sense to me.
Management targets, right? If the market gets to this level, it shouldn't come back here, and if it does, I don't need to be in that trade anymore, right? Doesn't mean you need to take the trade off, but
which is different than I feel icky in my long trade because I'm up money and I want to go to break even to make me feel comfortable. That's not.
And because this is not my system, so my risk management have to be higher risk. Okay, protected risk, because this is not my usual session. I trade only AM session,
Yeah. Tick by Tick says, can you explain a fair value gap?
You wanted me to explain a fair value gap? Okay.
Explain it for us, OFEC. In OFEC's words.
Not going to be me.
In OFEC's words. You can see, let's see. Okay, we have here example, okay, for a bullish fair value gap and bearish fair value gap. Fair value gap, it's the gap you can see between 3 candles. See, this is 1, 2, 3 candle. Okay, you see the gap between, okay, you can see it between this candle and this candle. So because this is a down candle, okay, this is a bearish fair value gap. So I can get a reaction from this bearish fair value gap to the downside, okay? And same thing to the upside. Like, see, you have 3 candles. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we have a gap between the first candle and the 3 candle. This can be a bullish fair value gap, but not every fair value gap can work. Okay, we need a lot of things, and we need break even.
Got break even there on that trade. Tagged OFAC out. Nice management though. Nice management, right? You saw it and you said, hey, if the market gets to this point, it shouldn't come back. And if it does, I don't want to be in this trade anymore. Kind of invalidates what you see. Get out with a little bit of profit. You could always get back into the trade if it validates again. So nice management there, OFAC. We'll call that a jab. And we'll throw it over to Gabe for some jab before we wrap this segment. Nice jab, OFAC.
All right, guys, we got a few jabs from today. We actually have one from yesterday that I wanted to highlight. So shout out to Odin. Just past 50K combine. Would like to thank Coach Hoops. Shout out to Coach Hoop for his Discord profile lesson a year ago, and Dakota, Jay, and Hoag for mindset. Truly thankful to Topstep. Hi from Italy. Shout out to Odin. We got to include this from yesterday because we didn't do jabs yesterday. Today we got Tom. Tried to find the bottom two. Had to break for 15 minutes, so stepped away from the computer, reset, and came back and ended up getting a little bit of a $500 profit out of a short. So it sounds like they were fighting the trend this morning. And Tom finally realized, okay, time to stop trying to pick bottoms, and found a way to get short and nailed a nice trade. So shout out to Tom. We got Jack, 977 for the day. Time to lock it up. Great work there, Jack. We got Mr. No Nick. What a day. Down 1K, now up $70. It's strange to not be in tune. Very stressful. I am out now, and see you later. Shout out to Mr. No Nick to understand climbing back from a red day, but then also being willing to walk away. It's a good thing to do. Grillionaire, shout out to Grillionaire, up 157, staying out of this rock fight. Shout out to Grillionaire. And Frank, locked out for the day with 1449 in my new 50K combine that I opened today. Great work, Frank, on a first day. It's a solid trade day. And we'll see y'all tomorrow for some jabs, but shout out to everybody jabbing away. And back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Gabe. Nice job to all of our traders out there. Whether you're up or down, if it's a managed loss, you did your job for the day. 24-7-12 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 66.88 last trade in the S&P. So OFAC, that one trade, I think that was your one trade for the day. I think you said coming into it, you didn't have any. What do you do for the rest of the day? We got about an hour left in the market for the day. Do you continue to look for opportunity, or is it, you call it a day, come back tomorrow?
I can see if we get a lower price, I can take another trade, and then here, the original trade I want to take. If you don't get those levels for today.
I want to say really nice read here on the market, right? Where you got in originally when you came in, you had an entry much lower than where you actually got in, but you realized price action wasn't getting there, so you got into the trade and called the movement to the upside. And whether or not you took max profit on that trade, even the move to break even was the right call, I think, for that moment, because you're reading the price action. Sometimes the market's going to agree, sometimes it's not.
It can go up, but I don't want to be greedy. This is not my session, so tight risk management.
Bro, Tesla is up 3.9%, almost 4% here.
Did somebody say AI or something?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow, Tesla is just screaming to the upside, trading $442.65.
We're only
Take a look
$40
around
from all-time highs.
Nvidia's down on the day. Let's take a look at Meta. I was just looking at some Meta Ray-Bans.
No.
Trying to decide how much of a consumer I want to be. You said no?
I don't know. I mean, we can talk about it, chat, and have a little powwow. I think it's going to be an issue.
I think the displays are an issue, right? Where you have just a heads-up display in front of you. They should put some type of feature where if you're moving at a certain speed, that it disables that display. Because I don't want people checking text messages. I mean, the people do it on their phones either way, but with a heads up display. We're seeing the NASDAQ push here now.
Yeah, let's
732
go.
last trade in the NASDAQ, 66.91 in the S&P. Seeing this push into power hour again, we do have that negative delta that may need to unravel. Still negative 5,000 in the NASDAQ, negative 10,000 in the S&P. Maybe seeing that unravel a little bit here.
Crude still haven't made a higher high yet, but this looks very bullish. Might be getting that V bounce.
I blame Dobby for this break even.
I didn't do anything, dude. What are you talking about? That wasn't my fault.
You were supposed to get in, Dobby.
I don't even like break even, OFEC. I don't even like it.
You say if I get a break even, the market is gonna take my break even, then go up. This is what happened.
We didn't get filled though, man. We didn't get filled. Yeah, I
Yep.
was rooting for you the whole time. Listen, every trader's relationship with break even is their own, and it's unique and very special. All I'm gonna say.
So OFEC, I
So you
see
say-
one more fair value gap on this.
Last or win, Dobby. L or W.
Next time you're
Your
on
fault,
OFEC,
Dobby.
we're gonna have a winning trade. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. It's only 20 points,
Right.
OFEC. Come on. A player, you
Good
can't hop
read.
in. Get out of here.
So everybody's blaming Dolby now. Everybody hates Dolby. That's not true. Everybody loves Dolby.
Very
OFEC, I see one more fair value gap on the 3-minute here. I'm actually cheating. I'm using a fair value gap indicator on Quantower because I'd never be able to identify them by myself. But we're trading at the high of it right now, 738s. That high, that fair value gap. If we close above that, do you see that continuation? I know you're not in the trade anymore. But would you be looking for that continuation if we close above that 738s here? That's kind of the last line in the sand I have.
Nice
Right now, I want to see a continuation. Even
Yeah.
right now.
Let's see
This is
if we
between,
can
like,
get it.
731, 738. Is that 3-minute fair value
Yep.
gap we're talking about?
This is too higher price. If you're looking at this,
Too high to get in here.
yeah, this is too high to get in here. Want to
Yeah.
get something like me, the lower. You see. So the market is gonna go to my TP without me, and I'm gonna done for today, I think.
There you go. Well, either way, great read on the market there, OFEC. We're going to have you back on air sometime, hopefully soon. It's always great trading with you, man. Like I said, when we came into here, I love your reads of the market. Very patient approach, consistent approach to the markets. Execution is going to be what it is, but you're not looking at anything different. Trade the NASDAQ. It's the thing that's helping you out, and you've been trading pretty well in these 5 XFAs, OFEC, so keep doing that. Dolby time, I think you are sticking around for the last hour of the day for Power Hour. We got Mandy and Andre coming in to close out the day. Seeing the equities bounce a little bit here. One more hour left to go, and then you can join me for At the Buzzer after the close. This is Topstep TV. Stick around for Power Hour. Hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. 2, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. 3, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. 4 would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
gonna have fun, Andrew. Yes, in the middle, we got Mandy in the house. To the right, we got Dolby time. Let's get right into it on Power Hour. Mandy, let's get going here. Gold, new lows, and gold down about $50 today, 37.53. But let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Mandy, your thoughts last trade, 24,728.
Yeah. I am looking to see if we can push VWAP, looking for an opportunity to enter long. That's kind of what I'm looking for, within a possible rotation back down towards the end of the day is kind of my overall guess sentiment, but I'm not going to let my bias get in the way and just kind of let the market tell me what it's going to do. So I'll let you guys know if I get into anything. You guys know I'm still trying to build up to my 5 XFAs. Took an L on one today, so locked myself out, but I'm just finishing up. Well, not finishing up. I'm working towards a combine. After I took those losses, kind of found some mojo and got some profits to get kind of close to that halfway mark. So I'm going to be a little bit picky though, because I want to get those 5 XFAs. So we're going to grind out this combine here this next little while.
All right, let's do it.
Coach Jay. Coach
Yep.
Jay's trying to do his 5 XFAs.
Yeah,
all right,
Jay's working on that. It's great.
I love it. Loves watching the grind in the in the journey of trading. Again, gold, pretty much the story of the day. The dollar is getting much stronger as well. Look at the Dixie, the DXY. Gold continue just to grind lower, new lows, 37.53. You see sell off in the equities as well. Dolby time, I want to throw it to you. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Break it down for me. 24,727.
30-minute range is forming pretty nicely right here, right now. We're actually pretty close to the high. I think the high of the 30-minute range is right around these 24,750s. I'd say the low of the 30-minute range is around, say, 640s, give or take. Other than that, we've had some nice ranges, but they already broke down. We had a nice 30-minute range at around the open that failed, and then we had a really nice 30-minute range. We had a couple actually yesterday. We had that overnight 30-minute range, then we had the range right under it. So we've seen some really kind of long-term frame ranges develop and then just completely collapse. And we've seen really big extensions outside of those ranges, only for it to re-range again. I think right now, the overall pattern is more of a stair-step down pattern. Where's my brush? So 970s, I think, was a good level. Those 24,920s, that all collapsed, and then I'd say around like those 780s. I don't know if we can get back up to 780, but 780 could be an interesting stair-step short if we can get up there. I think the one thing we're hung up on right now is the 750s. We did have a area of support there on the 22nd, so about 2 days ago. We'll see if we can kind of get through that, but definitely these 780s and this consolidation. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
House account is still long, I do believe, in Crude from, 64.13. Last trade, 64.83. Made session highs at 65.05. We are watching gold go lower, down to the right. Opening bell in New York, we did see 3800s print. We are currently trading $50 lower at 37.53. All right, before we get this party started, I'm going to throw it to Mandy. She's one of the best at this game. We call above, below, Dolby time. Let's tell the folks how we play above, below. We'll ask Mandy for the price.
Yes, one of our favorite games here during Power Hour. I'm going to ask Mandy, where do you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at 3 p.m. Central? And then Mandy will give us a price, chat, and then you're going to guess above or below whatever Mandy says. And if Mandy gets within a point of whatever she says, then she wins, and then chat, you lose. I guess you lose that, chat. Very rare. Very, very rare. So Mandy, where do you think the NASDAQ is going to be closed at by 3 p.m. Central?
I'm going to say down not even 0.5%. I'm gonna say 750, just right on the dot.
750.
So we might be chopping around here if that's the case, but yeah, let's see where we're at.
Okay. There you go, Dolby time, 24,750. Last trade, 24,724. Continuing to see gold just making new lows. Heard some hawkish comments out of Goolsby saying a little apprehensive to continue to Sorry about more rate cuts this year, just going back to back to back for a total of 3. Doesn't want to see how the first round of rate cuts that we did a week ago from today look. So we're seeing some hawkishness there, seeing some little strength in the dollar, seeing gold sell off, just grinding lower. So, all right, poll is up, 24,750. Above or below? I'm going to go with above. Gobi, what are you going to go with?
Below.
Below, okay.
I went above.
All right.
Until we can break the 750s, I'm below. I'm stair step lows until further notice. Until it does something else. And then Player was joking around saying Philby's not talking about Doritos. I don't see a Dorito pattern, really. Believe it or not. Do not really see one.
If you look at my screen, I just threw a pattern on, like some trend lines on for the 3-minute. Maybe that's why they're talking about Dorito patterns. I do want to see a hold above 740 before I take a long. That would be a 3-minute candle close. That usually fits my strategy. Actually, we're getting kind of close to that, about a minute out on another candle close. Though I am a little bit more skeptical to enter, but it could change. We did just have an EMA moving average cross occur, which was indicating yellow on top, which would be a sell indicator. We didn't really get any movement out of that, so that could actually be invalidated. So yeah, I like a close above 740s on a 3-minute candle to go long to retest close to VWAP. At that point, it could probably be down to like 665-ish, maybe 667. So yeah, see.
All right, quick Delta update as of like a minute ago. NQ minus 5,200, ES minus 10,000. Here as we take a look at the ES. Its last trade 66.91. Low of the session 66.78. Big ranges today. Well, good volume as well. We'll see what we have in store in Power Hour. Lower right hand corner, you'll see the clock, countdown clock. 47 minutes till the close. 37 minutes till MOC. See what's going to happen here. I see Mandy locked in right now, perhaps looking for her setup.
Yeah, throwing up some support lines as well, just to see where I want things to close above or below before I enter. So I just went on a 30-minute, kind of one of the strategies I like. Just little, like, knowing me as a scalper, I like to be in and out 5, 10, 15 points. And so if I can find these little ranges to work with, that's kind of what I'm looking for. Yeah, I like that setup now.
Right, watching that set up, a little push higher here in the ES. Minor, but 66.91. Last trade there. We did get close to those 6,700s after that sell off earlier today. Not quite getting there. 66.99, call it. And we did
it is slow.
Yep.
This is very slow.
Is it 66.90 on options? Is that kind of the big 0 DTE?
Oh, I can pull up an option chain real quick.
There you go. Let's yeah.
That's what I thought Jack was talking about earlier today.
What was the price? Yeah, I believe that's
hanging right around there.
Yes, we
Not
are.
far.
Take a
Talking
look at the
SPX.
Yeah.
Got you.
All right, we could take down the poll. Looks like 60% are saying above, Mandy. So
nice.
A little bullish. Speaking of bullish, we got 70% long in the tilt in the ES right now. Average price of 66.93. So about 4 points of heat. Trade 66.88. Gold not done. Look at gold. Yep. Always rise. Gold, you guys need to look at gold selling straight down. Gold has been down for pretty much all of the day. Looks like there is more room to the downside. Will we test the lows? There goes. We got the 10-year. 10-year prices selling off as well. 10-year prices go down, yields go up. Strengthen the dollar. See gold go down as well. We'll see how this plays out here. And you have 70% long on the
break
tilts.
50s. Could not break 50s. Still in the range.
What's up? What do you Dolby time? What prices are you looking at in MNQ?
Probably shorts between 750 and 780, and then longs would be probably 620 to 600s. It's a pretty big range, but I feel like we're going to start testing something here.
Something,
eventually.
definitely.
Yeah,
right.
There could just be too many stops below 630, and that's not even that far away from 600 evens, which is big round number territory, which I'm a huge fan of. But that, and we'd have to sell off another like almost 115 points to get down there, but I don't think that's that hard right now.
I'm liking shorts below 712
Okay.
on a candle close.
Why 712? 5 points away. What's thinking about 7?
Just would break a possible trend line. We've also had a lot of 3-minute touch points at the 12-minute with a run below 700. So that would get me a good quick 5 to 10 points. And I could, anything can happen during power hours. We could even see a retest of low of day even. So that's where I am thinking. So above 740, below 712. Because we are
Okay.
chop zone right now.
Yes, we are. In the chat, Sean says Dobie wants a flash crash. Dobie, do you indeed want a flash crash?
Sure, if it helps us get long. Yeah, whatever. Why not? Why not? It's a 30-minute range. It's not going to stay here forever. Probably going to test either the highs or test the lows. Kind of how these ranges end up working. I just don't think 100 points is that much, especially because the market feels, I don't know, it feels kind of uncertain right now. So uncertainty can, you get more uncertainty. You can get a little heavy getting into close.
Tilt in the ES has peeled back just a bit. Now back to 64% long. Seeing a little bit of a push higher here to 66.89 in the ES. Top of range, look at the 5 minutes since power hour started, 66.91 or so. Keep an eye on gold if that's going to make another push lower. Maybe we're talking about closing on the lows. Low of the session in the ES, 66.78. So about 10 points from where we're trading right now to the downside. Low of the session in the NASDAQ, 24,627. About 100 points from where we're at right now.
Still higher lows. That's pretty impressive.
Yep. Nothing on the wire right now. Keep an eye out for that. It's pretty quiet for the last few minutes. Goolsby did hit the wire. Sounding hawkish. We have heard that tone from a lot of the Fed speakers, but the markets are not necessarily buying it. Still pricing in about a 74% probability of an additional rate cut, including October in December. So market's still pricing in 2 more rate cuts this year. 1 in October, 1 in December. But obviously that can change. As we know, they are data dependent. So we got jobs numbers tomorrow morning. Initial jobless claims. Make sure to tune in to opening call to get the breakdown of that. We got about 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. It's just ranging right now. Gold. New lows in gold.
We'll get some orders in. Pretty speculative, but we'll see.
There's JD in the chat. JD, we start along that 5 micro crude from opening call. See what the upside target is, or we just take it into auto lick to close here. Mini pop.
We got some offers in.
All right, starting where?
65 to 85.
Right.
If we can hold above 35s, I'm really tempted by a long.
Good. I like that.
All right. Sounds good. Still in.
Yeah, so kind of like the midway point of the day today is right around 780s.
I see that.
That might be a happy place as we get into close.
All right, before these orders do get filled, it's another friendly reminder at the top of the chat, pinned up there, you got the link to the Topstep TV survey. Be so kind, gracious, please click on that, fill it out, be completely honest, as I'm sure you will. Love to see the feedback and try to improve what we can do better, what you like, what you don't like. Again, Topstep TV survey, link pinned to the top of the chat. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. I'm sure you won't. Bottom of the hour, 9 minutes. 9 minutes. Mandy, when you come on, it feels like it's always a slow build up, right? The first half, 30 minutes of power hour.
It's
kind of we're kind of building into it, and then before you know it, boom, we are
That must be
rocking
a
here.
Wednesday afternoon situation, hump day, we're not at end of like week yet. Yeah, it's sometimes kind of a choppy, not exciting market until the end. And then we still have a good time either way. And that's I think what's awesome about Topstep. We can just decide not to enter any trades
day
and
of the
think out
week.
loud and
Wednesday's
good,
fall.
yeah.
I mean,
Wednesdays.
tomorrow is
Yeah,
big news, though.
I was gonna say.
Yep.
Big news tomorrow. GDP, durable goods, initial jobless claims. That is certainly enough to keep this market range bound and pokey until then.
True.
Agree.
That's so true. It'll be fun tomorrow. I will be on with you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
in the morning during
nice.
fast markets. So
Let's
excited to
go.
be
Oh,
joining for that. You can
we have a
see me
lot of
doing a lot of
trades.
scalping there. Yeah. All right. Let's see if we can push above these 30s. That's what I'm really looking for. A hold above 30s.
20-point range special, Dre.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. For now, right? We'll see. Watching gold here. A buck off the lows, 37.51. We did bottom at 37.50, call it. Pop.
A lot of nothing.
Stay locked in. Look at those at the 10-year.
8 minutes.
10-year prices. 10-year prices
Till
trading on the lows and, seeing yields go up. 4.14%, I do believe, in the 10-year. Yields going the wrong way, but Fed Fund futures market's still pricing in 2 more 25 basis point rate cuts on October 1 in December.
Really?
For now, yeah. There's a
right.
bit of a difference of opinions. Overnight VWAP in ES 6702. About 13 points from there to the upside. Overnight VWAP in NASDAQ. 4,771. We're about 50 points from there. Working 65s. Working 65s on the ask. 1-1-1, Dolby?
Yep, same. 20-point range. We put some bids in now at 625 to 605. Highly doubt we're getting filled down there, but it's the range. So
yeah,
we're gonna range. Range to range.
2015. Yep.
These 3-minute candles are something.
There is no velocity in this dome right now. Down, dome, ladder. There's no velocity.
Mm-mm.
I'll point it out when it happens.
Yeah, we saw this in fast markets. New lows gold. We saw this in fast markets. We were in range for about an hour in fast markets. 8:45 central to
it was a great range.
9:45 central. Right, we saw the volume kept building and building and building. When you see that setup happen, once we get out of that range, we will see some movement. So we'll see if that does play out here in power hour.
I just want to see some velocity in this dome. The dome right now is very, very slow. It's very orderly. It's ticking up and down the ladder at a consistent pace. It's not fluttering. There's no wiggle. There's no long candlesticks. All the candlesticks are about the same length, which is, 10 points. about give or take 10, 11 points. We'll
There's
see.
no
We'll point it
contracts
out.
sitting anywhere either. They're
Looking for
all
size?
evenly split, I feel like.
Huh? We're looking. I like
No
it.
big players. Yeah.
Not yet. We'll see. Gold not done. Lows in gold. Talking about a $50, even more than $50 range in gold.
That's wild.
This New York session, yeah. To the right.
Manny, are there any shorts you see? Where's your short trigger for this market?
My short trigger would be close before like 7:15 about now.
Okay.
Yeah. I said 7:12s earlier.
15.
That would be below my 35 period moving average. So yeah, a close below 15 would or 12. I need to see like volume and momentum coming in for me to want to take it. It could also just go without me. So, but that's why I have my trend line drawn and following this intersection here of my 35 period moving average.
Got it. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was just wondering because we've maintained that higher low trend line for so long. I was wondering like if we get below about 15s, get below 15s, and maybe there's a trend break and we get to the downside.
Yeah.
Range is
We're
getting tighter and
holding it
tighter
really
here.
well.
It's incredible. Range is getting tighter and tighter. We are stuck at 24,724 in the NASDAQ. We are stuck at 66.90 in the ES. You do see that volume building. Oh, let's we move. Who's going to move first? Who's going to blink first? Who's going to get stopped? And you got to beat him to the
Wiggle yet.
punch.
Get that wiggle.
Yeah.
Waiting patiently for a wiggle here.
Yeah, we see if we do have some size come in on the ES ladder.
Maybe 2:30. Hold on.
Yep, 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Staying locked in. Stay patient. See what does play out. Take a
We
look
got
at
3 minutes until bottom of the hour. See if we can get an influx of some volume or something.
Yeah, it
Last
needs
half
a wake up. Yeah,
it's coming.
Maybe 2:30 we get something. Maybe MOC saves the day and we get a little bit of action. That would be nice.
Middle week, big news.
A
lot of indecision right now.
MOC 22 minutes. 22 minutes till MOC. That's market on close. What is market on close? It's going to be some big size, potentially big size to be executed at the close of the market. Futures trading says we need to change power hour to chop hour. Well, maybe for now. Futures trading the last couple of power hours, it's been a developing story. Last 30 minutes or so, we will see some fireworks. No guarantees today. But we're going to stay locked in because the market has found its equilibrium in the ES, NASDAQ, Crude, Dow, everywhere is just chilling. Player says,
tight
come on,
range.
ES. You're working my nerves.
If you're trading an E-mini, I mean, you could risk like 10, 15 points pretty comfortably to try to make 20, 25 points. The ranges are there. It might take a little,
That's what
little
I
while,
do.
longer than
Not now.
expected. Not,
Got a question in
not
the
now.
chat. Question in the chat for Mandy. Mandy, how long has Mandy been trading?
Great question. I was introduced into Forex about 7 years ago. Learned some really good technicals that way. And just didn't quite get the psychology. Maybe even a strategy. I was struggling for a little while. Took a pause. Then during COVID, was introduced into options. Won big, lost fast. And then slowly just wanted to learn more about the markets, and I just kept seeing all the potential. And that's when I was introduced into Forex about two and a half, or sorry, not Forex, futures about 2 years ago. And then I got with Topstep about, oh my goodness, like a year and a half ago. Started watching you guys on air. and with TopstepTV, and just have learned so much. Got into the VIP program, and funded trader, working on to getting up to live here. My goal is, for sure before end of year, that should be feasible. But I still struggle with some psychology issues, that's for sure. And I've kind of been going through a lot of things lately, and it's kind of been in and out of good days, bad days, whatnot. So just trying to find, but I am getting a lot more consistent with payouts than I had in that first little while. Just over the last 6 months has been a lot more profitable. So a huge shout out to Topstep for all the free information you get just by streaming in live with Topstep TV. And I've really been able to nail down my strategy and learn about my personality with trading too, which has been huge and very influential in my success, I feel like.
Great answer.
The journey. Pretty fun.
Yeah.
Most
Not
of the time.
easy one or short one.
Nope. No.
No, it's not. It's never ending. It's never ending.
Actually hard and internal.
Never.
So enjoy that.
There you
All right.
go. I like that word.
I can feel it. I feel like we got a big move. We got a big move coming here in the
coming,
last,
Dre.
20,
I know,
last
we're-
29 minutes of power
It's
hour. We got
coming.
19 minutes till MOC. But if you haven't heard, listen to my man Gabe. Gabe, come in here. Let's do the demo again. Cool stuff at Topstep.
Man, if you haven't heard already, where have you been? But we've been talking about this all week long here at Topstep. There's been a new Topstep X update. Auto OCO brackets are now live. If you don't know what Auto OCO brackets are, they are another alternative tool that you can choose to use to help manage your orders when it comes down to maybe not being able to, or not having to stay staring at the screen all day. You want to be able to set up an exit, a take profit and a stop loss to each of your orders, to each of your entries. This is a great tool to do so. You can still use the position brackets if you're a trading combine or an express funded account trader. So you have that option to stick with what we already know and have loved in Topstep X, but this is now one of your additional choices. If you're a live funded trader, you have Auto OCO brackets as your only choice to use. We will continue to receive and digest feedback that we are getting about this new release, and we will continue to reiterate. And but in the meantime, let me show you where to find it, just so you know how to use them. So I'm going to go switch over to my platform. In Topstep X, you have, of course, your risk settings, which are going to be over in the gear wheel on the left-hand side. Left panel, you'll see your position, risk, and profit brackets if you prefer to use the simplest form of just having a take profit and stop attached with a single entry. Otherwise, we can go switch to those Auto OCO brackets and build some templates out. Maybe you have different kind of what you've also heard maybe as ATM strategies, or strategies that you want to have multiple different styles of exits. You can go ahead and add however many bracket templates that you want to that. I'm going to go ahead and let's just say I wanted to do a 2-to-1 bracket, just a reward to risk style exit. You can choose to use it in ticks or dollars. I'm going to go ahead and set up a dollar-based value for both my stop loss. Let's say I wanted to risk about 10 points in the NASDAQ, so about $200, and my reward to risk on that being 2-to-1 would mean that I'd be looking for about 20 points on one contract or $400. And I'm going to go ahead and create that bracket. Go back to my charts here and switch over. We're at the NASDAQ contract, so I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I enable the tool. So OCO brackets are available to choose if you are a chart trader and you typically right-click, and throw in a market order or a stop or a limit order. Make sure that that bracket is selected in the top right before you go ahead and place an order. Or if you're a dome trader or a order panel trader, you'd want to enable those on the tool that you're typically entering orders from. So if I'm a dome trader, just make sure that bracket's on. And then let's just say I wanted to go ahead and sell at market. So you now see I have that 10-point stop, and then I have that 20-point target here in the NASDAQ off that one contract. But that's it. So you wanted to add a couple different entries, have a couple different exits. This is a great way to do so. And stay off the charts all day long. That's something that you struggle with. But that's what I got for you guys. I'm going to throw it back to you, Dre. Get back to this power hour.
Long too.
Ooh, in.
Sorry, I just had to pipe that in
Nope.
there. Thanks for coming in, Gabe. Got some things moving for me. We are almost
moving the markets
just
today,
gonna tag up
actually.
here to 34. I'm looking for about 1, 2, 6, 7, 8 points. That's all I need. Really? To get that 50% target
price
for
did you-
today.
what
I
price-
might have been preemptive. 728 half. It did shoot a little bit. I wanted it to go more. It's not pushing as far as I would have liked it to hold above these 30s. I'm going to give it a few minutes. I am a negative risk to reward for anybody who might be wanting to chime into the chat here. But that works well for my like high win percentage with scalping. I have a relatively high win percentage with these small moves. So the math works out well for me to do a negative risk to reward. So you just got to figure out the math too for you guys. It's not 1-to-1, 2-to-1. That's not the right answer for every trader.
Yep, like that. Absolutely.
How
Win
did you know?
percentage.
How did you know that? Just trial and error?
Actually, I would go back to my Forex coaching that I went through. Actually, a lot of people did that. Did a negative risk to reward route, and that's kind of how I was trained. But it worked really well because I knew pretty early on I was a scalping type.
Just in your personality.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
run fast, trade fast.
I don't want to jinx it. But gold has woken up a bit. Gold, a little $5 pop there, 37.55 last trade. Are the
This
buyers
might
okay?
come to my stop loss. It's waking up now. We've got some movement. That's what we've been wanting.
A pulse. Yes.
It is a pulse. It is starting to move slightly faster.
And I might have been just part of that trap, which I accepted the risk, and that works for me.
Thank you for your sacrifice,
There you go.
Mandy.
Okay, so we are out. Yeah. So little sacrifice. You guys can all go get some shorts now. Now shorts actually would be validated. Here off my strategy if we can hold below these 16s, which actually I don't want to chase it though. That's another thing with psychology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust this
That's
move.
a good
We
question
trust
here.
It's either that or Gabe has to come back. Either more sacrifices
Gabe?
or the market needs Gabe. It's one or the other. Still stuck in the 20-point range.
Yep, 24,716. Man, you still have your eye on those 712s or 714s in NASDAQ?
Kind of. Yeah. If we get the volume coming in and just sellers really start to step up, I might not want to be left. I don't know. Stop loss could be better entry for longs. We're still in this decision zone. There's no quick, fast decision yet. So yeah, this is a tricky read for sure.
You're right. Can you trust this move? Basically, what the question is, can you trust it?
I mean, I got psyched out.
Yeah. Dolby time.
Got a Dorito.
Yeah.
Yep.
1,715. Power hour has begun. Look at the 5-minute low end of the range in NASDAQ. Pretty much where we're at right now. 24,711. I end right around 24,739. ES. Oh boy, ES much tighter range. We are talking about a 4-point range, folks. Low end of 66.88. High end of 66.92. Gold, $8 off the lows. And 37.56. Same thing on the tilt. Not just yet. We do have MOC in 11 minutes. We're working bids starting down there, what, 625?
620s.
Okay.
Nice. I have 4 moving averages in here, and those are usually good target price points, especially I like those as like take profits. Somebody was asking in the chat. And then I have an EMA in there as well and VWAP. So it looks like a bowl of spaghetti, but they're usually really good target entries, especially when they're more spread out, when we have more of a range day. Sometimes we get some good distinction between those, but right now, yeah, we're just a bowl of spaghetti.
But it's your spaghetti, Mandy. No one else's.
It works for you,
It
Mandy.
is.
Get your own spaghetti, chat.
Yeah.
I'm spaghetti. All right, let's see if the NASDAQ wants to go test the 700s here. Currently trading 24,712. No 714s. What are the buyers going to say? Nope, we're just going to hold it right here. Keep an eye on gold. And house account still along that micro, 5 micro crude.
Short too. I'm just gonna get beat up here. Come on.
Still no velocity.
I only wanted to. I know. I only
It's
wanted to enter one, but we hit two. That's fine.
What are you in
Okay,
with
I want
right
to trade
now?
at 77.05s. Just two. I have a
From?
lot of room on this XFA with the green so far. We didn't break. Okay, I need to get out. Hold on.
This might be the bounce. Who knows?
I know. Gosh darn it. Hold on.
Maybe this is the one. You could always size out with one at break even. What's your entry? 712s again? 7. What is your entry?
Right back in the range. 24,721.
Mandy's in the zone. No one talked to Mandy.
I'm looking at the ES here with a lot of volume accumulating between, like I said, 66.88 and 66.92. A lot of volume accumulating. Looking at the ladder. Topstep X. So when it goes, it's gonna go. What are we looking at? Yeah, Delta's pretty much chilling still. Minus 5,100 in NQ. Minus 8,000 in the ES.
Still no velocity.
It's going. Hey,
No
gold.
velocity.
Don't look now. Don't look now.
What's it doing, Jay?
Up, $10 off the
me.
lows. Anyone catch the long in gold in the chat? Where's your exits?
Who's left?
Thought we were
get
getting a
long gold?
breakdown, but we were not.
Man, MOC might have to save the day here.
I think so. I mean, we got what 8.5 minutes till then.
Yes. Please save the day. MOC, please.
I mean, this is kind of crazy. The best trade you could have taken would have been short 742s, and you'd only be up 25 points.
Exactly.
And that's if you top ticked both sides. It's been very, very pokey for Power Hour. I honestly think it's because we have so much news on Friday. GDP and jobless claims, that's enough to keep this locked up.
Nice, Dawn.
Let's go, Dawn.
Dawn caught the bottom there.
Go.
Well done.
Someone got it.
Yeah. There's gotta be some people licking their
If I
chops.
don't get it,
Look at
I'd
these
at least want to see one of you in the chat with it. So,
Ooh, here we go.
all right, we're gonna try to make a test again. Let's
Okay.
see if we can get hold below these 712s. I was preemptive again. I need to wait for a candle close. That was a newbie mistake right there. I was just trying to catch a couple more ticks.
Eddie P in the chat. And Robert. Both long 3 micro gold from right around the same price, 37.56. They're in the money, couple bucks here. Okay, coming back to this level. 4,713.
Can we get some velocity?
Please.
As we test the lower, higher low here of the Dorito. This is a cool range Dorito. Can the dome do something interesting?
And if the move happens, do we
back up?
We trust it. Yeah. Stay patient. We got a doozy right here.
I'm gonna
This
be
is
really
a
picky on this third one. It's not gonna burn me 3 times. I'll tell you that much.
Stingy. They call Dolby stingy with those entries, but
Stingy, that's right. I like
so
that.
good.
I love Mo.
Uh-huh.
I love Mo.
Let's go,
I asked
George.
Mo if he was
VWAP
stingy
George.
this morning. He was not.
He was not? Oh.
He was not stingy this morning.
Is that good or is that in a
I don't think
not
that's
in
good.
a good way?
I don't
No.
think it's good. You want to be stingy with your trades.
Right back into the 716s, now 717. NASDAQ. We're getting close to MOC here. Market on close. Crude.
Where are you,
trade
MOC?
sideways.
You are
Please,
only hope.
MOC. Crude trade sideways. Dow. Trading sideways, looking for any markets. Again, we saw that copper chart. Copper, a huge push to the upside. Big short squeeze there. Any markets that might be. Take a look. What's going on in the 10-year?
Did we stop making pennies? Was that a thing? Is that official?
It's definitely an initiative. Yeah, why?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking about copper all-time highs, and then I was thinking about pennies, and I was thinking about we're like not making them anymore or something. That's the last thing I heard. But maybe it's not official yet.
I'm cool with getting rid of the penny. No need.
No. You can't get anything with a penny.
All right. Shorts look good here.
Yeah, they do. It's like a very solid trade this far. We're starting to get just a hair of velocity
I'm
here.
short too. We're gonna go above the last wick for a $300 loss. And I am looking for
Oh, it wants to do something here.
top 7. I mean, this is a huge trade for me, you guys. That would be like 20 points.
What's your entry? Where's your trade at? I can't see. Oh, there it is.
38.
Looking at YouTube like a ding dong.
Did you get 12s?
You're short 2 7/10s, 7/10 half. Yeah, I think it's short 2 7/10 half.
Right. 710 hook. All right, let's trade 20.
Where's your stop at?
Locked in.
Ooh, there we
Locked
go.
in, Dolby. Locked
There
in.
we go.
There's some velocity. Excellent. Okay.
This is what we were looking for. Let's go.
Yes, trying to follow as well.
700s, big round number. See what
Yep,
happens.
gold picking up some momentum to the upside here. Now about $12 off the lows. 37.61 last trade. NASDAQ went down to these 700, 24,705, call it.
87 bid at 700s. And then it looks like about a brick of orders around. Where'd they go? Oh, man. 95, 96. Looks like there's a brick of like 40 contracts a piece.
MNQ?
84 at 700. Yeah, sorry. Oh, MNQ,
Okay, gotcha.
which is not that much. Let me go with that.
No, well, let's go fill that thing.
Yeah, it looks like someone has orders every.
Pull that up.
I don't know. Maybe they're not attached.
MNQ.
And now
There's
we're
some
back
size.
to break even.
Are you stop? Okay, you're still in the trade though. Still in the trade. So high
Oh my
conviction.
gosh, yeah. But now I'm gonna be like,
Oh, 10% rule.
right now. I can't.
Not stopped yet. Not stopped yet. It could be anything.
there.
It could be anything. You don't know yet.
Gold
Not
grinding here.
convinced.
Hang in there. You got 2.5 minutes, Manny, till MOC. This might
There could be a tweet.
Okay,
There could be a
that's
tweet.
a good call. I just
still in it.
if I can hold for 2 minutes, then we might be fine. Might be.
This might be one of the most. Gold goes. Who's that?
I just have to
Gold
laugh
goes
at this
straight up.
point. That's all. It's fine. It's fine. It's all part of the process. And we're out again, you guys. Now I was gonna go hit my TP. Wow, this has been
Entirely
a struggle today.
It's no conviction just yet. 24,000. Looks like we had it. What did we get down to? 702s? Got to 700 half.
Yeah.
real
I was
bad.
hoping to flush under 7. I was getting greedy. We'll
Look
be
at the
real on that,
ES.
but it
Look
was a
at
good
that.
read. Hopefully some of you guys profited off that. Maybe.
It was a good read.
Quick scalp.
Someone hit the buy button in the
Where are
ES.
you at, Dolby? Where are your trades at?
Nowheresville.
Nowhere. Okay, you're still in the middle.
I want to see some. I want to see some pain and velocity, and none of that is here right now. This is Chop City. Maybe we can run some of these like 750 and grab a short at the midpoint. We need MOC. MOC is going to dictate everything.
You promise?
I promise, Trey.
I'm
Not financial advice, but yes, I promise.
Someone kind of hit the buy button. ES right back to 66.92. We'll definitely hit the buy button in gold. What's MOC, Melly? Market on close. There are orders that are to be executed at the close of the session. I'm going to quote those. Could be millions, could be billions. And sometimes it gives us volatility. Let's see. Market on close. 20 seconds.
20 seconds.
It's going to go ES.
Just gonna come down here and hit 96.
Yep.
We're gonna pull our bids.
We got a TikTok deal, I guess, as well. We'll talk about
TikTok.
that after MOC. Here we go. 5 seconds. It's gonna go ES, NASDAQ, and then the YM, right?
And?
All right, buy side. 1.6 bill buy side ES, 1.3 bill buy side NASDAQ, 700 mil buy side Dow. Pretty decent. Market
Well,
do
those
anything?
750s are looking better.
Mm-hmm.
Above below.
Yep, 750s could
I'll
be
win
it.
that way.
Those numbers can and will
Yeah,
change.
I'll take the W on that.
Still
Where's
not a lot of loss.
That's that TikTok
Where's
headline.
VWAP? George, maybe we'll make it back up to VWAP. Still possible.
We got what's
30 points.
Intel? What's Intel stock doing? Headline here: Intel is set to ask Apple to invest as part of its comeback bid. And this is from NBC. China agreed to terms of the TikTok deal. All parties of the deal agreed to the terms. Is this bullish? What's Intel stock? Intel has reached out to other companies as well for investment.
Like how Intel feels they've cut a hot streak in fundraising.
Yeah. Well, they've got Uncle Sam.
Hat in hand.
Pop in Intel. See.
Oh, you have a couple billion. You have a couple billion.
You got all right. In about 3.5 minutes, we'll have another injection of liquidity. It's flat, seeing a little push higher here in the ES 66, 93, now 94's print. What's the Dow doing? Dow doing nothing. ES not doing much. Gold, only thing really moving right now. Okay, we'll take a bit of a breather, see how this thing plays out the next 8 minutes. 8 minutes of power hour. It's been absolutely thrilling. Power hour here with Mandy and Dolby time. But I'll tell you what, this morning in Fast Markets, we did ask you to hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. The hashtag Power Hour. This is the time where I throw it to Andrea, and Andrea tells us how you did. So, Andrea, come on in. Hashtag Power Hour. How'd they do today?
They did great. Good job.
Better than yesterday.
I'm in a better mood.
Okay.
All right. We got B Trader saying probably as close as it gets. Express funded tomorrow. Got their account balance. Very good. Very good. Next. Got this one says, I finally did it. Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah.
We got a payout.
Nice job.
2K. Very nice. And then we got this one saying just past the 50K account milestone on their XFA.
Step one.
Beautiful. And then this trader saying, if I can do it, you can too.
Love it.
There we go. All right, and then we got Brian saying, added another to the board, preparing to hit,
Nice job.
preparing for a big fourth quarter. Goal, trade small over multiple accounts to limit risk and increase profits. Thanks Topstep, and especially Topstep TV, for being my trading buddies and keeping us updated with the new tech and news. You guys rock.
And Michael Patak with that
Very,
signature.
very kind.
That signature
Legendary.
needs some work. Look at that. What I mean,
Is that
There you
is that
go.
a Z? Looks like a Z.
what a signature. That is an autograph. That's an autograph right there.
And then finally, we got Johnny saying 90K in payouts after profit split just from Topstep in less than a month.
Ooh.
That's
Hello.
crazy.
Wow.
That's
That's-
nuts.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
After profit splits.
All right. That's all I got.
Congrats,
you.
you guys.
Yep.
That was incredible.
Awesome.
Still leading buy side. Again, billion buy side ES, just under a bill buy side NASDAQ, 500 mil buy side YM. We saw a little push higher in the ES. NASDAQ not having any of it. Gold's going to play its part, running higher. Bottomed out at 37.49. We are currently trading $14 higher at 37.63. Hopefully in 20 seconds at 55 after, we'll see another injection of liquidity.
100 being offered in the MNQs at 740.
Go fill it. Something. Go fill anything right now.
Go do something.
Go do something. Goldman.
Interns, where you at? Pressing buttons. Oh, testing the high. Can we get above 750s? Can we get close to 750s? That is Mandy's above the low.
That's right.
Let's go. I tell you guys, I need to figure out like options or something with these these end of day.
Big pop in Intel.
Now we're not.
Trade on the highs there. Intel up almost 7% today. Look at that.
Wow.
Well done.
So we technically didn't break that last high. That was at 42.50, and we only hit 41.50, I think. 41.75.
Still lower highs. Incredibly range bound market. Hey, this is a 40-point range. This is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well done, market.
Would have taken the entire session to get from range to range, but it was a range.
Let's not forget about our Crude trade.
Yeah.
JD, talk to me. What's the you can throw in the chat? What's going to be the P&L on this? Another all day, just 7-hour trade.
Love it.
It's got one from what 64.13. Take.
I'm actually here. You don't have to put me on screen, but I'll talk about it.
Whoa, parachuting in. JD, wow.
Whoa, let's go, JD.
Crude's kind of gone nowhere the last couple of hours, but we are still in this trade. We got about $270 in profit on it.
Nice.
We've been in it for almost 7 hours now. 5 micro crude.
What price again?
64.31. 64.31.
31s. And we took a high. We got up to 65.05. And currently trading 64.83. JD got less than 3 minutes. I'm gonna try to work the.
Yeah, we're definitely saving this for the auto liquidator, and I will let you guys know tomorrow what time or what price we get filled at.
Okay, excellent. See that opening range trades. They took it in opening call, started 7:28 a.m. Central. Speaking of that, we got big numbers coming out. See JD and J, as well as that's right, Hoag in the mornings, 7:15 a.m. I should say. Big numbers tomorrow coming out. Yeah, we got those jobs numbers, right? We got Myron speaking. That guy is an absolute all-star. We got durable goods. Oh, yeah, we got a whole slew now. We got Myron, Goolsby, durable goods. Opening call is a must-watch tomorrow. GDP, more speakers. William Schmidt. This is all an opening call. Buckle up, JD.
Wow.
And Jay. Yeah, that's going to be opening calls must-watch. Wow. Incredible.
Oh, let's go.
Can we extend the highs here?
Let's just get to 50s.
I'm saying yes. All
24,000.
right. Really feeling awesome about 750 right now.
Same. 90 seconds. Daily set to speak 10 minutes after the closing bell. Sure to tune in.
Pulling our orders.
Buzzer. Pull the orders. Wow, good patience. Patience.
It's all about Mandy right now. It's all about Mandy during both.
All eyes, yep. She's the best at this, by the way.
Always.
If you nail this again, Mandy. If you nail it.
If I get this, I should put a link for my Venmo, and y'all can get me my swig balance up a little bit. That would be nice.
Yeah, you have a running tab over there at Swig.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Look at this. 24,746.
This is just like
You gotta
hilarious
be.
to me. I don't know how I'm so good at this, but I'll take it.
Don't do this. We got 45 seconds. Watch this. Incredible. Yes,
See, it gets
pushing higher here.
exciting. It always gets exciting with me on
does.
at some point or another.
You're
If it's
closing.
not the trades, it's the close.
Incredible.
Ooh. 30 seconds. Oh,
30
we just
seconds.
touched.
Oh, come
Wow.
on, come
Wow. We
on.
just touched the 48s and just rolled over.
Yep.
Come on.
Come on, let's hit
But
that.
we got
Let's.
potential. Give it a little more pump.
Here we go. We got 15 seconds. 24,740 last trade in the NASDAQ. ES trading 66.92. Look at all this volume. Where was this volume about the last 58 minutes? Could have used it.
Exactly.
Here it comes.
Man, there's. Oh.
Close. What?
That was close.
Right at
It was
40.
very close, though.
Power hour, sour
Oh,
hour.
it's so fun, you
Oh,
guys.
it was power nap. Anyways, Mandy, thank you so much for joining us. Now it's trading 750s. Go figure.
Yes,
Dolby time,
thank
good
you.
patience.
Always. Yeah,
One
always.
hell of a day today. Just it's only Wednesday. We've got a lot more in store. But like we just said, opening call, must watch. Shout out to all the bellers. We're all in this together. We're grinding to get better each and every day. With that being said, I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Let's go.
Absolutely. Thank you to everybody for sticking around today and hanging with us bell to bell. As Dre just said, At the Buzzer is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Coach Jay and Coach Paul are going to come right in. They're going to break down today's trading session and make sure that you know that what you're doing by the 5 p.m. reopen. Then later tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota's back with Slow Markets. Tonight, Coach Dakota and Coach Jay will be on Slow Markets. So you can get two of your favorite coaches for one great low price of free here on our Topstep YouTube channel. Then tomorrow morning, 1:30 in the morning, Central Time, Aaron Trades is back with London Open. After that, Deanna is here at 3:30 a.m. Central Time with Euro Trade. And then you know it, we're going to be back up and running by 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to do this whole shebang again that we call Topstep TV. So be sure to be here bright and early for opening call. We got a big day going on. For now, At the Buzzer's right around the corner. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And this is Topstep TV. Let's go.